right, let's go. Number 10, John Titor and the forum posts that refused to die. On November 2nd, 2000, a user calling himself time_travel_0 appeared on the Time Travel Institute forums and posted a claim that should have been laughed out of the thread within hours. He said he was a soldier from the year 2036. He said he had been sent back on a military retrieval mission to recover an IBM 5100 computer that his era needed to debug legacy code inherited from the late 20th century. He said he had been routed through the year 2000 for what he called personal reasons. He said he was there to observe the world before it changed. The forum did not laugh him out. The forum interrogated him, and he answered. Within weeks, he migrated to the larger audience of the Art Bell forums under a new name, John Titor, and began posting with a specificity that no casual hoaxer has ever sustained for long. He described the engineering of his time machine. He described the dual micro-singularities that powered his displacement unit. He described the tolerances, the failure modes, the shielding requirements, the gravitational sensors. He answered questions from engineers, physicists, programmers, and skeptics who were actively trying to catch him in a contradiction. He posted across approximately 4 months. He posted hundreds of times. He never contradicted himself. He also posted photographs of himself. In them, he wore a faded green military jacket marked with a stylized lion insignia patch, the emblem, he said, of the unit he served with in the conflict still ahead. The patch did not match any known military designation in the year 2000. It did not match any known designation in the years since. It existed only in his photographs and in his descriptions. Then, in March 2001, he said he was going home. He logged off. He was never seen again. For 2 decades, the Titor case was treated as the canonical internet hoax. A clever one, an unusually disciplined one, but a hoax. The IBM 5100 detail was technically accurate in a way only an engineer would have known. The physics he described was internally consistent. The posts were archived, time-stamped, and locked into a record no one has ever convincingly edited. Skeptics conceded the craftsmanship and dismissed the content. The content described a fracturing United States. Titor said the country would not split along a single fault line. He said it would split along many of them at once. He described a civil conflict that would not announce itself with declarations or front lines. He described a slow ideological separation in which 2 halves of the same population would cease to recognize each other as countrymen. He described institutions losing legitimacy. He described elections becoming contested events rather than settled ones. He described a civic mood that would precede any open violence by years, and that most people would not recognize as the early stage of something larger until the later stages had already arrived. He placed the mid-2020s at the center of this description. What makes the Titor case particularly unsettling now is not the engineering detail. It is not the discipline of the posts. It is the calendar. A forum user in the year 2000, posting before social media existed, before the phrase fake news had entered common usage, before 2 decades of institutional erosion, described the specific decade we are currently inside. He described its texture. He described its mood. And in his timeline, the mood was the warning. He did not live to see the validation. He went home, or he vanished, in March 2001. The posts remain. They are still there. They have been waiting. Number 9, Andrew Carlson and the Impossible Portfolio. On January 28, 2003, federal investigators in New York reportedly arrested a man named Andrew Carlson on suspicion of insider trading. The charge was routine. The circumstances were not. Over the course of 2 weeks of trading, Carlson had turned an initial investment of $800 into $350 million. He had made 126 consecutive high-risk trades. Every single one of them had paid off. No hedge fund in recorded market history has ever achieved a streak remotely close to this. the most successful quantitative traders in the world, operating with billions of dollars and teams of analysts, consider a 60% win rate across a career to be elite performance. Carlson had a 100% win rate across 126 decisions.
Other glasses.
The statistical probability of this occurring by chance is not small. It is, for practical purposes, 0. Investigators allegedly assumed they had uncovered the largest insider trading ring in American history. They expected to find a network of corporate informants, hacked databases, stolen communications. They found nothing. Carlson had no contacts at any of the companies he traded. He had no leaked filings, no relationships with executives, no visible source of information at all. During his interrogation, according to the accounts that subsequently circulated through both tabloid and mainstream financial press, Carlson offered investigators a confession they were not prepared for. He said he was from the year 2256. He said he had traveled back specifically to exploit the early 21st century markets, which in his era were studied as the final transparent window before the institutional disorder of the late 2020s. He said the trades were not gambles. He already knew the outcomes. He had memorized them the way a student memorizes a multiplication table. He offered, in exchange for leniency, to reveal the dates of specific market events that had not yet occurred. He named, according to the reports, a sequence of disruptions clustered in the late 2020s, a period he described as the years in which the inherited financial architecture of the post-war world would begin to behave in ways its designers had never modeled. He described a currency event. He described a sudden revaluation. He described a moment in which the assumptions underwriting global capital would be tested and would not hold. Then, according to the reports, he posted bail, and then he disappeared. His bail money was never reclaimed. The apartment he gave as an address did not exist.
Cool to do, wouldn't it?
No birth record, no social security number, no employment history, no tax filings under the name Andrew Carlson has ever been located in any American government database. The story first appeared in Weekly World News, a tabloid whose business was satire. This is the detail skeptics return to. This is the detail they consider conclusive. And yet, the story migrated, through repetition, into mainstream financial coverage, into business school anecdotes, into the permanent folklore of Wall Street. It was treated as real because it could not be definitively unmade. The arrest record, if it ever existed, has been quietly purged. The man, if he ever existed, has not been found. What makes the Carlson case particularly disturbing in the current decade is not the arrest. It is the calendar. He named years. Those years are now. Number 8, Sergei Ponomarenko. In April 2006, according to accounts that have circulated for nearly 2 decades through Eastern European paranormal literature, a young man was detained by police in Kiev after behaving erratically near a busy intersection. He was apprehended carrying a camera. The camera was the reason the case is still discussed. The camera, according to the reports, was a model manufactured in 1958. It was not a reproduction. It was not a collector's restoration. It was a working device of the late Soviet period, in the condition one would expect of a tool that had been used recently and maintained well. The film inside it had been partially exposed. When the officers developed the negatives, they did not find images of 1958. They found photographs of Kiev as it appeared in 2006, buildings that had not been constructed in the 1950s, vehicles that had not been manufactured, signage and fonts that did not exist, streetscapes that, according to the developing technician, could only have been photographed within the previous several weeks. The man identified himself as Sergei Ponomarenko. He produced an identification card. The card listed his date of issue as 1958. The man holding it appeared to be in his mid-20s. The card itself, according to the officers who examined it, was printed in a format that did not match any standard Soviet documentation of any era. The paper stock was wrong. The seal was wrong. The typography corresponded to no known issuing authority. It was not a forgery in the conventional sense. It was a document from a bureaucracy that had never existed. He was dressed in clothing consistent with the late 1950s, a wool suit cut in the boxy Soviet style of the Khrushchev period, a narrow tie, polished leather shoes of a type that had not been manufactured in Ukraine for half a century. He was, in every visible respect, a man who had stepped out of a photograph from his grandfather's generation and into a city he did not recognize. According to the surviving accounts, Ponomarenko was interviewed for several hours. He answered questions calmly. He said he had not meant to arrive in 2006. He said he had been part of an experiment whose nature he was not permitted to describe. He said the camera was his only means of recording what he had seen. And he said, in passing, that the conflicts shaping Eastern Europe in his era of origin would converge on a date he named as 2027. He said the year would be remembered. He did not elaborate. He was then, according to the accounts, transferred to a psychiatric facility for observation. The records of that transfer have never been produced. The man called Sergei Ponomarenko was not seen again. The case has been thoroughly debunked by every serious researcher who has examined it. The photographs have been traced to other sources. The identification card has been identified as a prop. The story is, by every conventional standard, an artifact of internet folklore that hardened into pseudo-history through repetition. And yet, it persists. It is cited as foundational in the Eastern European literature on time displacement. It persists because the image it leaves behind is not the camera or the card. It is the young man in the wrong suit, in the wrong decade, pointing at a year still ahead of us and refusing to explain why. Number 7, Håkan Nordqvist and the cabinet beneath the sink. In August of 2006, in a quiet residential kitchen in Sweden, a man named Håkan Nordqvist noticed water pooling on the floor beneath his cabinetry. The sink was leaking. The cause appeared to be ordinary. He opened the cabinet doors, crawled into the space beneath the basin, and reached for the pipe. He did not come back out for some time. When he emerged, he had filmed what he claimed was the strangest 90 seconds of his life on the camera of his mobile phone. He said the cabinet had not ended where a cabinet should end. He said the space had extended backward beyond the wall, beyond the house, beyond any architecture that could exist behind a kitchen sink. He said he had crawled into a corridor he did not understand. And at the end of the corridor, he said, he had met himself at the age of 70, living in the year 2042. The footage exists. It has been examined. It shows two men in close quarters, both bearing the same scar in the same location, both wearing what appear to be identical wristwatches, both displaying the same tattoo on the same forearm. The younger man speaks. The older man answers in the same voice, aged by decades. The footage has never been conclusively proven authentic. It has also never been conclusively proven fabricated. It exists in the narrow category of evidence that cannot be ruled out and cannot be confirmed. This is not the unsettling part. The unsettling part is what the older Nordqvist reportedly said to his younger self before the corridor closed. He did not describe a future of gleaming towers or quiet collapse. He described an environment that had been altering. He described seasons that no longer arrived when they were expected. He described coastlines that had moved. He described summers that broke records that had stood for centuries, and winters that no longer behaved like winters at all. He described, in the casual language of a man for whom these things had become unremarkable, a planet whose weather had become a stranger to the people living on it. He said the inflection was not 2042. He said the inflection was earlier. He said the years around 2027 were the threshold his own generation had crossed, without understanding what had been crossed. He said that by the time the threshold was visible from the other side, it was already behind them. The Nordqvist footage is now nearly 2 decades old. In the years since it was posted, the global record for hottest year on file has been broken again, and broken a third time. Storm systems have intensified at rates the modeling of 2006 had not anticipated. Coastlines have receded. Cities have flooded that had not flooded in 1,000 years of recorded history. Nordqvist still lives in Sweden. He has not retracted the story. He has not embellished it. He told it once, posted the footage, and largely stopped speaking about it. The cabinet beneath his sink was repaired. The leak was fixed. The space behind it, he has said, never opened again. Number 6, Bryant Johnson and the redacted file from Lazar Industries. He has no verified name. The name Bryant Johnson appears on no employment record, no academic registry, no document that has ever been authenticated by an outside party. What exists is a persona, a presence on encrypted forums and fringe video platforms, a voice distorted through software that flattens cadence into something machine-like, a webcam image degraded so heavily that the figure behind it could be anyone or no one. The persona surfaced sometime in the mid-2000s and has been posting, with long silences between appearances, ever since. He claims to work for an entity he calls Lazar Industries. He has never produced evidence that Lazar Industries exists. No corporate filing, no tax record, no employee testimony, no physical address. According to Johnson, this is the point. He says the program he works for was structured from the beginning to leave no documentary trace. He says the only material that ever leaves the building is the material he himself smuggles out. That material has a consistent visual style. The documents he releases are formatted as internal memoranda, complete with letterheads, classification stamps, distribution lists, and the bureaucratic furniture of an institution that takes itself seriously. They are also extensively redacted. Black bars cover names, project numbers, dates, locations, and entire paragraphs at a time. What remains visible is just enough to suggest a context, never enough to verify one. The redactions follow the same pattern across every release. The same fonts, the same margins, the same placement of the classification banner. If the documents are forgeries, they are forgeries produced by someone with a meticulous eye for institutional convention. If they are not forgeries, they are the most consistent leak in the history of the genre. What makes the Johnson case particularly disturbing is not the documents. It is the specificity of the financial warnings embedded inside them. He has, across multiple releases, named specific months in 2027 in which he claims a fundamental shift in the cryptocurrency ecosystem will occur. He does not call it a crash. He does not call it a rally. He calls it a reclassification. He describes a moment in which the underlying assumptions that have organized digital currency markets for nearly 2 decades will be invalidated by an event he refuses to describe in plain language. The redactions, he says, are not his. They are imposed by the conditions under which the documents can be released at all. His material resurfaces on a predictable schedule. Every period of significant crypto volatility brings the documents back into circulation. New audiences encounter them as though for the first time. The warnings are read against the latest headlines and found to fit. The pattern repeats. The documents age, and the warnings remain unresolved, waiting for the window he named. Johnson himself has gone silent for months at a time. He always returns. The persona, whoever maintains it, has been patient. The window he has been pointing toward is no longer far away. Number 5, Alexander Smith and the agent sent to 2118. The Bryant Johnson documents arrived dressed in the language of finance. The Alexander Smith case arrived dressed in the language of the state. The two share a kind of bureaucratic gravity. The suggestion that what we are reading is not the rambling of a forum user, but the residue of an institutional process. The difference is that Smith did not hide behind a webcam. He sat for interviews. He answered questions on camera. He gave a face to the claim. The face was the first problem. Smith identified himself as a former intelligence officer, attached to a compartmented program inside the Central Intelligence Agency. He described the program in the cautious, half-redacted manner of a man who had been trained to speak around classified material rather than through it. He said the program had begun in the late 20th century. He said its purpose had been the forward displacement of human agents into specific future windows for the purpose of observation and retrieval. He said his own mission had carried him to the year 2118. He was, by his own account, a middle-aged man. He did not look middle-aged. Interviewers who sat across from him described a face that had aged past its stated years, a complexion that had thinned in ways that did not match the biography on the page. He wore dark suits in every appearance, well-cut, unremarkable, the uniform of a man who had spent decades being forgettable in rooms where forgettability was the operational requirement. He did not raise his voice. He did not gesture. He answered questions in the same flat register, whether he was discussing his recruitment, his training, or the year 2118 itself. What he said about 2118 was less interesting than what he said about the years between. He said the agency he had served had no particular interest in the deep future. The deep future was the cover story. The deep future was the destination on the manifest. The actual object of study, he said, was a much narrower window, a band of years closer to the present that the program had identified as the threshold. He said the year 2027 was the date studied in his era the way intelligence analysts of the 20th century had studied the summer of 1914. He said it was the year the trajectory locked. He said the threshold was not a single event. He said the people of 2118 did not remember it as a war, or a collapse, or a discrete catastrophe that could be marked with a plaque. They remembered it as the moment the room got crowded. He said that by the late 2020s, the population of intelligent agents on Earth would no longer be exclusively human. He said humanoid machines would walk through ordinary public spaces. He said they would ride transit. They would stand in lines. They would occupy the chairs in waiting rooms. He said the first generation of such machines would be unmistakable, awkward, slightly wrong in their movements, and the public would respond with the curiosity reserved for novelties. He said the second generation would not be unmistakable. He said by the third, the question of who was in the room with you would no longer have a simple answer. In the years Smith first made these claims, the suggestion was met with the same skepticism that had greeted every traveler before him. Humanoid robotics, in the relevant period, was a laboratory curiosity. The prototypes that existed moved like injured animals. The notion that such machines would share sidewalks with commuters within a single decade was the kind of claim that disqualified a witness on contact. The prototypes are no longer in laboratories. They are being demonstrated on stages, in warehouses, in promotional footage released by companies whose valuations now depend on the public accepting that these machines are imminent. They walk. They carry objects. They respond to spoken instruction. They are awkward in precisely the way Smith said the first generation would be awkward. He said the people of 2118 did not blame the engineers. He said the engineers had been doing what engineers do. He said the threshold was not a technical event. It was a civic one. It was the year, he said, in which the human population stopped asking whether the room should be this crowded and began, instead, to make space. Number 4, Noah and the boy, who said the machines were almost ready. In 2017, a figure calling himself Noah began appearing in a series of viral YouTube videos. He claimed to be from the year 2030. He was filmed in a hooded sweatshirt. His face was blurred or shadowed in every appearance. His voice was electronically distorted into a flat, mechanical register that stripped it of age, accent, and identifying texture. He looked, by design, like nothing. He looked like a silhouette that had agreed to be interviewed. The videos accumulated millions of views across 2017 and 2018. Noah submitted on camera to a lie detector test. The test, according to the operator who administered it, indicated truthfulness. Skeptics correctly pointed out that polygraphs are not admissible evidence in any serious court, that the operator's credentials were never verified, and that a person who genuinely believes a delusion will pass a polygraph with the same readings as a person telling the truth. The skeptics were correct. The lie detector proved nothing, but the lie detector was not the part that aged strangely. Noah described in 2017 a near future in which artificial intelligence would cross a threshold. He did not use the language the industry would later adopt. He did not say large language model. He did not say generative system. He did not say foundation model. He said only that the machines were almost ready, that the breakthrough would arrive before 2028, and that the people of his era no longer remembered what it had been like to compose a sentence, write a letter, or solve a problem without a system silently completing it for them. He said it would not feel like an event. He said it would feel like a convenience. He said that was the point. In 2017, this was a fringe claim. The dominant public conversation about artificial intelligence still treated it as a distant problem, a topic for philosophers and speculative novelists. The systems available to the average consumer in 2017 could not write a coherent paragraph. They could not pass a high school exam. They could not generate an image from a description. They could not hold a conversation that lasted more than 3 exchanges before collapsing into nonsense. 8 years later, all of these capabilities exist. They exist on phones. They exist for free. They are used by hundreds of millions of people to perform tasks that in 2017 would have been considered impossible by every credentialed expert in the field. Noah did not predict a specific product. He did not name a company. He did not give a date that could be falsified. He gave a window before 2028, and he gave a description of how it would feel from inside. He described a population that would adopt the change without registering it as a change. He described a quiet erosion of the boundary between human thought and machine assistance. He described, in the language of a hooded figure in a distorted voice, the exact texture of the years we are currently living through. What makes the Noah case particularly unsettling is not the polygraph. It is the migration. The warnings that had once arrived through forum posts and police files were now arriving through smartphone cameras, through algorithmic feeds, through the same channels that would soon be reshaped by the technology Noah was warning about. The medium had become the message. The warning had moved onto the platform it was warning against. He logged off in 2018. The account went quiet. The videos remained. Number 3, Edward and the broadcast from the year 5000. In the early 2020s, an account began appearing on TikTok under the name Edward. The account did not claim to be from a decade in the future. It did not claim to be from a century in the future. It claimed to be transmitting from the year 5000. Edward's videos shared a single, rigid aesthetic. The lighting was always dim. The figure was always seated in a low-lit room, sometimes in what appeared to be a small interior space, sometimes against a wall whose features could not be made out. He wore mirrored sunglasses in every appearance, the lenses reflecting only the device he was filming on, so that the eyes behind them were never visible. His voice was processed. Every word was filtered through a layer of digital distortion that flattened the human range of the speaker into something mechanical, something that sounded less like a man speaking and more like a man being translated. He posted dozens of warnings. The warnings were specific, dated, and consistent in their target. They were not warnings about the year 5000. They were warnings about the year 2027. He described a solar event. He said the sun, in the months approaching the convergence, would release energy at a scale the modern electrical grid had never been designed to absorb. He said the auroras would appear at latitudes where they had not been seen in centuries.
Can I use my Bosch dishwasher?
I feel like a dishwashing superhero. When Bosch joins forces with Finnish Ultimate Quantum, I feel like a superhero.
When cleaning forces combine, the more you wash,
finish.
You feel like a... Not everything makes a cut. Only the good stuff does.
Ever wonder what it would be like to have soccer announcers call a golf match?
Takes the club back, balls in the air. It could go.
He said the satellites would begin to fail in clusters. He said the conveniences the modern population had come to treat as background utilities, the navigation systems, the payment networks, the timing signals that synchronized every electronic transaction on the planet, would begin to flicker in ways the operators of those systems would not initially be willing to explain. He said this would not arrive as a single catastrophe. He said it would arrive as a series of small disruptions, each of which would be reported as an isolated incident, each of which would be dismissed by the morning news cycle, each of which would form, when assembled, a pattern that the people experiencing it would only recognize in retrospect. Skeptics dismissed Edward as a costume, the mirrored sunglasses, the dim lighting, the robotic voice. These were the props of a performance, not the artifacts of a witness. The aesthetic was too curated. The vocabulary was too contemporary. A man from the year. 5,000 would not, the skeptics argued, sound like a man who had spent his evenings watching modern internet videos. The believer communities that formed around the account grew anyway. They grew into the hundreds of thousands. They grew because, beginning in the same years Edward was posting, the sun entered the active phase of its 11-year cycle. The auroras appeared at latitudes where they had not been seen in living memory. Power grids in several countries reported brief, unexplained instabilities. Satellites failed in small numbers that did not, individually, alarm anyone. The truly disturbing aspect of the Edward account is not the costume. It is the timing. A figure in mirrored sunglasses, speaking through a vocoder, began describing solar disruption in the exact window in which solar disruption began to be reported. The voice was processed. The warning, by every available measurement of the sky, was not. Number 2, Mike the Time Traveler and the countdown that found its audience. Of all the figures cataloged in this list, Mike is the only one whose warnings have been delivered not to a forum of skeptics, not to a hospital scribe, not to a federal investigator, but to an audience measured in millions. He runs one of the most followed time traveler accounts of the last several years. His posts are watched, shared, and dissected by a viewership larger than the populations of small countries. Whatever Mike is, he is no longer fringe. The fringe has become the center. The figure himself appears almost never in clear view. He films as a hooded silhouette against backgrounds tinted in neon, magenta against black, cyan bleeding into violet. The aesthetic is deliberate. It is the aesthetic of a transmission rather than a confession. Every post is layered with ominous text overlays. The text arrives in measured fragments, one phrase at a time, the way a warning is delivered when the person delivering it has been told to be brief. What separates Mike from the figures who came before him is the calendar. He has not gestured at decades. He has not pointed at centuries. He has posted throughout 2024, throughout 2025, throughout 2026, a sequence of highly specific dates, each date attached to a claim, each claim narrow enough to be checked, each sequence advancing toward the same destination. The destination is 2027. Every thread he has opened leads there. Every countdown he has begun terminates there. The structure of his output is not a scatter of predictions across an open future. It is a funnel. 3 years of dated posts narrowing toward a single year, the way water narrows toward a drain. He has described, in the months leading up to that year, 2 events in particular. He has described what he calls a first contact event. He has not specified the nature of the contact. He has not said whether it is biological, technological, or something the language of our era does not yet have a category for. He has said only that the contact will not be ambiguous. It will not be a blurry photograph or a contested radar return. It will be the kind of event that ends one period of human history and begins another. He has also described a major scientific discovery in the same window. Again, the description is partial. He has said it will not arrive from the institutions that currently command the field. He has said it will arrive from somewhere none of the current observers are watching. He has said the discovery will rewrite assumptions that the discipline considers settled. Believers have spent the last 2 years claiming hits. A vaguely worded post about disruption in the spring became, after the fact, a confirmed prediction of an event that followed. A loose reference to an institution losing its credibility was matched retroactively to a headline that fit. The believers do not require precision. They require resonance. And Mike provides resonance in volume, dated and time-stamped, the archival record building beneath him in real time. The unsettling aspect of Mike's account is not whether any individual post is genuine. It is the shape of the curve. The dates are getting denser. The posts are getting shorter. The countdown is approaching the moment it was always pointing at. Number 1, Javier from 2027. In the spring of 2024, a TikTok account began posting under the name Javier. The account had no biography, no linked profile, no commercial pitch. It had only a claim. The user said he was not predicting the year, 2027. He said he was speaking from inside it. He said the date stamped on his phone in the timeline he occupied was already 3 years ahead of the date stamped on the phones of his viewers. He said he was reaching back across that gap because there was no one left in his own time to speak to. The photographs he posted are the reason the account spread. They show urban streets. They show intersections that any viewer in any developed country would recognize as a downtown core. They show traffic signals still functioning, still cycling through their colors. They show shop fronts intact, windows unbroken, signage legible. What they do not show is people. They do not show cars. They do not show the small evidence of human routine that fills every photograph ever taken of a working city. Pigeons, trash, a jacket left on a bench. The streets in Javier's photographs are clean in the way that only abandonment makes a street clean. Nothing has been dropped because no one has been there to drop it. In several of the images, vegetation has begun to reach into the roadway.
Damn, I am legend.
Grass through the
Again.
seams of the sidewalks. Vines climbing the lower frames of bus shelters. A tree, in one frame, growing through the open door of a storefront. The vegetation in the photographs is not the vegetation of a single missed summer. It is the vegetation of 3, 4, 5 seasons without intervention. It is the vegetation of a city that has stopped being maintained because no one is left to maintain it. Javier was asked in the comments of his posts what had happened. He did not answer in the manner of the conspiracist or the prophet. He answered in the manner of a man describing a room he was tired of being in. He said he did not know what had happened. He said no one had told him. He said that by the time he was old enough to ask, there was no one old enough to remember. He said the streets had been like this for as long as he could recall. He said the world was not destroyed. It was simply empty. He said the buildings still stood. The power still flickered on in patches. The signs still glowed at night in cities where no eyes read them. He said the infrastructure had outlived its purpose, and the purpose, he said, had been us. Skeptics have noted that the photographs are easy to fabricate. Modern image tools can empty a street with a single command. The account has never produced verification. The account has never produced anything but the photographs and the captions. The case for Javier as a hoax is overwhelming. The case for Javier as anything else is non-existent. And yet, he is the 10th figure in this record. He is not the first to name a window. He is not the first to describe an empty world, an institutional collapse, a population that thinned without ever understanding what was thinning it. He is only the most recent. He He is only the most specific. He is the one who named the exact year, and he named it from inside that year, and he addressed his warning to the audience watching this video right now. Consider what has been assembled in the preceding minutes. A
Well,
Ford
damn.
poster in the year 2000 describing a slow civic dissolution. A traitor in 2003 describing the early 21st century as the last period of human economic activity. A Swedish man in 2006 describing a merger no one would notice happening. A school teacher in 1922 describing the attention economy by name. Children in the 1970s describing a narrowing window that would close in our decade. A whistleblower releasing redacted documents. A boy in a hooded sweatshirt warning of artificial intelligence. A man on TikTok counting down dates. And now, a photograph of an empty street with a caption that reads as though it were written from the other side of whatever is coming. These witnesses did not coordinate. They did not share a platform, a language, a generation, or a country. They posted on forums that no longer exist, in hospital beds, in interrogation rooms, in cell phone footage filmed under a kitchen sink. They have nothing in common except the year they named, and the tone in which they named it. The tone is not panic. The tone is recognition. It is the tone of someone who has already seen what is coming and is no longer trying to prevent it, only to leave a record that someone tried. You are watching this video in the year the witness is named. You are watching it on a device they described before such devices existed. You are watching it inside the window they said was still open. What you do with that information is the only part of the record that has not yet been written. If you want to see more videos like this, click the video on screen now and make sure to subscribe.
Lights on.
Years ago,
What's
I was
happening
looking
in
at,
Silicon?
I was looking at
There is a system of
some Rothschild children that were like the black sheep that were called super soldiers. I want to see can I find them right quick. If they took them off the air, it's been over 10 years since I've seen it. They were talking about events too. Some of y'all might know what I'm talking about. Here go one.
James, thanks for having me back. It's good seeing you again. It's been a while. We're at the Secret Space Program Conference in Grafton, Illinois, from the guys from Journey to Truth put on. And it's going smashingly well. It's like a well-oiled machine. This conference is great. The big thing from this one, I think, is because it's all secret space program. It's not a bunch of separate subjects. So it's reflecting that. The crowd is all up to speed. It's a really high energy event. It's been good. And why I'm looking disheveled a little bit, because it's like easy to be tired. So thanks for having me back. The last one we did was at 5D events, and we covered, was it one episode or two? I remember we left off, we did two, and we left off, I think, around the moon, and you wanted to go, and you wanted to ask me about Ceres Colony, what life was like in the secret space program for Ceres Colony Corp. And So on Mars, I was a support soldier. So they were trying to get combat support for the real soldiers with minimally trained support troops. So they were trying to get numbers quickly, guys that they could train in a very short time, that were minimally equipped, that were cheap, and just fill the battlefield. And that got canceled. That program got canceled, and we sat in a lame duck. Man, like 6 weeks. It was a long time where we literally did nothing. We just sat in our room. We had nothing to do, and while they were figuring out what they were going to do with us. And then one day they loaded us up and transported us to a bigger city that was underground, and it was very modern. I think we might have covered some of this, but then I was retrained, and they gave me aptitude tests, and I was retrained, and then I landed on ship maintenance, so, you know, and I was trained quickly with that, and then shipped off to Ceres Colony. And the first day there, I might have covered this too, was they actually sent me on the wrong train, and I went into the mines and worked at it one day with the mining crews that are mining out pockets of the material on Ceres so that they can, they were looking for specifically for water, pockets of water. And, but anyhow, I worked one day at it, and I thought I thought it was funny because I got trained for ship maintenance, and then all of a sudden I was running the shovel. But when they figured out the mishap, the next day I went to the hangar base and got actually assigned to my ship. I believe it was the Blitz bus, something like that, Lightning Horse or something, which was an old submarine. It was an old, like a World War II submarine, like what you see in the movies. Very cramped on the inside, and the doors had high thresholds. They had the doors you could close and seal off. And that was what I did for the next like 8 years. And just rode from there back and forth because there was no money. Like I was free to go from where I lived, but I didn't have money to buy a train ticket, so it was a long walk to town, so I didn't do it. And it was like being in a prison, basically prison labor. But we would go on the ship, you couldn't tell it was moving, and I didn't know if we were still at the hangar working all day on it, or if it was moving out into space. You couldn't tell. They closed the door, there was no window for us, and it was sealed off. We were on the lower decks, like deck and a half, and there was a computer screen that told us what to do. It said your number that you had, you go to the crib and grab this, and this, and then go to this junction and open that up and return. And you would come back, and it would know. You didn't have to press a button, and it would know you were there. It would say, now go back and open this, and this, and it just was like mindless. It had the effect of, you know, if you drive somewhere, if somebody gives you directions and you drive somewhere, and then you find it just from the written directions, you have to search. And so then you automatically know how to drive there ever after again. You retain the knowledge. But if the navigator map tells you turn left here, you don't pay attention and you can't find your way back the next time without the navigation. It was the same experience with getting step-by-step instructions to do the maintenance. Like, there were things that I learned how to do because I did it repeatedly, but basically it was mindless, you know. Years passed, that ship, we did a few missions. I volunteered for high-risk missions to be included in missions that may be fatal, with the promise of possibly getting promoted and getting a different position that wasn't as horrible as what I was in. It was just lonely, and the other two guys that I worked with we didn't get along. It was just a bad chemistry, and it wasn't a good experience for those years. I was depressed. I sunk into a depression from it, you know. Pretty sure the guys I worked with were Americans, so there was a mix of, like, they kept the English-speaking people together, even though we had translator devices. We did have the ability to, on the Blitz bus, all the guys that I worked with spoke English, so they were Americans or English-speaking Europeans. And it seemed like most of the guys in the barracks spoke English too. There wasn't a translator area. By the cafeteria, there wasn't it worked like a Bluetooth. So I think it was an implant, like a Neuralink that we all got you know, but I wouldn't have known. They did so many surgeries on me, it was like I wouldn't have known. But it worked like Bluetooth, like you get in range of about a Bluetooth distance to certain areas, and the translator would work, so you could meet people that spoke a different language and understand them. But for those years on the Blitzball, so basically I didn't have to worry about translation at all. I think I was around English speaking people. Did they tell me that the Earth was destroyed and play that narrative? So at that point, no, they just didn't speak. It was like, I wasn't briefed on anything. I got up in the morning, got on a train, and went to the ship, went in my own entrance, and did my job. And there was really there was rumor. You heard from guys in the mines who heard from other guys that did this or that. You know, there were rumors. There was a grapevine of things, but I may have heard like that, like rumblings of it, but I didn't believe it, and because I just came from there. And but no, they didn't officially tell me that until later on when I was on a different ship. The memories of my childhood were gone at that point. So when I woke up in Inyo in the beginning, I didn't have any memories of where I came from, but I was stationed in Inyo, Seattle, and Peru in the early years. The first 6 to 8 years of my 20 years, I was on Earth. So I had those memories when I was on Sirius Colony. Like I still remember the Earth. They didn't begin with that until later, and I think because of that might be why I got posted to engineering, why I was a fit there, because I got posted on my next ship in the cargo engineering, and that was above the level of secrecy about the Earth being destroyed. So because we were aware we were going to, the guys in cargo could look out the window, and we were aware that we were going to Earth to pick things up, pick up cargo. So we were also aware that was classified, that they were telling people that the Earth was destroyed. Really, the times that were enjoyable for me were when I got promoted to the Max von Laue to be cargo engineer, and I wouldn't remember. I don't really remember a FedEx ship or logos. There were logos on things, but I just didn't really pay attention to them. So I don't remember that. We took cargo all over the place on Earth. So the main one for military surplus, and a lot of places was Diego Garcia. We would go there in the middle of the night and drop off and mostly pick up cargo. Usually we went there and we would drop a small box and we would pick up tons of cargo that were waiting there on the tarmac. There were places in the Catarina Mountains in South America. We went to Antarctica. There were two separate places in Antarctica we went, and we would take cargo there. But it wasn't the main mission when we went there. It was like a checkup, or the officers were summoned there to go through a testing or a checkup, and while we were there, we would just take cargo. We went to the Kuiper Belt. They had warehouse facilities in hollowed out, basically big chunks of ice that are out in the Kuiper Belt. A slurry, they would hollow it out and make a warehouse and pressurize it, and we would drop cargo there. And that's where they stored. They had like a storage facility for a lot of things. And we would go there. We would take. There were times when we would pick up a large amount of something. We would go to the Kuiper Belt facility and drop off 80% of the load, and then take the 20% back to Sirius Colony. We did that quite often, so that's why we went there a lot. And it was a long drive. They didn't jump back from the Kuiper Belt. Sometimes if they needed to, they did, but other than that, they would fly back, and it was like a longer 4 or 5 hours of flight that they would do. I don't know. That was the scheduling. I didn't really understand how that worked. Contraband that we cargo. So it was my job to make sure that people didn't sneak things through the cargo. It was my job, but they were fully aware of what they did. I caught once a case broke open, and I saw inside of it there were bags of coffee, and I reported it. And so the whole mission had to be delayed. It was a big thing. They were actually purposely sneaking coffee to a world. We might have talked about this. Sneaking coffee to a world where it was a narcotic for the people. Okay, so coffee and chocolate, you're asking about why is it on Earth? So they can grow it elsewhere, but it has different effect. It has different potencies and different effects, different chemical properties. So the plants actually was pharmaceuticals was a big business that they found that they could trade with more advanced civilizations because the plants that a lot of pharmaceuticals are made out of grow to have different potencies on Earth or on different planets that they had access to. So plant life, you don't take a plant off Earth and go plant it on some other Earth-like planet and get the same plant after a generation or two. It turns into, it adapts to that environment and has different chemical properties. So for that reason, pharmaceuticals were a big business for them. Like at one point, towards the end, like in my last months there, they converted the gymnasium into a big, they had big centrifuges mixing up. They were trying to make a pharmaceutical because they had a deal to trade. So they shut the gymnasium down and actually set it up as a pharmaceutical factory for a short temporarily because it was so profitable in the deal that they made. I was in charge of 2 cargo bays on the port side of the ship. So they were two cargo bays about, I don't know, maybe 150 feet long by 75 feet wide. They were long and they had walls that could pop up. We could rearrange the walls to section them up with it. That was my, those were mine that I was the engineer in charge of, and there were 5 to 7 guys that would come and work down there. I'd give them the reports. The main cargo bay in the back actually had Series colony personnel, like an officer running that, and he was the main engineer, and he ran the C cargo bay, the rear one, and it was much larger. He was the one that was in charge of bootlegging media from Diego Garcia. So we were all aware of it, and even they didn't want to tell the captain, like the command was not aware of it. But he was sneaking off books and VHS tapes and CDs, everything he gets hands on, mostly books. They had a television with a VHS player that they brought, and the guys were watching. They would set them up in that cargo bay, and while we had those long flights, the guys down there would watch VHS movies from Earth. So they were bootlegging it. He was doing it for profit. So under the nose of the ship's command, and everybody was kind of aware of it, and we always wanted to ask those guys, what was the movie? Tell me about the movie. Did you see any? Was it good? And they'd always give us their little review of what movie. One movie that I remember them. So this is weird, maybe weird, but they told me about Dreamcatcher, the Stephen King movie. The scene in it where the guy's like on the toilet, there's a monster coming out of the toilet. They explained that a buddy of mine from the Sea Cargo came up and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it was so scary. He was like, it would mess you up. Because I already talked about being scared of the toilet. Rats can come up through the toilet. We already talked about that anyway. So he mentioned the movie and he said that would terrify you. And that was something that always kind of stuck with me. And when when the movie came out, and I watched it, and I need to look, actually it's worth double checking the timeline to make sure when that movie came out, so it would have had to been before 2000. I have to Google it. But when it did come out and I saw that scene, it kind of screwed me up. It was not even a bleed through memory, it was a memory that broke through. And I went, wait a minute, how did I see this? How did I know about this before? How did I know about this? It was one of those situations. So. But there was a thriving bootleg. Everybody says that our media doesn't get up there. There are signals, but we had access to music and stories from the books were big. But there was a thriving bootleg business, and we were all jealous that we weren't in on it, like the guys in the back were. They would brag about when movies were awesome. When they would see a movie that was good, they would brag about it, but I didn't see it, like. The Stephen King one was relevant to a conversation I had already, like it worked out, But they would tell us about movies. I think that they did get the Star Wars movies and talked about that too. During my time on Series Colony, we did not really discuss adrenochrome. So that was really something that wasn't really talked about among us. Human trafficking was real, and we several times took people that were being trafficked as cargo. And there were times when they would tell us that we had people on board, that they were going to be trafficked, and there were times when they kept it secret. There was a bay underneath the center bay that was short, because the floor in the main cargo bay could go up or down about 3 to 5 feet. So they can, if they had a tall items, they could lower the floor into that second bay. So when they kept the floor raised, that second bay, we had sample packages down there. And there was times when they filled it with people, and they didn't tell us, but we still knew, all the guys, so there was people down there. And I was like, go, no, I don't believe you, go check. I sent a guy, go down there and just act like you're sweeping up and go check. And sure enough, there were, 70 or 80 people down there. And later on, the reason we found out is because they were stealing those people from other people that were trafficking people. So they were definitely up to no good. They were, it was a by any means necessary mission to acquire technology. Was the mandate for the ship. And that was, from what I remember, exactly right. They would lie, cheat, and steal. We were the Series Colony Corporation, so other fleets would hire us to do missions where they had like a neutral status. So we would take cargo for other fleets where they weren't allowed to go, like as a contractor. But basically, we were solely our ship, and I want to say that there was 8 to 12 other ships just like mine. There may be probably more that I was aware of. We were the Series Colony Corporation on a trading mandate. So we didn't actually other than moving cargo inside the solar system to the Kuiper Belt and from Earth, we really didn't stick around the star system much. We would go far away and try to negotiate new deals with other species for new technologies. That was our primary mission. Kuiper Belt had a warehouse place, but Series Colony they had found ruins from another species that built it a very long time ago, and then they began converting it to human dwellings, and then mining and adding out. They began building human buildings inside giant caverns. But the caverns, and there was actually like an airlock system for the hangar bay, that they found that there, abandoned. So, obviously the ETs knew about it, and when they made their original deal to be an ally of the Draco, it was someplace that was gifted to them. And they went and moved in and started building. And the structure, the architecture there was old by the time I was there in, 90, late 80s till all the way to 2000. There were a lot of things that were rusty. There were, they had pressurized ceilings in some areas, and they were just like the corrugated metal, and you could see where things had fallen and dented them from the top. Like it was old. There was rust, and it showed age. And then a lot of the old architecture looked like what you see in cities from old buildings that were built in the 30s. Like you go to a skyscraper that was built in the 30s and 40s. It's got the marble steps and the more ornate. A lot of the construction there was like that. They did have buildings. They did have buildings built vertically. So there were areas that they found that they converted that actually went from miles vertical down caverns that they were in, and they were curved. And they had where they went, and they found rooms that had no ledge that were on a vertical surface. And I remember that they built catwalks that could access, and they built a lift like an industrial elevator that was 20 feet by 20 feet big, and it was very industrial. It had a cage around it, and you would ride it for a long time. But I remember standing on the ledge and looking down, and you could see kind of the lights of the other levels under us. And I was aware that if you jumped off, you would go into the microgravity. You would leave the artificial gravity and go into the microgravity, and so you wouldn't get hurt. You could actually get stuck out there. If you jumped off, you would slowly fall. You would drift down to the bottom of the cavern, which was miles down. And so we always thought, but I always wanted to get the courage up to jump out there and do that, but I would have gotten in big trouble. So it was something like I remember sitting on the ledge. People that spend a lot of time on the edge of a building or from a high place, you kind of sit there and look at it, and it's like a moth to a flame thing. This one, I was aware that there was microgravity just over the ledge, and I always wanted to just jump into it, but we never did. Most of the buildings there were 4 or 5 stories tall. When they had replica cities, when you walked down the street, there were 4 or 5 stories, and then they had, and they looked like regular buildings like you'd see in a city. we were aware that there were entire deals where we gave several shiploads of goods for a math formula. You know, the technology is the currency. And so for them to come to Earth and trade, there were things that they traded. They had a system set up where they could get goods from Earth. There was a whole shadow system, like a black system. They did it for accounting, but basically they weren't paying for much that they got from the Earth. But it was all about the technology. So that is the real currency. They had several currencies. I believe they had a cryptocurrency there. They had several forms of currency at the trade window that you could access and set up an account. There were ETs that went there that they came from systems, social systems that didn't have money. And so they had a limitless spending. What they found is that those VCs are not wasteful. So it's not like they gave them an account that was limitless because they only would purchase things that they needed. They weren't wasteful with it. So it was their culture they came from. Everybody else had to get a banking system, joining the bank at the trade window. And they had like facial recognition, and they had jewelry bracelets that you could do your banking with. But basically it was all about technology. They traded, when they got a new technology, they could trade it with other colonies in the solar system, other corporations for tech. So there was a real race between the colonies for technology. There was a colony on Vesta. I said Vesta. The other large body in the asteroid belt had a mining colony on it, and they were a completely different corporation than the Ceres Colony Corp. So they did trade personnel. There were guys that transferred from there, but the asteroid belt was under its own corporation that we didn't have access to. Like the Ceres Colony was independent. There were ruins on Mars when we did hiking missions on Mars. There were old stone structures that were supposedly millions of years old. They said that the scientists had already been there and studied, don't touch it. There were artifacts that they found, so that was the other thing that was through the grapevine, was that the miners on Ceres, when they emptied out of pockets of water, they were finding artifacts from ancient structures that were built in water. There were times when we were just a cargo service for more advanced races that had, we would take cargo that was, like we couldn't use it, it didn't belong to us, we were dropping it off, and there were times when people from the command crew would come down and look at it. They'd open the box, I just want to look at it. And there were missiles that that they did that for, and there were other things that I didn't know what they did. But they would want to come down and have a look because they kind of looked at how they coveted it. But there was a missile that was like a nuclear missile that they said was unstoppable. Like once they fired it up, and it was small, it was like 4 feet long, 3-4 feet long, it was very tiny. But they said once it was fired, there was no stopping it. That it could pass through solid objects to get to its target. People asked me actually quite a bit if whether people had pets, and I was unaware of that. I don't think that they did. I don't think there were any pets there. There were sometimes little plants on the side of the road, and in certain areas they would have, plants. No rain. There was a river network, like they had canals where they moved water in artificial gravity, they collect it, and there were times when you walk over a bridge and there was water flowing under it. And I think that was simply like the water system, how it worked, that they had. It wasn't for looks by any means. It was very industrial looking, with places where you could walk over water. But the pets and the animals, I don't know. I was also aware that they did have areas where they grew their own food, they grew food, but I never went there. I never set eyes on it. So they were growing their own food in areas, but that wasn't something that affected the oxygen or even the food supply. Was all taken care of by artificial means. It was more of a premium deal. Like real food was at a premium. Was a big business. It turns out that people are a lot cheaper than robots in the long haul. So they didn't, and I don't know if they were afraid of AI or something, but they had slave labor from day one, and they really perfected it. And I think that people turned out to be cheaper with the system that they had in place. So I didn't see robots anywhere. They always had people to come and clean up.
They had a cell phone that was clear, that was see-through. And I know because when I was I was really nervous getting on the trains. So because I wore a slave collar and my suit identified me, I was open to being ordered around in public. So somebody could see me and say, hey, excuse me, get over here and clean this up, or whatever. And when we boarded the trains, that was the time that was most likely for me to get picked on, if you will. So when I got on the train, I was a little bit nervous that somebody was going to say, hey, come here and hold this, or do something stupid. And when the train got going, I waited for the minute that everybody would pull out their phones. And literally everybody did. They pulled out and they were clear. The reason they were clear, that somebody explained to me, was that it's bad for your eyes. You stare at your phone, but if it's clear, your eye kind of can see through it. There's a depth thing, and it's easy. You don't damage your eyesight. So they were all clear, and everybody whipped out their phone. I remember being on the train and hearing conversations. There was a lady that said that they all said that the government watched them through their phones, and that you could actually get in trouble for things. So they had the same kind of system that we did back, in the 90s. They had cell phones they were all aware they were watching. They were all addicted to their apps they had in it, and everybody was on their phone. And I was very upset that I didn't have one. I was the same way that kids in school, everybody has a phone, but Dad, can I have a phone? I was very resentful that I did not have access to the entertainment. People would show each other things, and I would sit in the conversations of how entertaining they were. And I was very upset that I didn't have one. There were a few times when I needed a device, but for the most part, I didn't have my own technology. Was there ever a slave revolt? No. They were very heavy-handed, and there was absolutely no hope of that. We thought about it, like it was something you would fantasize about, like being set free. I remember thinking about it quite a bit, but they were very proficient, and we had all been programmed. There was also a level of psychological programming that was done, so it wasn't something that would ever really manifest. I only heard stories from the girls that they said they went to places that were very lavish, that they had gravity art or clothes or houses that they would perturb the gravity for artwork. So imagine like a round room that you could walk up around there, that they used a gravity artwork. Because I remember Crumbs had a gravity, an anti-gravity, like a low-grav art piece installed in the foyer, and it would have low-grav fireballs and water. And I remember when that came in, that I would talk to the girls about how much I loved it. And they said, that's nothing. You should see what they have. Their homes are amazing. That they have a lot of spaces in the house where they had gravity, and then spaces where they had gravity turned off, and they would have things hanging, artwork in the middle of the room floating there, and then the house constructed around gravity in different areas. But they had lavish homes. But I never set foot in any of them. I never went to because I was a slave, and because I tended to get picked on by people, I would be put to task by people when I came in contact. So if I went to the ritzy area, I would be a slave there, and somebody would have every right to abuse me, or take me and say, hey, clean this up while you're here. And so I avoided places like that. I don't really know that the internet was like there. Like you said, it was Mars. I wasn't really aware of that because I never had access to it, and we referred to it as network. The other thing is, so I did know this, that on the ship, when the progress officer came around with his device to put us, he said that the Wi-Fi was actually dangerous. That the same way that our Wi-Fi is, they warn you about it. He said that when the device makes a straight beam to the Wi-Fi, to the network, and standing in that beam is actually bad for you. And he was aware of that. It was the same type of system like what we have. So Adolf Hitler was classified. So only like the top 3 people on Ceres Colony had access to the data. He was classified. Even the colonels and the high-ranking ship captains, they had no idea. They was classified above them. Everybody agreed that he lived, that he did not die in World War II, that he lived and went to Argentina. And there was rumor that he was you know, is he alive still or is he dead? Like that was the thing. It was classified to even them. They didn't know what happened to Hitler. But everybody agreed that he didn't die in the war in that moment. So are there new Schwabenlanders alive today? I would have to speculate and say yes. So do I know for sure? Because I know, because somebody told me no. But they all had access to life extending tech. They were all drinking like a milkshake every morning that was, like they already had technology, they were working on living longer. And they were told me that, you know, if we ever see you, you know, like I'm gonna grow old and they're not, kind of thing. So they had life extension technology when I was there, and I would expect the same guys that I worked with back in the 90s to still be up there. So super soldiers, nowadays I hate the term, because it's been pirated by people that everything's a super soldier to everything, you know, so it's a blanket. But we did take elite troops on the ship. We loaded them from the gymnasium to the ship and then took them, you know, as cargo to a destination. But they were not soldiers. They were in like a shiny black armor with helmets on, and their armor pants would lock so that they could sit down, and the pants would lock so that they could just sit there and wait. And they would sit still for 20 hours, 30 hours. They would just sit there and wait. And it was a dog whistle. He blew a dog whistle and then they all stood up. Like, I was there, myself and two other engineers were there and walked to the gymnasium. He said, watch this. And he blew the dog whistle and they all stood up at attention after being idle for like 16 hours. So they were a half human. I didn't see their face. They were really, I mean, and I'm speculating, but they were really a lot like what Jason Rice described as the dog soldiers. They were that height. They were that kind of what he described, like the werewolf soldiers. But they had an armor. They had a huge, like a helmet on. Like it didn't look like a human helmet. It was more like a ball around, you know, a helmet, and it would swivel. And they were in shiny black, and I believe it could turn to dull black, like they could turn it on and off. And they did, there was no interaction. They moved like machines. There was the Mars colony, the time that I was on Mars colony and did missions, I did standouts. It was impressive to see those guys in the armor. I don't know, I don't want to remark too much about it. So the Halo show, where they show the guys in the armor, it was the same experience. There was a lot of respect for one of them. When the guys had their armor on, it was like seeing somebody in a Lamborghini. You know, they got a lot of respect. The armor was impressive to see. So in the new Halo show, it's like, that's one of the scenes, like I see those scenes and it's the same kind of, you know what I mean? It's like seeing somebody in a once in a lifetime Lamborghini thing. So if they actually called them super soldiers, I don't know. They had a designation, so they were a number on a crew manifest, on a cargo manifest for me. They did have a name, actually, like the MXK troop, something. They had like a number like that. I'm terrible with names, but no, they didn't call them super soldiers that I remember. So when I lived back in the barracks on Sirius Colony, we had like a very rudimentary bathroom that was disgusting. And we had the trough that you pee in, not the individual urinal, but one big long trough that everybody peed in. And we had toilets with water. So Mars Colony had water and then had a bidet, but we had toilet paper on Sirius Colony. It's fun facts of space. I didn't use those toilets though because I was worked on a ship, so I would wait and go at lunch or during the day and use the ship bathroom, which was like exactly as small and cramped as an airplane, even smaller as an airplane bathroom. So if you think about going in there, you know how it's like you could barely stand and turn around. It was very small. It was right next to a place that had a little galley, like an airplane galley. The and it had we had a replicator that looked like a microwave, and there was a little refrigerator there, and a countertop and a sink. And I would use the bathroom and wash my hands while my food was replicating. And that was kind of my routine. And it was nice. That was for us. I had it made compared to the guys that had to use the public stuff. But everybody went up to C deck to use that bathroom up there. I'm trying to think of anywhere else. The Crumbs, the club in the red light district, had a bathroom just like you would find in a bar, like in a Ruby Tuesdays, and it was the same kind of bathroom. And the Mars Colony didn't really do toilet paper. They had the bidet thing. They had some there, but available. But Sirius Colony had toilet paper. We were importing toilet paper from Earth. We were actually not necessarily our ship, but they did have it taken care of. They were importing toilet paper, and it was that. We didn't have. I remember missing the Mars bathroom. The Mars bathroom was way more sophisticated and a lot more comfortable. Sonic showers, and so yes, and I'll cover that in my second book. I'm working on the second book. But there was a shower that didn't have water, and you would go, it was a light that sterilized you, and it had a sonic, it felt like a massager, like almost a hum that would go over you, and you scrubbed, and it would get you clean. But that's a whole different story. That's going to be an entirely different subject matter that I'm going to wait for the second book to come out before I really get into the detail about it, because that's, I like people to believe one thing at a time, to digest one thing that I'm saying at a time before. I don't want to give too much at once and make it just unpalatable. But it was only for certain circumstances, and it actually worked better on other species than humans. The sonic shower wasn't great on humans. Replicator worked, you would put the empty bowl in it. They had bowls next to it with lids with holes in them. And you would put the lid on the bowl and put it in the center of the replicator, like a microwave without a turntable in there. And you would select it. Had the one that I used most of the time had old buttons from it looked like the old Zenith remote control. The buttons were antiquated. It was old. And I think there were only like 8 choices. And they were mostly, they were all like a slimy food. It wasn't a high quality, it was like gas station quality food. And that's not being fair to gas stations. The pot roast was the favorite, but you would get sick of it after it's like you couldn't eat the pot roast every day. You'd get sick of it, so we would save it. And then let's do pot roast today. Like on a bad day, we would have pot roast. So try to cheer some. But there was just a match, and the food that out of the replicator had all your nutrients. So I was in better shape then. It had everything you needed. It was like an MRE, and so it'd just be mashed potatoes and gravy, but it had protein and everything in there as if you were eating, like a more rounded meal. But it was always too slimy. And it was piping hot. When it came out, it was boiling hot. You had to wait for it to cool down. Like eating it was a deal. And actually getting accustomed to eating that food quickly that was very hot was the trick that I used to get ahead of the productivity score of my counterpart, because he always waited for his food to cool. He had like a ritual, so slamming my food quick really gave me the edge on the productivity report and got me in line for promotion and for perks. Well, it's a habit I brought back with me. Like the next day, I've eaten my food quickly ever since. It's something that, it's one of those things that stayed with me. My room was a 5 by 10 square, looked like a prison cell with a cot and a little drawer mounted on the wall, little desk area mounted on the wall with one drawer in it that was empty. And it was cinder blocks, and there was no door. It was open. I could see across the hall. I didn't have any. It was very Spartan. Sometimes we got better clothes hanging depending, it was mission specific. So when we were going on certain missions, they would give us better looking clothes. If we were going to Antarctica, for instance, the clothes would be brand new, but it was hanging on a hook. So everything for me to wear was waiting at my hook with my number on it when I got out of the shower. And then so I would take off my pajamas and hang them on the hook and put my clothes on and leave. So when we got back and we had time off, if a mission got scrubbed or something and I was laying around, I would get drafted. They said, "You guys are doing nothing, come on." and I worked and I had to do laundry. And so we had giant washing machines, and we did laundry. And it sucked. And it was on a mass scale. I mean, we're talking about thousands of articles of clothing that we did. So we were shoveling it in the machine, bigger machines. And then you'd have to get it out and fold, separate them and fold. But there was a lot of guys that it was late. It was really late. So getting breakfast, there was a cafeteria, like a buffet thing, and you weren't allowed to really pig out at it. You got your portion that somebody doled out, and that was it. So it was the amount of food. And you couldn't not eat. So if you skipped a meal, you would get penalized for that too. You had to eat your meal what it was. If you skipped a meal to make up time, or you didn't feel like it, which there were many times I didn't want to eat, and they would report you, and you'd have to go see the doctor, and he'd make you run on a treadmill and poke you full of needles, and he made it unpleasant. But they would do that. Then okay, if you miss your meal, you're gonna have to come back. So that motivated you to do what you were told. But the meals were small, and actually, I remember being quite content. Hunger really wasn't. I wasn't hungry a lot. So the book's doing good. It's funny. We're at the Secret Space Conference, and it's like it feels like everybody here has read the book or is in the middle of reading it, and I'm like blown away. It's mind blowing to me. The book has really received really good reviews, and I'm glad it's over, to be honest. The book was hard to write. It was 6 years. And I am working on a second book. And I wish I could say that's going well, but it might take me another 6 years. I don't know. Hopefully quicker. But I'm writing on a second book. There's a notebook that I'm making for timeline work that'll be published soon. And then I'm already planning on a third book. This is going to be like talking about this, time in life, what's happened since I remembered. So I've got a couple more books planned in me, and it's nice. This has been a big source of closure for me to have the book done, and it's a real relief. It was something that I stressed about for a long time. It's difficult. The name of the book is Series Colony Cavalier, and you can link to it from my website, TonyRodriguez.com, or search it on Amazon in the book section. Go to Amazon Books, put in Series Colony Cavalier. It was at number 1 in its category for 6 weeks. It really took off there, so there were people waiting for it. But now it's kind of mellowed out, and it's still, it's selling pretty good. Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Guess that's gonna be my word for today. Wow. Oh, let me see, can I find them other ones? They were pretty old. They might have took them off. No, go back. Fucking A. Go back, man. Ah, fuckers. Bitch. I want to put what I want to put. Don't be trying to redirect me. They might have took it off. It might not even be there. Hold on, let me look. Now
this sound frequency coming from the
It's the one I think I Michael and what's the Archangel or some shit.
Get serious.
Top 3 mascara problems and how to solve them. 1. Raccoon eyes. 2. Clumpy lashes. 3. Difficult to apply. The solution? Thrive Cosmetics Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara. Award-winning formula, never smudge.
I hear this sound frequency coming from the television that completely messes with my pineal gland. What happens is it releases the coiled serpent of Kundalini, which is at the base of the spine.
Max Spears was a conspiracy theorist. He died in July 2016 on a sofa in Poland, 1,000 miles from his home in Canterbury. He was 39. 7 months on, and how he died remains a mystery.
You don't just lie on the sofa and die. Something happens.
Nie mogliśmy m.in. przeprowadzić kluczowych w tego typu przypadkach sekcji zwłok.
Stories keep growing amongst conspiracy theorists about the role of satanic cults or aliens, and that Max knew more than he should have.
When I met him in Canterbury, we were being tracked by at least 4 pairs of agents.
Whispers about a death involving black vomit and strange rituals have catapulted this previously little-known conspiracy theorist into the spotlight.
I have been under psychic attack, under astral attack, and under physical attack to stop me from coming to Warsaw to be able to convey this information to you.
Was a very special person indeed from the time he was born. Just special because he's my son and like all the rest. And you know.
March of 2008, some strange things started happening to me. I had some extremely vivid dreams, and then I got taken out of my body and shown that my life as I thought it was not what I quite thought they were.
Part of the world that he was part of, he saw a lot of good and a lot of light. He believed we were in an era of enlightenment and that it was almost like a renaissance happening here. There were those who would not wish for this to be so, that the last thing that they wanted was enlightenment, and they wanted to keep people closed and in place, and that is what he saw as the darker side. He thought that possibly the more he spoke out, the more dangerous it became. He said, if I don't survive this, Mum, then you have to make sure that you look into it. I don't even know if it was the people or if it was going to Poland. I don't know the answers, but something changed. Somehow he got connected with the darker side.
And of this 90s.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
90s curtain.
I know.
Gorgeous. It's not normal for an apparently healthy 39-year-old man to just die on the sofa. Loads has been written about Max's death, but very little truth has come out. So what do we know? 1. Maxwell Lindsay Herbert Bates Spears died on the evening of the 16th of July 2016 in a suburb of Warsaw. 2. Max died in the home of Monica DeVal, a sci-fi publisher. They'd known each other for about 3 months, and just a few days before, they'd returned from a holiday in Cyprus. 3. The doctor who attended the scene reported that Max had a high fever for about 24 hours and wrote, before emergency services came to the site, dark brown liquid spilled out of the patient.
Monica answered. She was hysterical and she said, yeah, he's dead. And then speaking to Monica 2 days after he had died, she said he had thrown up black liquid earlier in the morning. And she said 2 litres of black liquid.
4. Max's body came back to the UK 6 days later. 5. A post-mortem in Kent came back as inconclusive.
Oh my God, interdimensional alien spacecraft is coming after me. Or it's just on the mission doing its normal daily work. These are living. They are living.
But they're trees.
They're trees.
Yeah.
the thorn bushes. I had an experience where they switched me into a different domain.
This is Miles. He calls himself a transhumanization researcher. He knew Max for many years and invited Max to speak at conferences.
Max talked about super souls, he talked about deep underground bases, he talked about Nightmare Hole, where he made all these types of creatures in the labs, in Dulce and in this country, the creation of an interdimensional or astral war or army.
The majority of the moon is now run by the Fourth Reich.
He was also explaining that we are governed by others, the unseen.
Is this what you would call the New World Order?
The New World Order is a sort of a modern version of that.
What did Max think happened to him when he was a child?
Max was part of a group of children, about 40 children, who were treated in very special ways.
Okay, here Miles is talking about the Super Soldier program that Max thought he was part of. Max believed that his mind had been altered as a fetus and could be controlled to fight in other dimensions.
That they were being trained to survive an enemy that they needed to be able to conquer, and that's what he was fighting.
That's quite a big thing to believe happened to you when you were a child.
You see, you keep on saying this belief system. If you're actually in a program and you're actually with other children, exposed to different military conditions by other elements who are controlled, then that's not a belief system. That's happened to you in your life.
I was targeted as an individual from birth. With me, the trauma began whilst in the womb. There are a number of different ways to traumatize, to split the mind of the child so that it creates alters, maybe like a honeycomb. The reason behind fracturing the mind is so that when the mind is fractured through trauma, the mind fractures itself and creates an amnesiac barrier around that, so that you don't have to keep reliving the experience over and over again.
We got a predator. That predator has arrived and has been farming us and has been planning our demise as parasites for a long time, and that, crucially, is what Max was trying to tell us.
So Max had some fairly weird ideas, but I find it hard to believe they're the reason behind his death. There's a man in Poland, however, who might be able to give us some answers.
We've learned that the prosecutor's office here have opened an investigation into Max's death, and the prosecutor's just managed to make time for us, and we're heading there to try and find out what he knows, to see if he can tell us any more about Max. Obviously it's very early in the investigation, but what do you know? What are the facts for you at this stage?
Na tym etapie ustaliliśmy, że załoga pogotowia ratunkowego została wezwana przez partnerkę pana Maxa Spearsa.
You said partner of Max Spears.
Z naszych informacji wstępnych wynika, że była to partnerka pana Spearsa. Natomiast te okoliczności charakter tej relacji będziemy ustalać w toku śledztwa. Lekarz po przybyciu na miejsce podjął czynności reanimacyjne, zakończone niestety niepowodzeniem. Wobec takich wniosków lekarza w dalsze czynności na miejscu nie była angażowana policja. Informacja o śmierci pana Spearsa do prokuratury dotarła dopiero 30 sierpnia tego roku. Kiedy już ciało zostało przewiezione do Wielkiej Brytanii, nie mogliśmy m.in. przeprowadzić kluczowych w tego typu przypadkach sekcji zwłok.
The prosecutor told me he plans to interview everyone that was present when Max died. We know Monica was there, but it's unclear who else was around, and he won't give me names.
Okay, dziękuję.
So, more gaps in the story, and gaps and rumours fuel great headlines.
Good morning, folks. How we doing?
Unanswered questions are like a red rag to a bull for conspiracy theorists.
They stole Max's memories from his
Max
cell.
was about to expose a child pedophilia ring.
There are hours of this sort of stuff online. Everybody wants a piece.
They stole his memories and put him into Orlando boardroom.
Max was messed with before he was born.
I think Max is going to stick around for maybe 6 months out of body.
His DNA was genetically manipulated
Right. Okay, but we are still talking about a real person here. Max was a father to 2 boys, and he was a son to Vanessa, and his life revolved around his family, as well as his obsession with conspiracies.
It was always the heart is what matters. Everything comes from the heart. That's the sad part for me, is that I think somehow he got connected with the darker side.
Did you worry about his mental health at any point?
Yeah. He suffered from anxiety, no question.
I want to know what happened to Max Spears in his very last days.
Make no mistake about it, Max was no saint.
And exactly how deep did his anxiety...
Let me see, so I'll go to the next, looking for these other ones that I used to look at.
Run.
It created a really big problem. Really.
There are a number of different ways to traumatize, to split the mind of the child.
Max Spears, a British conspiracy theorist, died on a sofa in Warsaw, Poland in July 2016. How he died is still a mystery. Max was obsessed by conspiracies, but was something darker going on in his life?
Sometimes he would need someone to sit with him, literally hold his hand, and just be with him for, a couple of hours. And he would not want to be left. He had a very little foresight too.
One night, I was sleeping and he saw light beaming through his window.
They used to look for flying saucers out the window. My dad lived in Broadstairs over the ocean, and he bought beautiful big binoculars, and he used to look together.
He looked up and he caught a glance of a flying saucer. The mountain he got up and went to look what he saw.
There was this program called Monkey Magic when he was little. He would imagine himself to be Tripitaka, who had the Buddhist power, and he saw himself as that. So he was showing interest in otherworldly stuff.
The women coming out were people, but I noticed they had a sort of V-shape on the neck. I ran home to tell anyone. Next morning, I found out they were from this earth, that they had been bitten by some sort of creature.
I remember seeing a lot of witches. I would be taken out of my bed. I'd sort of float up above my bed, through the roof of the house, up further and further, and then I'd go through a set of black clouds.
And when they were bitten, they were brainwashed.
He would make me laugh all the time. We would play little games.
There was a fatherly bit to him, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was definitely a fatherly, absolutely a protector of me. He was absolutely outstanding to me. Me and him were incredibly close. I mainly think about him the most when I'm by myself, actually. It's kind of like one of the hardest things when I'm alone. He was very, very charismatic. He wouldn't like hide his beliefs. He would try and put it out there. It's one of the main things I really loved about him.
Screen time shortens your attention span.
Right.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Mike and Ike, we got you.
I'm Ash, orthopedic surgeon at the University of Virginia. Wahoo wah.
Yeah, you.
People were really fond of Max. He always seemed to leave an impression. Miles first met Max at a Super Soldier conference in Nevada, and they became good friends.
Well, I do interviews, and rather than setting it all up and having tripods over the place, when I built this place, I decided to put this lighting grid on it. I could make it do different colours.
Do you ever have a disco in here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Let's think of some horrible ailment that you might have. Backache, yeah?
Yeah, backache.
It won't take a second.
Does it say? Forewarned is forearmed, Miles. What's going to happen?
Well, what will happen is you will feel a sensation for the money.
Soft start.
It's actually quite expensive.
Whoa! Whoa, that, ow, that one's stronger. Oh my god, that's really strong.
It's like see my skin moving.
Yeah.
Is it helping you back?
No, I can't feel any change in my back.
What's actually happening is that your hair is progressively turning into a curly redhead.
Perfect. Ow! I've always wanted to go to red hair. I'm gonna put these down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Max's friends who shared his beliefs definitely read more than others into Max's thoughts and behaviours, particularly when he lost control.
Max, on one level, is an extremely intelligent, erudite, fun guy, in love, loves the birds, great guy. Make no mistake about it, Max was no saint. He did some recreational drugs, he drank like hell, and he had a good time. Now, when I met him in Canterbury, we were being tracked by at least 4 pairs of agents. But there was one particular guy who was making a big show of walking around the place, and he actually did a thing called trigger Max. It was one of the things that this is the whole point about these children, is that you can program a person's personality.
So they behave in different ways according to what you
Yes,
want
and
them
with
to
a
do.
trigger word, which is what's called a trigger word, bingo, they will switch.
Miles is suggesting here that Max, if I've got this right, could be switched on and off into different states by unknown people. He even goes on to suggest
One of the signatures of programming is addictive behaviors.
what's Max's relationship going with drugs?
So he did something, jumped over something perfectly, wasn't drunk, nothing. Jumped over something, managed to land awkwardly, and got a crack in his pelvis. Went to hospital in America, and they gave him one of those powerful drugs.
Oxycontin?
Either Oxycontin or either Percocet, and it created a really big problem. Really big problem.
Oxycontin and Percocet are very common prescription opiates used in the States, and overprescribing of this kind of drug has caused a big rise in heroin addicts in America. Did he experiment?
We went all the way down to using heroin. Only once he couldn't get the pills anymore. There were a couple of times that he had relapses. He came here as clean as a whistle, absolutely nothing wrong with him at all. But that leads us to the point of when he went to Poland and perhaps he was out of his depth. Did he or didn't he relapse? I don't know.
Max had sought help for his addiction in the past, but the way that Miles talks about it, that his addiction was actually controlled by extraterrestrial forces, is pretty extreme.
It's called trauma-induced mind control. You put the individual into a state of trauma, so the normal personality basically wants to get out of that trauma. It wants to kill the pain. And once that happens, bingo, you shatter the individual's personality, and then the person who's done that can control that. You can have a couple hundred different personalities.
Well, that just sounds like addiction though, but you've given it a face.
No, that's why it's the trauma innate which causes him to go for the addiction, to get rid of the trauma.
I wonder if that's not quite a dangerous explanation for addiction. Could it stop somebody from getting the help that they need? Take a look at this film.
It was recorded apparently 4 days before Max died in Poland. The interviewer is a man called Alex Berdovich. He knew Max and also Monica very well.
Hi, today we are with Max Spears again, and we are recording only the voice because we don't have a good place to record the camera.
This appears to be the last interview ever recorded with Max. I think it's important, not because of what Max says, but how he says it.
First letter A, last letter O, so we have alpha to the omega. So we have a controlling, we have a full controlling system by, I just felt a surge of positive energy helping me out there when I said that A to the O.
Yeah, it sounds really high.
It sounds like he has like a kind of like dry mouth
Yeah.
as well.
Like tacky.
And his thoughts in general seem really confused.
This is an hour and 16 minutes long.
You look like being attacked now. I feel like this part here is almost being like something's going like this to my throat. To my head and my head. You can hear this? You heard it? Yeah, those words.
It's like a woman's voice going in the background. Okay, there's another sign that says after about 30 minutes, Max almost fell asleep. So we decided to take a break, let him jump on the trampoline to refresh for a few minutes, and start the interview from the beginning. We recorded his jumping.
We had kind of removal of your consciousness for some time. You felt bad, but now you are back. Yeah?
Yes.
So what did you feel? What happened? Please explain.
I think I disassociated, and then basically that's what happened.
So the first topic, let's
I'm quite tired, so just letting you know.
He was in such a dreadful state, we can't phone this guy. But you can hear him. You can hear him, his throat failing and his gurgling, and it's horrendous.
My face feels on fire.
His face feels on fire.
Okay, so thank you for the interview, for sharing this difficult stuff.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I think he sounds as if he's got drugs in his system, no question in my mind. And I can't believe that anybody would release an interview like that.
After he died as well, to publish it.
Yeah.
So 3 days after he died, I think?
Yeah, 3 days after. My belief is that that was probably, I think he was dying in that. I think he was absolutely dying. Which is another reason why I want to listen to it. I think that was the end.
Alex Berdovich doesn't want to talk to us about Max at all, but I'm hoping Monica Duval can help shed some light on Max's last few days. We know she was there when he died. Were those some of the final words of Max Spears? And will any of the people who were last with him break their silence?
Spray can help turn this dream into reality. While you stay true to your dreams, we'll stay true to you. Well, love your skin with Proactive. Shop now at Proactive.com to get your free gift with purchase.
Max Spears, a British conspiracy theorist, died 7 months ago in Warsaw. But there's still a question mark over how he died. Had Max relapsed into drugs in Poland? And who was he with? A descending silence is making it hard to get to the answers.
Have you had any contact with her since the night that he died?
Yes, I have. I spoke to Monica for probably a couple of weeks.
Okay.
She was kind. She lived in a lovely house, and she'd said to Max, come stay here for a while. Got a couple of good.
No matter how far you go into the dark, when you flip, you go exactly the same place to the light. Everything.
Yes, they are. Good morning. What the hell is going on, weirdos? Thank you all for being here. It's nice to do a bit of a morning stream. It's Friday. Well, it's Friday here, so happy Friday to those of you in Australia. Hope you had a good Thursday for everyone else. Big show today. There is actually lots of stuff to get into. We've got a lot of content, so I want to try and not waste too much time. We're basically going to be looking at Max Spears, who we've looked at on the channel before, and one of his older interviews where he kind of talks about the mind control side of things, MK Ultra, and the effect that it has, and how the phenomenon kind of intertwines with that, because I feel like that kind of follows on to a lot of the stuff we've been looking at recently. I will say as well that recently, the topics are a little bit dark, but that just means we need to balance it out with a bit more love, right? So let's get some love in the chat. Blix gifted 5 memberships. Jojo gifted 1. Brian became a member. Thank you very much, Brian, you freak. Circleton gifted 5. Paris gifted 5. And Tiny became a member as well. That's a whole lot of love before the show even started. So guys, let's get some hearts up in the chat. Let's get the good vibes going early, because like I said, topics are, well, they can be a little bit dark, but we're here to balance it out. But just before we do...
Post-disclosure situations. Yeah.
Not yet, Max. Not yet. Just before we do, we're going to look at a couple of things here that I thought were interesting. This is just a couple of quick stories to kick the show off. And as always, as you guys know, the internet browsers never work straight away. So just bear with me, and it should pop up sometime soon. Okay, here we go. So I was tagged in this today by Zach, and shout out to Zach if you're watching. Zach is actually a long-time viewer of the channel, and all has been supporting me in the comments from very, very early on. And I must say, always brings a really positive energy. Even when he doesn't agree with what I say, he's still very positive and, can put his point forward without arguing with people. And I think we should all be a little bit more like Zach. So shout out to you, Zach. You're an absolute legend. This is just a little clip that came out recently from the Jeremy Corbell interview. We got another whistleblower here, and it's only a 2-minute clip, so I just thought we'd show this because it's kind of, breaking news, and then we'll get into the rest of the show. So make sure you guys have some volume, and let's check this out. This is a new whistleblower.
And I see hovering about 15 to 20 feet off the ground, this giant, maybe 300 or so feet in length aircraft. There was no visible cockpit, no visible traditional fuselage or engine. I couldn't see. It was different to me. So right about the time I get out and I notice this, it hovers, it goes straight up, and when I say hover, I don't mean in a traditional sense. So when you think about, any fixed-wing aircraft, any bird that we have known to man right now, even a rotary bird, it oscillates when it hovers. This just goes straight up and it's dead quiet, nothing. Not a sound. I could hear the buzzing from the generator lights, right? So this gets about to the canopy, height, a little over the canopy, and does a slight bank and takes off, and it rips right over the canopy. This aircraft, when it banks, I can see that it's a perfect triangle, and it's gigantic, and it has a white light at each apex of the triangle and a large white light in the center. And it takes off and it zips out of sight. Mach something we don't know. And it takes off. And the biggest shock to me at that point was there was no audible report. There was nothing, something going that fast, it's gonna bust the sound barrier, you're gonna hear it. This thing could take up a football field. It was 300 feet or so, I'm guessing. But yeah, approximately, probably 300 feet, maybe 15 to 20 feet in its thickness from that profile view.
Wow. So, apologies guys, I'm having a few little issues here. I'm not sure if you guys are getting lag or I'm having issues with the chat. But while I was kind of looking at that to try and fix it, I'm not sure if I saw it in maybe another version of this clip, but what he's speaking about is a 300-foot triangular craft with lights in each corner and a bigger light in the middle. So I'm not sure if he mentioned it and I wasn't listening, so I was trying to fix this, but that is part of this testimony. This just came out on Weaponized today. Go and check that out. I haven't even had a chance to listen to the full thing yet, but I just thought it sounds very interesting, and I'm sure we'll end up getting into that a little bit more in another show. Just been super busy these last couple of days. I've been so busy that 2 days ago, I had a concert on that I was looking forward to for months. And I was so busy that I was in bed at 10:30 at night and I went, oh my God, I'm meant to be at a concert right now. Like, it just completely slipped my mind. Luckily, they were playing 2 nights in a row and I bought tickets to go see them last night. But it's been a crazy couple of days. My chat is just completely lagged and behind, so hopefully this is going to fix it. Apologies, guys. What we'll do as well, while this is kind of loading, one more quick thing that I wanted to show you. This one, I'm not going to play with sound because there is music in the background, but just an interesting UAP video that Red Panda posted. That, again, I normally don't show these, but when they look a little different to what we're used to, I think it's worth showing. And this thing is certainly anomalous, at least in its shape. I can't pick what this thing could be. It doesn't look like anything that we've really... Yeah, I mean, there's that Metapod. People call it like the Metapod UAP. That's the closest thing it kind of looks like, but it's certainly a really odd shape. Luke says, what band, bro? It's like an Australian metalcore band called I Killed the Prom Queen, and they were supported by an American band called Amua. So this is like heavy music. But yeah, just thought I'd show this one because it's certainly weird, and I can't play the sound, but in the reactions, you can kind of hear some really genuine reactions. If you guys want to go listen to that, go check it out. It's on Red Panda's X, which if you're on X and you're not following Red Panda and you're into UFOs, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, we'll get into the Max Spears stuff now, but just quickly, I'll give you guys a little overview on who he is, because I don't know if we did this last time. And I will just say as well, for anyone who hasn't seen it, Ved had put out a video today covering Michael Phillips and his interview with Richard Dolan, and I think it's Paul Smith. And in the clip that Ved had showed, Michael's wearing a Polarity t-shirt, okay? The man's got style, the man knows how to dress, he looks good. And today, I'm actually rocking the Third Eye Drops hat. So shout out to Michael. We did a little merch exchange, it's kind of cute, it's a little bit cute, a couple of bros just swapping merch. Shout out to him. I really dig this hat. Fits well and it looks cool. I like it. Jay Smith, you little freak, welcome. Jojo's gifted a membership. Brad James, you legend, thank you very much for becoming a member. Andrew says, sounds like a TR3B Locust. So yeah, it sounds exactly like the TR3 videos that we've seen recently. And Crunch has also gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I feel like there were super chats here that I've just completely lost. I'll try and dig them up, but I'll give you guys a quick little overview of Max Spears for anyone who doesn't know. Now, he claims that he was genetically altered as a child to become some kind of super soldier. Okay, this is like secret space program stuff linked to MK Ultra, because I think if they're real, if the secret space program is real, I think MK Ultra is a big part of it. Okay, people's minds are getting messed with, and so is Kash Patel's, apparently. If you know, you know. He talks about UFOs, extraterrestrial involvement with humans, which, is kind of where we're at right now. Global elite cover-ups, mind control, and of course, it all comes back to black magic rings, satanic ritual abuse, celebrities, and cults. Okay, he talks about the whole thing. And, I think you've got to be careful, though. One thing I do wonder a lot is, do these people are people recycling each other's stories here? Or is the truth that the higher up you get, it all kind of funnels into this weird, dark control system that centers around weird rituals and occult practices. That's certainly what it seems like, okay? Kind of a weird, tragic thing for people to all make up independently, if that is the case. Quite unfortunate that that's what they landed on, but maybe there's something to it. That's probably more likely, in my opinion. And just to make it all a bit more weirder, he died suspiciously in 2016. So what we're about to watch, I don't actually have a date for, but it is earlier than 2016. I can tell you guys that. He was found dead in Poland when he was visiting a friend. There are text messages that he sent to his mum just within a day or two prior to him being found dead that said, "Your boy's in trouble. If anything happens to me, investigate." And then he was found unresponsive after vomiting up a dark fluid. And of course, this was just ruled as like a drug, like a Xanax or some kind of prescription overdose. And you can see when Max talks, you can see that there's something wrong, but that could be the symptom of mind control or some kind of MK Ultra programming. That's what I actually think is more likely, to be honest. But you guys get to make your own mind up. That's the beauty of it. We're all entitled to our own opinion. Master Yoshi says, piping in at work to say thanks for my Black Polarity PSYOP shirt. As a 6'9" dude, I'm walking free. I'm a walking free banner at the upcoming Asylum Fest in Beechworth, Victoria. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate that. Wear that loud and proud. And Tom Mad, celebrating 2 months as a member, says, bonjour. Bonjour, Thomas. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's, I think the chat is all caught up here. If I have missed a super chat, I do apologize. But let's get into it. We'll stop off along the way. We've got a fair bit to get into here, but this is Max Spears in a 2015 interview.
My type, wild and unpredictable. Being hair care's goodbye frizz gives people infused with jojoba and almond oil to the end of your frizz and the next in your waves. These formulas target your hair.
Who are we when we say humans? If it doesn't mean helping each other.
We're in a post-disclosure situation since the last time we've talked, and briefly that means that MI6 agent, a retiring MI6 agent called Peter Paget, declared in public at the Warminster thing in August last year that the whole UFO thing is real.
Right.
And but he's only allowed to say it to no more than about 150 people, so he kept within the rules. But one of the things he said is about the whole ET thing, he went into a great deal of detail, was the structure of the way the planet is run. And he explained how that went in the pyramid sort of structure, but there are other levels of control of others above. Also suggested there was going to be a change in that situation.
Okay.
So you're able to talk a lot about the details in the various meanings of things.
Yeah. Yes. So what I can talk to you about is the unfolding of it here, and how it's reflected throughout society, and how I don't have the specifics on the detail of the hierarchy of the ET hierarchy, but I do know that there's been an exchange. There's been exchange over of power. If you want to say that the Anunnaki, as we know them, the Anunnaki has been sort of the head or in control of this planet, and sort of like finalizing details. But it was handed to them, so they were never at the top. They were never at the top anyway. So it was the Orion. I'm going to use the word Queens. The Orion feminine energy from the Orion. Because they're called the Orion group.
The Orion is controlled by Stuart Spurlow, who essentially.
I just want to say as well, I probably should have said this at the start. First of all, like the video, because if you ever need your 20% discount at your mental health facility, this might be the one. But what I really wanted to say is that I don't necessarily fully agree with everything Max says, by the way. But I'm also aware of the fact that 5 or 10 years ago, I would listen to people say things and I'd be like, nah, that is too far, that's too much. But then here I am today and I'm like, nope, that kind of checks out with everything that we're seeing and learning today. So, you know, and I think there is a lot of that in what Max says in this interview. But there are also things that I'm like, oh, I don't know about that, dude. Like, that sounds a little bit too far. But I'm aware of the fact that in 5 or 10 years, I might be like, nope, that came true too. It's all true. So, you know, I'm open to it all. Ben Henningsen, welcome, sir. Thank you for becoming a member. You're a little free.
That one blob is going to go. Handover, there's a shift, yeah. Well, because they were, maybe what you could call it, leased. They were leasing it. They were leasing the control of the planet for a certain amount of time from this other consciousness. Now they have to give it back.
This was discussed at the Secret Space Program Conference near Austin in Texas.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And they mentioned about contracts. If humanity was able to get its act together and renegotiate the lease,
right,
so to speak, we could then control our own domain.
We've handed over our power, though. We've handed over our power to these people for the longest time anyway. So it's not. I don't think it's really in our hands to be able to negotiate anything very much if we've handed over our power to them. It's about understanding why we did that in the first place, and understanding how this reality is created and built, and having an understanding of that, and understanding that the subconscious is what creates this reality.
The reason why I'm suggesting this about this handover of power, because and about the lease that you're talking about, is that there's a premise, there's a possibility at this time, whether it is a possibility of another one or not, but we could essentially take control of the situation before the next lot get back in.
Right now, I've gone into talking about the reality, how reality is being made, and that's sort of where I'm at to talk about. So, in terms of that, so if reality is being made through the subconscious, and again the subconscious has been hijacked, okay, so then this is basically what's been done. So they've created thought prisons throughout all of our time. So thought prisons being philosophical thought prisons or religious thought prisons or any of the ones that are like that. They don't mind which one you buy into, as long as you buy into one of them and give it wholeheartedly, give your whole heart into it. Because essentially, like I've been trying to work on at the moment and explain that this is a war on the human heart, and Earth is the final part of multiple other planets that this has been done to, and Earth is the heart center place. So they're trying to take control of the Earth because it's the heart. And the way to do that is attack innocence. And the first thing you're going to do if you're going to take over a planet is you want to take away the strongest male energy. So that's been done very calculatedly, especially over the 20th century, with the inversion of the original Baphomet. The original Baphomet, I think we were talking to you about this earlier, wasn't an androgynous goat of Mendes pointing as above, so below like that at all. But Eliphas Levi then created this goat to show what it would be to externally create a male and female in one body, to have an androgynous being that way. And I've talked about the Mona Lisa being sort of the same thing. It never made any sense to me why that particular picture or that particular painting was the most famous painting in the world. Why? It's not a fantastic painting.
Yeah, that's the mystery about why is it.
And then so you have Mona, and
a lot of people saying like he looks spent, he looks tired, or irritated. I did notice as well. He seems like he's here to kind of talk about a specific topic. I think the interviewer tries to maybe ask a few questions, and Max kind of pulls him back to say like I'm ready, or I want to talk about more like the consciousness side of things. And that is what most of this is about. What we're watching today is actually only part 1, by the way. So if you guys really enjoy this, we can definitely dig into part 2 another time. Absolutely. Patrick, the anti-Catholic, says Satanic, Abrahamic, Yahweh is Baal. Very interesting, sir. I would like to know how you know that with such conviction. but I appreciate your super chat. And John Anthony's gifted 5 memberships, as he always does, John. Thank you very much, brother. You are an absolute legend. Let's get some love in the chat for these weirdos.
Freemasonry, they use the word Mona a lot because it's Ammon. It's an anagram for Ammon. And then Lisa, would be, in Italian, would be El Isa, which is Isis. So it's like the union of Ammon-Ra and Isis into one body. That's what the Baphomet is. The goat that was shown, that imagery that Eliphas Levi painted and created. So, to take out the planet, first of all, they need to take away the strong males of the planet. And so there's a massive push and a surge to emasculate the males on this planet. And it's a very touchy subject because you can't really go too far with it without being called a bigot or without being called...
Well, it's a bit like the Jew term that immediately triggers.
You're immediately condemned if you say anything that goes against kind of the mainstream thought of that.
That's weird. Maybe they came from the same source.
So I'm being careful, and I'm not prejudiced in any way, but there is quite clearly an agenda going on with that. And the Jenner story, which with showing that they could, right in front of our eyes, take a gold medal Olympic athlete and then turn him into a female, was also embedding into the subconscious that look what we can do, look what we can do to you if we want to.
It's like the Monarch program, the first model they used, one of America's finest model ladies, and mind controlled her and
yeah. Well, then
this is the finest and the best of what you've got.
Yeah, exactly that. And then that's quite clearly an agenda for anyone who's sort of got their eyes open to see that.
What he's saying, like, I so hard agree with, and I'll explain myself and people might get upset before I finish explaining myself, but the whole demonizing toxic masculinity and championing feminism, it does seem like it's completely flipped traditional values on their head. And before people start Doritoing up their keyboard, just let me explain myself. Toxic, obviously there are elements of masculinity that can be toxic, okay? But there are elements of, anything can be toxic, right? But when people have created this whole thing about toxic masculinity, now it's like guys feel like they're outcasted just for being men. We are naturally, we have testosterone, we think differently, we operate differently, okay? And that's okay. But when you call it, when you assign the word toxic next to masculinity, now it's just like being masculine is toxic. That's the effect that it has had on society. So you're sort of pushing down men, and I don't mean suppression. I mean you're creating less manly men in society, and you're at the same time you're starting a feminism movement, which is sort of pushing women up into a more masculine role. So you've got less masculine men, you've got less feminine women now. So now you've just got these two in the middle that don't really I think both of those things have really good positives. I think women are naturally gifted and have amazing qualities that men don't naturally have. And that comes from their feminine side, their motherly instincts, the intuition, the love, all that kind of stuff. And men can have that stuff too. But naturally, men are masculine. They are the protector. They are the provider. That is sort of in our genetic makeup. That makes us feel good when we provide, when we protect, when we look after. That's wired into us, and it makes us feel good when we do that. But society is washing that out, pushing, removing the feminine side of women too, and it just seems like it's I don't know. It does seem like it is. It's what Max is talking about. It feels intentional. It feels like the control mechanism, and it's very convenient that when you highlight either of them, you're a bigot or you're a sexist or whatever. Like whatever retarded label that these people use to just push through their agenda and make anyone who asks questions about it look like the bad guy. When in reality, we're actually the people who are thinking critically. There's nothing wrong with asking questions at all. Where are we? Relaxation with $5 says, sent you an email with an opportunity bringing out Michael Batista to Australia in November. Interesting. Thank you. I'll check that out. Patrick again says, I've posted links to Jewish scholars over and over again in the Discord. Watch Seeing Through Christianity by Bill Zercher on YouTube. Hundreds of scholars admit Yahweh is Baal. Do the research. I will try and do the research, sir. Thank you for dictating what I need to do. Soraya says, new to your YouTube channel, and let me just say, I love what you're doing. I've been binging your videos. Max's story is definitely interesting. Thank you very much, Soraya, and welcome. Toxic Fast is what's going on. Where is Suki? Suki does not work mornings, sir. Thank you. And Rain has gifted 5 memberships. Rain, thank you very much. You're a legend. Let's get some more love hearts in the chat for these guys.
Talking about that, if you're trying to attack the human heart and you're trying to finish that's the earth is the heart and our connection to the earth. All the human beings on the earth are connected to the heart. And the attack on children and the pedophile rings that are attached to all the things that are going on at the moment are to do with attacking the innocence of human beings.
A lot of these children's homes are on energy lines, so right, trauma from what those children go through.
Well, they're
ingested into the earth. Energetic.
Yeah, and so all of it's an inversion of all the sacred geometrical, the natural creative sacred geometrical patterns have been inverted. So all the Gothic cathedrals, all of the sort of main buildings, all of the architecture, architecture goes back to Mason.
Want to add some pandemonium to your practice?
Right now at Ashley, discover summer steals for every room in your home starting at just $3.99. Plus pay no interest for 5 full years. That's this 7-piece power reclining sectional with shades. Now only $67 a month. Only at Ashley's summer savings event.
You're busy, you have responsibilities, and you also have dreams. Whether you're looking to advance your career or launch a new one, DeVry can help you build a brighter future. DeVry works for you.
As well, they have all the grid lines, they have the maps, and they have all the information for all the grid lines all over the planet. So they've been doing that, and they've managed to not just be because we tend to think of all the old, the old Gothic buildings being the ones that are sacredly geometrically built, but all the modern stuff is as well. It's unseen, and it's not as clear. When you walk into a cathedral, you quite clearly see that it's there, but it's also with the modern buildings, it's the same way. So they're inverting. I was, in addition to this,
sorry to pause, but Super Sensibles just made a fantastic comment. They've said, it is easy. Just allow everyone to be who they are. Acceptance and kindness goes a long way. It actually is that easy. Just remember, everyone's on their own path, doing their own thing. It's not your job to fix them or change them or make their path look more like yours. Just let it go. Acceptance, kindness. World could be a much better place.
So, with their slow, they can't implement this. They can't put this all into play immediately. It has to be done in a drip, slowly put it into place, because otherwise people would revolt against it. But slowly they've been being able to increase the amount of vileness in mainstream television, slowly with creating animated television that is we're told that it was created for adults, like South Park or Family Guy. We're told these are adult shows, but you know, anytime you're going to have an animated show, they know that children are going to be drawn to it, especially with South Park when it's being based around children. So
you know, it's stuff like that I'm like, oh, I don't know if I fully agree with that, and I don't know if that's just because like I'm a South Park fan and I'm like, no, that can't be. But I kind of had this conversation on Coach Collins' podcast the other day, where we were talking about, you know, going to concerts and, you know, even like metal shows, which I just said I was at one last night. And, you know, Coach Collins was kind of saying how these are like rituals. And obviously this is something that, you know, is not like a new thing. People do talk about this kind of stuff. And I sort of said, yeah, but, you know, can you accuse like all of these people of being part of a ritual if that's not their intention? You know, like they, you know, these people might be at a metal show doing this and headbanging and whatever, but does that mean that, like, if in their mind their intention is, no, I just like this band, it makes me happy, I'm excited, I'm going to go to the show, does that make you complicit? Does that make you demonic? Do you know what I mean? Like, if someone's intention isn't what Max Spears or Coach Colin or someone else perceives it to be, what, like, is there two different truths there? If I perceive this metal concert as a devil worshipping gig or whatever, but then someone else is there and they're just like, no, dude, I just really like this band, I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm a kind person, you know, like I'm sure a lot of people there last night were. What is actually true? Like, it's such a tough one. Yeah, Grubman says deceived. And that's kind of what Coach Collins said. He sort of said, you know, it doesn't matter whether you know if you're doing it or not, you're a part of something. Like you're a part of something, and that's on you that you're being, you know, deceived or whatever. I don't know. It's a tough one. Sean says, crap, I was a huge Black Sabbath fan. Exactly. Joy says intention is everything. Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think, you know, I'm, you know, firmly rooted in my beliefs and who I am and you know, my morals. So I feel like I can go to those shows and just enjoy it for what it is. Although I will sort of say that there is sometimes definitely like a bit of an energy there that kind of feels a bit aggressive. Obviously, it's a metal show, but I kind of wonder if that is just like, you know, it's almost like an outlet. It's like an outlet for a group of youth and older people who maybe like, you know, that people who can feel like the tension and the chaos and frustration with the world, but they're maybe not looking into this stuff or going down like esoteric paths and seeking enlightenment. They just let it out in like an aggressive, angsty kind of way. I don't know. Who knows?
Children are watching the most unbelievably vile things, and that's an attempt again to, it's one of the sidearms of taking away the innocence because the core heart is innocent.
The Christine Joanna Hart, who's been on our show, she's mentioned about her child and about the kind of books that are being read that they have to read as part of their education.
Yeah.
And slaughter and blood and all sorts.
Sorry to pause it again, but just to quickly finish on that, people are saying, someone said heavy metal is good, they should make Christian heavy metal bands so we can enjoy without feeding Satan. There are lots of great heavy bands that are very like Christian focused, absolutely. And I will just say as well, at the gig last night, you know, there's obviously like mosh pits, people are throwing their legs and kicking and throwing their arms around. But I will say, as soon as someone falls over, everyone stops immediately and picks them up, like, very quickly. I was really, like, happily surprised at that. You know, people are kicking you and pushing you, and it's pretty rough, but as soon as someone falls over, everyone helps them immediately. So, you know, I think metalheads are kind of like big teddy bears in a way, and I mean that in a nice way. You know, they look scary. People might think they look scary. They're all sweaty and hairy, long hair, black, but they're good people.
Horrendous thing. Yeah. And this is dismissed to just, oh, this is an award-winning author, you should be reading it. This is for children, not this is for young.
You want to keep an eye on who's writing the children's books, And you see a lot of celebrities writing children's books. I'm not going to name any names, but you can go and look around and find that Madonna has written a number of children's books. There are others too. Like it's out there pretty much that Madonna is a high priestess, and it's very clear if you watch any of her number of her performances at any of the big shows that she's doing ritualistic work. She's doing that, and she's writing children's books because they want to get to children, because children is the raw innocence. They're not so much interested in the later years because you've sort of already adapted your thought patterns and your thought prisons. You've already sort of dealt with that. You already dealt with, so they're not interested. So they're always going after the children. They're increasingly the children's books are increasingly vile. I'll bring up Roald Dahl, and I remember being read Roald Dahl when I was a kid, and Roald Dahl, I was always fascinated by his stories, and they are quite brilliant, but they also are quite vile as well. And Roald Dahl was an MI6 agent and worked with
Ian Fleming?
With Crowley, Fleming, and Dahl, and Churchill actually all worked together. But I know this particular thing, Dahl was working with Fleming, and I think there is a Parkinson interview where he I found a Parkinson interview where he openly said he was working for MI6 during the Second World War. That's the only time that it's out there. So he is an insider, so throughout his books, he will put truths, because that's what they tend to do. They always want to tell you what they're doing. They'll always tell you in one way or another what they're doing or how they're going to do it, because that's part of the contract as well. It's part of the thing. If they tell you what they're doing and you're not smart enough to pick it up, then they can get away with it karmically. It's sort of a loophole in the karmic law, that if we tell you, they tell you, and you don't do anything about it, then more for you.
Yes, this is a fundamental principle of what we're giving upon, how we give
Absolutely.
away.
Absolutely.
The idea is to pull us punishments back.
Yes, and definitely Dahl is definitely an interesting one to look into. Do a whole talk on Roald Dahl, Ian Fleming, and Crowley just in and of itself. Anyway, so Fleming was also an MI6 insider, and so you have peppered throughout all the Bond movies, which were the Broccoli family funded. They're the money behind it. So nothing I think his name's Albert. Nothing gets through at all unless he sees everything. He sees the final cut of everything. So the Broccoli family are a military intelligence family as well, connected through the Second World War. This is all Project Paperclip stuff, and Dahl is connected to Paperclip, and connected to CIA as well.
So I feel like stuff like that is going to be pretty shocking for a lot of people to hear, right? Whether you believe it or not, it's completely up to you. I can't say I've looked into Roald Dahl in this sense at all, but again, it kind of makes me wonder basically what we were just talking about. I think we need to be aware that when people have a certain belief system, it becomes easier to see other things in a different way that fits your belief system a little bit better. So, I don't know, maybe what he's saying about Roald Dahl and his books is true, or it is from his perspective and the other things that he knows and believes, that's how Roald Dahl is to him and how it fits into his perspective. It doesn't necessarily mean it's objectively true, but it could be.
So anyway, going back to Dahl's books and going back to children's books and how significant they are. So if you're reading those stories to children and they're layered with subconscious imagery, subconscious letters, then that's going to be embedded within the child, and then this particular consciousness that is doing this here is purely and simply a vampiric consciousness. It doesn't have a central core energy to feed itself. It has to take from others. It doesn't naturally understand what giving is. It has to take from other beings. That's how it works. So this false reality that's manifested and created here is done by embedding images and sounds and ideas into children's minds, and then you grow up having and thinking that, you know, also textbooks, you know, like we were saying with children's textbooks, you're given what the fundamental ideas of what we're told history is and how we're told the world is, and then that is then put to the conscious mind, and then so we believe it to be, so then we manifest a false reality. So we're living out a reality that really wouldn't be isn't our natural state at all.
Sounds familiar? We're living out a reality that wouldn't be our natural state, a false reality, a lie. This is basically what Matthew Brown said. And I think this speaks to the power of belief. Like, I can't overstate this enough, that like, where we place our attention and therefore sort of our belief, and like where we decide to collectively agree that like this is the way that it is and this is how we do things.
Toe fungus. Not fun, right? This is the new Fungi Cure Night Cream. It's a tumor
Man, I wish I could find this interview without all of that.
soothe and soften the skin without and shea butter. And I've been using it as a part of my nighttime routine. Starts curing toe fungus in as little as 4 weeks. I like that it works while I sleep. It feels really soothing going on, and my toes are already starting to feel softer after just a few days. Find Fungi Cure Night Cream at Walmart.
Then it is so. And it's like it's as simple as that. So having like a tool or the ability to manipulate what people collectively agree upon basically is like creating reality. Because if nobody believes in it, I mean, like, think of it like this. This is kind of a poor example, but it works. If everyone suddenly stopped believing in the mainstream news in the sense of like, in a trust sense, and just didn't want to watch it, it wouldn't cease to exist because no one would be giving attention to it, and therefore it would just slowly fade out of existence. Obviously, you know, it would run out of money, but it would then shut down and it would no longer be a part of reality. But that started from people's focus and attention and where they decided to place it. And you can apply that same framework to the two-party system, to governments and control structures. They only have power if we collectively, subconsciously maybe, give it to them. But like waking up to the facts, and obviously this is easier said than done, but if people were able to suddenly go, you know what, actually, I don't want to allow you to sort of govern my reality anymore, and everyone stepped back, everything would change pretty quickly and radically, I believe. Toxic Fart says, I recommend early Striper or Stripper, Christian metal, Soldiers Under Command, To Hell with the Devil. Thank you very much, my man. Yeah, there are, guys, if you know some good Christian heavy bands, get them in the Discord. We've got a music channel over there. Go your hardest. And Ignoramus with $5 says, The Only Planet of Choice by Schlemmer. Mirrors many things said recently, but with a nuance I think is needed. Free on Internet Archive. Thanks. Thank you, my man. I appreciate the recommendation there.
Cool. So that we're kept in a sort of a. Anytime a child reads something that is vile, it may want to come back and see it again because children have that sort of that need, but or that desire to like look at something they're not supposed to. But it does give them like a traumatized reaction, and that traumatized reaction, that energy from that traumatized reaction, can then be harvested. That works as well through excuse me, the movies, the horror movies that are coming out now. Like, I used to think the horror movies from the 70s, the Italian horror movies from the 70s were the most like intense and the most gruesome that you could be. But they've taken it a step further with the extreme nature of like the Saw movies and like those movies. All the movie theaters themselves are also built on energy grid points. That sort of to harvest the energy from the fear of the people watching the movies. So they're
setting that up.
Yeah, to make sure, because fear energy is the best energy for them to then take and then go and create to create the false reality. They don't understand the love energy. They don't understand it. So their mentality is to conquer and destroy, and it's always about self-preservation, conquering and destroying. They don't care. They don't take care of this particular consciousness. Doesn't take care of its young. If it's young or weakened, it discards them and throws them away. The mammalian consciousness feeds its young and nurtures its young, takes care of it. Whereas that manifests how they are as adults as well. They have no time for anybody who's weak or anybody who has a disability or anybody who is physically less than. They think that as a weakness in the gene pool and would rather have that wiped out. It's a very primordial.
Like the Spartans.
Yeah.
The way the Spartans leave the children out.
Yeah.
If they die, they die.
Yeah, because that consciousness wants to. It knows very, very well how to keep going and surviving as far down. If it's trying to win, it's trying to defeat. It's trying to defeat what the heart. Okay, this whole plane, this whole war here on this particular planet, not other planets, but this planet. This whole war is about taking out the heart completely, and so it's about survival. The human is about the heart, and the Spartans would leave out their children and the 10 children, and then if 2 survived, and they would take those 2, and then they would be stronger because But then that's not.
What he's saying about it being a war for the heart, like, again,
make people eat.
Like, not just what we talked about before about the masculine and feminine stuff that's kind of getting eroded in society, but also like, it just seems like everything is designed to either create division, or even if it's not, let's say it's not. Let's say all the chaos and division is natural. It's just humans failing to get along with each other. Okay, let's just say it's natural. There's zero effort to like fix it, teach people a better way, teach people about the heart, teach people about kindness. Like, there's no real effort to do that.
Yes, it is.
It's
a lot
like
of us doing it.
things are not going well, and there's no like real movement or upstanding voice to be like, this is not headed in a good direction. We should look inward and try to be better people and get along with each other a little bit better. Like, it sounds like a very simple concept, but no one seems to be doing it. I don't know. Someone said,
he's going back to the narrative of not everybody. Majority of people looking for somebody who educated, some kind of big politician-like type person, or somebody like that to tell people, well, let's all help each other. It doesn't work like that. You have to do it individually. You don't have to have a title. You decide in your little circle to make things better with people. That's how it changes, and everybody do the same in their circle. You keep waiting for somebody you think that's going to come change everything. It's never going to happen. So they have the advantage to make you go through all kind of shit and turn you dark until that time comes, because you're waiting on somebody else to come and do it for you. And that's not how it works.
every cinema, we need citations for that. Look, and that's what I'm saying. Things like that. Maybe this is something he's heard. Maybe originally they were, but look, I'm very anal when it comes to like words and language, and when people say things like that, I don't like it when it's so definitive and broad, because I find it very hard to believe that every single cinema in the world is built on a ley line.
Well, believe it, sweetheart, because it is.
Harvest loosh energy and fear from people.
Why you think they took it out of the neighborhood?
It's okay to say some are, or they might be, or something, but I don't know. I just get a little
You don't know, shut up.
A little bit autistic.
Oh man, I need to find this interview without him talking.
Words are used or not used that should have been. I don't know. That's just the way that I am. Wool Daddy with $20 says, had my head up my ass for a while. How was it, sir? How was the view? He says, it gets dark in there. Making up for lost time. It was my own ass, unfortunately. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad you're seeing the light now. Glad you're seeing the light. Lost Cause says, hey Josh, have you considered if or how NDEs fit into this ever sprawling topic? Any thoughts? Yeah, kind of. I've said a few times that we'll watch some NDEs on the stream, and we will. I keep forgetting. But yeah, I do. I think it's all part of it, man. I think, if I was to give you an answer to that, my best guess is that when these near-death experiences, or when you die, you kind of just go back to being, I don't know, lack of a better word, like your spiritual form, your soul form.
If you don't get tricked
before you
and go in your life.
In the physical, and that, when people say like they're an old soul, or kids who remember past lives, I think what that is something carrying over. Like this body is just for this lifetime, but your essence and kind of what makes you who you are is something that carries on through multiple lives.
No, they got reincarnated.
Each time we're sort of here, it's to learn new lessons and to grow. I believe it's Itzhak Bentov that says it's not your body that's growing and learning, it's your soul. The soul is the one that's going through a journey, not the body. The body is just like the suit for the soul to do what it needs to do. And you might have a few turns, you might have a few tries at the game before you get it all out. And then after that, who knows? I don't know. Actually, I think Max Spears kind of gets into that scene.
There's no, obviously, there's no, that's taking empathy out of the equation or compassion out of the equation. Because
but
they don't have that.
Loving awareness thing that some people used, and they only need is love slogan in the 60s.
Right.
And you've got to counter that or
That's what they scared
I think that the 60s was infiltrated. The 60s movement, there was a consciousness movement that happened in the 60s for sure, and I think that there was a sort of an injection of I'm using that term injection. There was an infusion of
fighting back
souls. Volunteer souls that came in the 50s and 60s, who were perhaps born in the 50s, that were growing up in the 60s and early 70s, that were here to try and change things. And it was very, very quickly infiltrated by Leary and others like him, and with the tune in and drop out consciousness. And they wanted to definitely get LSD involved. They definitely wanted to get LSD involved because it's a synthetic form of hallucinogenic, and the ayahuasca experiences and other like natural hallucinogenic experiences, it's questionable whether they can be beneficial. I think sometimes they can be beneficial, sometimes they can open your third eye and you can see things. At other times they can cause massive harm to people, and that can cause trauma that then affects them for the rest of their lives. LSD being synthetic, it's not so good. It's not so good. So they used the Beatles, which is a Tavistock creation, to then make sure to inject Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and the Transit, which is LSD initials. They were getting people to do that, and then manipulating. So if you get a large number of people doing LSD. And then you've also got control of, with the thought prisons that were around at the time, the different the New Age philosophies. Yeah, well, New Age stuff sort of began when, sort of perhaps Maybe the New Age movement as it stands now sort of began at the end of the 80s. Maybe.
I thought it was a lot earlier.
The new,
is that not a hippie thing?
I don't think maybe what do you think New Age is hippie? I think perhaps no, it would be different. Maybe New Age is hippie. Well, okay, let's say it is. Maybe it began in the 60s.
It might be wrong.
It was certainly ended and hijacked at the Altamont concert with the Rolling Stones, with the ritual killing. With the Rolling Stones are a satanic band. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like some Stones songs, because I do, but I know that there's an agenda behind it, and I know that the death of, and I've forgotten the name of the person that died at the Altamont, but it was 1969.
Yeah.
And that was the sort of end, and then,
They were only, it was protected by the Hells Angels for sure, Masonic Order.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Hells Angels had to be there for the ritual to be correct. They had to have...
What do you guys think about what he said about the Rolling Stones?
He right.
So the Rolling Stones are satanic. I think it's kind of like the conversation we were having before, right? I mean, a lot of people say rock and roll, heavy music is satanic.
It was made for a reason, boy. Wake up.
If these guys aren't writing music with the intention to worship the devil, nothing like that, does it actually make it so? If that's not the intention.
Do you work for one of them extraterrestrials? Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was made for
It's
a reason,
such a tough
sweetheart.
one. I really don't know how to feel about that because music to me has always been like super important and like a massive part of my life. So I think maybe that's why like I struggle to grapple with that idea that like a lot of the bands
like
I listen to are actually like satanic.
Look at they doing rap. They degrade women.
What
They
does that
degrade
make
people,
me
children.
then?
They don't care.
Because I know where I come from
They
and what I
turned it
believe.
dark. It wasn't like that
Certainly
at
nothing
first.
like that. But I enjoy that music. It's a tough one.
Have those that sort of Hell's Angels is sort of a double bind in and of itself, isn't it? Really, because you sort of wouldn't have angels in hell. Yeah. So even the word hell, even the term Hell's Angel is could be is a trigger word. There's a trigger word in and of it, or trigger words in and of itself.
Scared of hell.
Any double bind is anytime you trigger two opposing thoughts or thought ideas into one sort of term, you can trigger somebody with it.
Right.
So where are we at?
We're at the control of the planet by and how the whole media industry, the whole entertainment industry. Look, this paedophile stuff. So as we speak, there's a huge reporters of it. The Timmy Savile thing going through. And also the another subject which we discussed was a gentleman called Aquino. Do you want to say anything about
Michael Aquino, friend of the channel, actually modeled my eyebrows after him. You can kind of see got a little devil horn growing here.
Well, I don't know enough about really to go into too much to tell you too much about him. I just because there's legal implications to do with that because he was involved in a legal trial, and I'd rather sort of let the people who know about that specifically, like I think probably go to Douglas Dietrich for information on Mr. Aquino, but there's certainly if you just pull the covers back a little bit, you'll find massive connections to the Temple of Set, the Church of Satan, and they're all interconnected, and they're trying to bring about. They're playing out a storyline. They're playing out that they're using revelations from the Bible as a storyline, as a storybook, and they're trying to sort of that's why that's the most embedded book.
Right.
King James altered it and changed it around and inverted all of true Christ's teachings. True Christ's teachings weren't really anything to do with most of the stuff that's written in there. The core of Christ's teachings were about compassion and caring about other people, and not about
you have a vengeful God and all that.
All the Old Testament stuff. Yeah, I mean that's Anu. All of the Old Testament is basically Anu and his crew, who like to, Anu and his people like to imitate. They come down here and imitate others and pretend to be things that they aren't.
But what about the gods which have all come to Earth?
Okay, so
why now? Okay, why do they have to? These gods? Why must they be in human bodies?
There is, because this particular changeover and this transfer point has never happened before. Has never happened like this before. There are multiple cycles that are coming to an end. There are multiple there's a 3,600 year cycle that's coming to an end. There's a 13,000 year cycle that's coming to an end. I think there's a 25,500 year cycle that's coming to an end. So they're all coming to an end at this point. And so there is sort of a need to come down and experience this changeover in a physical body down here now, because the experience to be in a physical body now and go through this changeover is like nothing else that's ever happened before.
Why is that important?
Well, because it's going from a race, a growing species is going from being completely in the dark to then all of a sudden being and completely knowing and understanding what's gone on with them. And this is the planet of amnesia, and so everyone's walking around not knowing who they are. So
the planet of amnesia. It's so true, and it's something that I've always found like quite perplexing. Like the fact that we're led to believe that like we just can't figure out where we came from. We just can't figure it out. We've got all these kind of theories, but we just don't know. Bro, how the fuck do you not know where you came from? And in saying that, we've also got like all of these native cultures all around the world, indigenous ancient cultures, telling you, saying this is actually how it goes. A lot of them say, yeah, there is like a spiritual realm that interacts with us.
Go inside.
That we sort of, when we live in harmony with ourselves and each other in the land, the spirit realm generally like looks upon us with favor. But when you start acting out and you start doing the wrong things, that's when you start getting hurricanes, fires, all this kind of shit, right? So how is it that there's all of these people that have been here for a long time all around the world independently giving you like their version of an origin story, yet we don't know where we came from?
Right.
It's just silly. There's no other word for it. Like, I just do not believe that at the highest level there are people going, still can't figure this one out. I don't believe it. There's got to be something about our origins that they would just rather people not know. Melanie, you little freak, thank you very much for becoming a member. Crazy Kel says it would explain Keith Richards still kicking. Yeah.
I think that the small market teams don't have a chance. 100% needs salary cap. That's the biggest issue in baseball right now.
Let's give these young guys like a salary report.
It needs to be more equitable.
I think the Reds have a better chance to win if the salary cap is implemented.
Lock in for deals on all your game day snacks and groceries. Store game day meals for a limited time on Uber Eats. Northern Tool and Equipment.
I see why they got rid of
serious.
Definitely must have sold his soul to the devil, or done a couple of rituals, I think, with the stones perhaps. And Abraxas says, still blessed to be a witness, Josh. Appreciate you and your perspective on all of these topics. Fan of the Aussie band Gang of Youths. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I know the band, and I reckon I'd probably bop my head to like one or two of their popular songs, but I wouldn't be able to name them. Not my normal type of genre, but I wouldn't say I dislike them either.
So to experience going from not knowing to knowing is a massive. It is like nothing else.
What is it that we were that we forgot?
Well, that
is that a contradiction in terms?
No, it isn't. So When you said amnesia,
we've got a planet of amnesia where this is some kind of place where we're all captured. There's lots of different races here.
It's not everybody on this planet is amnesia, is in amnesia. So this vampiric consciousness that's here, that's in control of it, are coming here with memories. They're coming down here with memories. There's an interesting analogy that somebody said to me before, and I sort of elaborated on it a little bit. It's almost like it's a holographic, very, very, very real video game where they came down and they had the rule books and all the cheats, and we were left and scattered across the planet with nothing. So they're holding the cheat book. They have the cheat.
I love a good video game analogy. Kind of similar to the one I gave the other day. Remember I said when you invite your friend to play Call of Duty and you know the maps like the back of your hand and they've never used the map before? So, you know, they're walking around corners blind and you're just waiting to headshot them as soon as they come around the corner. Same analogy. We love video game analogy here. Joy Liepart says, our amnesia speaks to our human nature. We care almost entirely on getting ahead instead of looking behind. Then we sabotage learning from our past by mass manipulation of the past and reality. Definitely mass manipulation of the past, 100%. Thank you very much, Joy. Appreciate the super chat, very generous.
Book. So they're coming here with previous memories of lifetimes. So they built the great work of ages that they all talk about, and they're all that the Masons are all so glee and so happy about. They want to complete is putting the capstone back on the top of the pyramid. And replacing the capstone on the pyramid would be meaning that they had complete control of the human heart on this planet. That isn't going to happen. That isn't going to happen. All the groundwork and all the work has already been done to stop that from happening. But so we're now just going to sort of play it out, and it's going to unfold. So people here have already chosen if they haven't learned the lessons, or they haven't fully understood what the lessons to be learned in 3D master-slave dualistic reality, then they will go to another frequency or a similar type of plane as this one and redo the life cycle lessons over and over again. If the ones that are, because I believe the ones that are going to be left here are going to be the ones to build the new paradigm. And the new paradigm is going to be built with an understanding and an acceptance of each other, where it's not about, it will be about where we'll understand that harming somebody else, or attempting to harm somebody else, because you'll have an intrinsic understanding that the other person is actually you wouldn't want to go and harm them because you know you'd be harming yourself.
Right.
So that will, the people that are left to build that here will, so what, essentially whatever you think of yourself, whatever you believe, you think you are the imagination of yourself. I'm definitely sure of that. I'm definitely sure what you feel about you'll sort of manifest outwardly to other people. And so that's...
Is that the whole trick, is that because we're able to manifest,
and they can't manifest,
then if they get us, they're going to get us to manifest ourselves out of existence so they can have the planet.
Wow, that's really interesting. It's really interesting what he's saying there. That this, this consciousness, this force that is potentially acting upon us can't manifest, and it's using us to manifest it in our reality. And this kind of goes back to something we were talking about recently with Nathaniel Gillis, he says that the phenomenon is using humanity to replicate itself, or potentially, or perhaps like a conduit, right? Like using humanity as a conduit to get from some like non-physical realm and into the physical through humanity manifesting it by focusing their attention on it. And this makes me wonder why the subject may have been so heavily stigmatized and disinfoed for all the time. Because if belief is that powerful, what is the placebo effect? Okay? People take a pill, a sugar pill, thinking it's something, and they can no longer feel like heavy, severe wounds or something like that. So there's something about our mind and belief that is powerful. Maybe all of the stigma and disinformation around it is because they know that if everyone collectively began to focus on it, it would be like enough to actually manifest it in the physical.
Right.
It's like, is that kind of what's happening now? Like as the topic is getting more popular, Stowe is seeing more orbs and drones and these things are happening more and more because more and more people are talking about it.
Right.
I think there's something to that. I'm not going to say that's my full-on hypothesis on what's going on, but there is absolutely something about belief, and it creates the world that we live in. So if we collectively agree on something, i.e. the fact that UFOs, non-human intelligence, aliens, or whatever are real, then they are. But you kind of can't force everyone to not, well, to try and get everyone to not believe in something specifically, you kind of have to spread disinformation about it, right? And tell people that it's not true, that it's all fake. The only other thing, like, so they don't believe in it, is like make them not think about it by distracting them with things like sports, having to work a 40-hour week every week, only having 2 days where people have a chance to actually think about things. Gambling, alcohol, partying, Love Island, all of these things. I don't know. I think there's something there. I really think there's something in that. Yvonne says, I'm loving this polarity community. Thank you very much. Very generous super chat as well. Appreciate you. And Hubert McMillan says, listening to Max, I'm reminded of how I feel about it. Preppers and sovereign citizens. You mean like doomsday preppers? Empathy and rejection simultaneously, justly another polarity. How I feel about it preppers and sovereign citizens. I don't know if I'm reading that wrong. I apologize, man, but thank you very much for the super chat.
Well, they want no, because they need us as batteries, remember? Because they can't build. They're not. It's funny. They call themselves builders, you know, because Freemasons or masonry it means building or architecture, and it's ironic really because they can't build. They're the ones who can't. They're the ones who can build, who do the building. That's probably one of their cosmic jokes again. The ones who can build are the ones who we're using us to build for them, because they don't have a central core to build. So that I wouldn't think that they would, if you know. I think every single possible reality is played out. Every single possible thing, even a reality where this chair was a different color, or where you didn't have turkey for lunch. Every single possibility is played out. So in the reality that's played out where they do win, where they're victorious, they would have a slave race that was an androgynous slave race, probably kept down to a lot less people on the planet than there are now. They would probably keep I don't know.
Androgynous means like, and I'm asking you guys to help me out here. Androgynous means like not really male or female. Is that right? Can someone help me out in the chat here? Because that's kind of what we were talking about before. Male and female, masculine and feminine traits. Right, so it's, no gender.
If I could think of one word to talk about accessing healthcare in this way, I would say it's empowering to go to this website and just pick out stuff you already know works. It's your own body, and you should be able to access those medicines and those prescriptions.
JD is outside. Strength smells fabulous. Oh.
You've worked hard to get to where you are, and there's still a lot you want to accomplish. Whether you're looking to advance.
Men can't stop sending me their stick pics. Gross. The only stick your man should pick is.
Yeah, it's basically what I was trying to say before when we were talking about crushing the masculine and eroding the feminine, and you're kind of just getting this weird middle ground of like nothing. Yeah. So basically, what Max is saying, and guys, let's just remember, Max passed away in 2016. This interview was from prior to that. Think about the last 10 years. I mean, I've seen people posting about canceling Netflix because of a cartoon that was like promoting like transgenderism or something like that. And you know, you hear about it happening in schools, like teaching this stuff to kids, and like, it's not even about the teaching part of it. It's just like seeding the ideas into malleable minds. That's all it is. It's not even that like you can't be trans if you want to, but it's like, I think putting these ideas in the minds of little people who are still trying to learn like what is what, and like, you know, become a grown human being who they are. They don't need that little bit of confusion in there. Like, they just, you know, let them develop. And then once they've developed, let them make decisions. I think, you know, when I was a kid, boys sometimes like wore dresses, and it was normal, just, you know, being silly and whatever. Now it's like, oh, my kid is trans. Let me pump him full of hormones. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, let's all just relax a little bit and take a deep breath, I think. Rambro's gifted membership. Thank you very much, sir. Nice to see you here.
They're happening now. Oh, the androgynous.
Yeah, it sort of does. It sort of does, and they sort of are doing that, but it's not. But they haven't done it completely, because there are still warriors on this planet who are standing up and speaking and fighting back and doing something. So they haven't, you know, they are trying to do it, and it seems like they're getting closer to it. But they completely control the media in every way. So, you know, how do I really know that what they put on the television is really what's going on? I don't know if any of that is true. I don't really know if you know, that's a bit like Wag the Dog, that movie that De Niro and Hoffman did, you know, where it's all, you know, the news media where they show, you know, they show what everything that they show is just literally to sway the mind or the public opinion into whatever direction they want to.
Well, in the United States, they've now made it legal for news to be completely fictional. Not that it wasn't fictional in the first place. I don't know. So they've actually you can actually lie on American news legally. You can.
Is this true?
Yeah.
Anyone in the chat like have anything about this? Something around 2015, they passed a law to make it legal to lie on the news in America.
Yeah.
Like, is that true? That's crazy. Again, like the interviewer said, we all kind of knew that it happened anyway, but now it's like, oh no, we can do this legally. It's actually in the law. We're allowed to do this. We passed that law. And, you know, I think find out who passed that law, find out where they're from, who they hang out with, who the people surrounding them are, put them in jail, get rid of them, and you'd probably like be pulling the crust off of the bad scab,
right. That was
off
Obama's
of the
job.
infection. You'd be picking
did
the
a lot
crust
of
off of
shit.
the infection of the world.
Have a fictional story, no basis in reality.
On a network.
On a network mainstream.
Okay, well, so that sort of ties in with the blurring of the lines of everything, doesn't it? Because, you know, they want to blur the lines of everything so that there's confusion. And so I think I said before, like, that one of their mottos, Masonic mottos, is Ordo ad Chaos, which is order out of chaos. And so what they want to do is create literally as much chaos by blurring the lines of everything, whether it's sexuality or whatever, so that then they can implement their new world system.
So when we have people that have contempt for government, contempt for major broadcasters and the press, it's actually they want that.
Yeah, and I think, and it's, you know, with the Savile thing was really, you know, significant in pointing in the direction of going, you know, because Prince Charles had so many connections to Savile, and you know, there's very clear royal ties to Savile, very, very, very clear. So, it's becoming clearer and clearer that perhaps, the royal family, maybe even to the common, regular person, that maybe that they are involved. So I wouldn't be surprised if they used all of those as fall guys, and they used all of these people that we have grown up with, seeing and idolized. That's also another attack on the heart too.
Yeah.
We grew up idolizing these people and thinking they were just, fantastic and loving them, falling in love with them. We fall in love with our movie stars.
Somebody who ain't
we fall
making
in
sure
love
I
with the
eat.
people we see on television every day. And then it was set up that 20 years later that we're being told that they sexually abuse children. That's a heartbreak in itself.
Yes.
And I think that was calculated in and of itself to do.
Crazy Curl says Savile was a demon. Yeah, he was. And, kind of crazy how the guy who looks like the most stereotypical pedophile ever happened to be a pedophile. Who would have guessed it?
Yeah.
Who would have guessed the guy that looks like an absolute creep is an absolute creep? You can't make this shit up. Jane says, thank you for all that you do. I pray for you every time I see your show and ask for your protection and guidance. That is beautiful, Jane. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support and your prayers. That means a lot. And Reese has chucked in £2. Reese, my man, long-time supporter of the channel. Didn't leave a message, but I see you there, bro. I appreciate all of the support, man. Thank you.
That. So they can use all these people as fall guys, and then they can say, look, we rounded all the bad guys have actually, in fact, they've all gone, they're all fallen, and we've got them all. I don't know who's going to do that, so then let's implement, a new system, which is a centralized system, so none of this will ever happen again.
Yeah, we'll have to. So who are the fall guys?
The fall.
Irwin calls them the second degrees. They're right expendable, but they don't.
Yeah, they are always. I would say they don't know they are, but remember, this consciousness is the ultimate double-crossing consciousness. That what they say they do the opposite of. They're the ultimate manipulative serpentine consciousness.
Yeah, you're right. Johnny Rotten did call him out. I think it was before 2007, Michael. I swear Johnny Rotten was calling Jimmy Savile a pedophile, like, in the 80s or 90s. I'm sure of it. And I've actually seen an interview with him after Savile's death, and he's basically going like, yeah, I told you. And again, the people who speak out get targeted, get character assassinated. And this is, and this is why I say, when you see people getting disproportionately criticized for just speaking what they believe, you should probably listen to what they have to say. And that's why I've always said, listen to David Icke. He might not have everything correct, but he's been saying the same thing for a long time, and over time, more and more of it is coming out as truth, starting to make a lot more sense. And, you have to wonder, what would possess a man to say the things that he does and not move an inch in his beliefs, despite being banned from countries, attacked, having his character attacked, laughed at for decades, and he doesn't care. That's real belief. That's like knowing. And Reese chucked in another $5 and says, keep it up. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man.
So
what does that mean, serpentine? Are they actually serpents? Draco or whatever?
I mean, that's going into the hierarchy, the ET hierarchy. I think that. We all have a reptilian brain, or an R complex, the amygdala brain, and they seem to be working just through that part of the brain. So there's the neo-mammalian brain, which is the compassionate and empathic brain. There's the reptilian brain. Could that mean that because they work through...
Do you know when people say, like, our reptilian part of the brain, I actually looked into this recently. It's not like a part of our brain is, like, physically identical to a reptile's, but that part of the brain that they are referring to is responsible for things like instinct and maybe intuition. I can't actually remember.
No,
but the big one was instinct, you know, and it's like, where does instinct come from? It's like we're just born with this sense of knowing things and like knowing that, like how to drink, breathe, you know, our mums are our safe space. Like there are these things that are just in us. I think animals are a better example, right? Animals, just like birds, they just sort of know what they have to do when they're born. Mammals, it's kind of crazy.
That part of the brain so much that they could appear to be have physical DNA of reptilian DNA. It looks that way. I don't see why not. I don't see why that seems so outrageous. Yes, so that's very possibly could be. But remember, they're working through that part of the brain. So anybody who wants to study the amygdala brain or the reptilian brain, then you will know what they're like. And they're double crossers, and they're liars, and they're two-faced, and they are survival oriented, and yeah, I mean, obsessive compulsive. Might is right. It's definitely worth looking into the amygdala brain, and that's what they work through primarily. So could they have scales? Could they? Absolutely. Why not? I think
and I wonder if this is like got something to do, because, you know, people say reptilians or other non-human intelligence, they don't necessarily shapeshift, they change your perception of them. That's what's going on. It's not like they're morphing, they're just changing the way you see them. Right. I wonder if that goes down to a manipulation of the amygdala brain. And I wonder, obviously I'm not a neurosurgeon, so forgive me, but I wonder how related the amygdala brain is to the putamen that Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthard talk a lot about with psionics. I wonder how those parts of the brain are related. Reese Holbrook's thrown in another 2 pounds. God damn, Reese. You got me feeling like a stripper up here. Just you're making it rain on me. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And Trevor Brett says, praise Saradomin, not Zamorak, brother. Absolutely. Absolutely. Always praise Saradomin, never Zamorak.
If you are the imagination of yourself, and they are that, and I believe that, and then yes, definitely. I think that this is coming from like I said, the Orion group. That area of the galaxy is they're sort of dinosaur-looking sort of being. They're literally like saurian-looking beings.
Okay, I'm sorry I keep pausing it, but obviously he's saying dinosaurs, saurians, guys. John Ramirez, ex-GS-15 CIA officer, who I'm sure we all know, has literally used that term and called them saurians. So look, just underlining that one there for you guys. The fact that dinosaurs were here before us for a long, long time could have been a lot of time to evolve and become intelligent, or perhaps they were the previous genetic experiment.
New Fungi Cure Night Cream, a 2-in-1 product that cures toe fungus and soothes skin while you sleep.
When they lowball you, we fight giants. When they deny your claims, we fight giants. When they ghost your calls, we fight giants. I'm Mark Thiessen, personal injury attorney at the Thiessen Law Firm. That's all we do, fight giants. Call now.
250 years of independence did not happen by accident. It took builders, risk takers.
Perhaps just like something may have came down and genetically modified apes and we appeared. Perhaps the first trial happened with dinosaurs and an intelligent form of them were made, and who knows, maybe they got wiped, maybe they're gone, maybe they're inside the earth, maybe they got off planet. Who knows? Will I be using my 20% discount at the mental health facility after this stream? Yes. And you can too, as long as you like the video and show your ticket when you leave.
So where is Max going these days? What's your interest? What's plans?
Okay, so what am I doing? I'm working very much on solutions and trying to preserve the human heart and trying to find out, or trying to work with others who are also doing that. And you know, there's all this military intelligence connections, and there really are, and there's lots of that. And I could talk for hours on that type of stuff. But I've been trying to go to a more solution-oriented sort of place, so that rather than hammering more fear, because then more fear is what they do. So maybe try something that opposes what they're doing, you know. So where am I headed? I'm doing that. I'm trying to. What I wanted to do is I wanted to get a group together of people who have been through these MK projects, which is in the 70s and 80s, which I know a number of people who went through these MK projects in the 70s and 80s, and had it so that anybody else who'd gone through that, there could be a support network or a support, you know, where somebody could come and they wouldn't feel completely isolated, and you know, because most of us don't survive those things. 99.999% don't survive, and the ones who do survive sort of left out in the cold, so to speak, you know, and their stories are sort of pushed aside as crazy and insane, and this really does go on, you know.
There's an awful lot of people coming forward with this stuff.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Pedophilia is one thing, but these ritual child killings.
Yeah, I mean, satanic SRA, satanic ritual abuse, is you know, is a part of, you know, a lot of people's stories. And there's the American Psych Association have even set up a group to counter this, to shut people down who are coming out and saying this stuff. Oh, because there's so many, a specific group to shut that down.
Not to help them, but just to get
because
why not? I mean, these must be involved.
Right. Well, of course it is. Yeah, definitely is. And that's not meaning that everybody who's like it with any of these fields. That's not meaning that everybody who's involved with it, with that particular field, is doing those things. But at the highest levels, you know, it does work in a pyramid structure, and at the top, they are doing that. They definitely are doing that. And you know, it's just there's more and more names coming out now that are just bizarre, that you would never have expected. And the thing is that to definitely look out for is they're going to make your heroes look like it was set up 20, 30, 40 years ago to layer these heroes into your hearts, and then now in this present day tell you that they're actually this, that, or the other child.
But of course, it's been happening heartbreaking year or two.
And people don't want to accept it either. They don't want to accept that. So that's the truth. So a lot still won't accept it when they hear, even when they, you know, that their Savile is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this stuff.
I'm going to speak over you, a young social worker, and she just is amazed that the scale of the pedophilia is absolutely massive.
Yeah, they all cover each other's backs too. They all take care of one another. So it's like, you know, they're very, very careful to protect one another, because it's not really about sexuality. It's about energy.
Yes,
it's about taking the innocence. It's about harming the heart, and it's about taking the innocence and the energy, because that gives them, for stealing that energy, then gives them the energy they need to go and build or do and create whatever they want to create. So it's actually sort of outside of the sexuality thing almost.
But however, the victims are...
Exactly, right. Right.
And we do have somebody who is going to come to this country from Canada. She's targeting trying to heal people, teach healers or therapists to try and heal.
For that specific thing, so I wrote a post on Facebook, and you know, there's people that know me on Facebook, and people are welcome to you know, speak to me about that. But I want to start a support group for people who've been through Any of monarch is only one, that's beta, like sex kitten sort of control, but there's delta mind control, and there's all a whole number of other ones that, children have been through, and there's no, I don't see any support groups for it anywhere. Go look on the internet, you won't find any support.
Well, we tried to get one going earlier a couple of years ago, but
that sort of just crashed down.
There we go. That is part one of the Max Spears interview. Like I said, if you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah. I still want to see. Did we watch this already?
Great taste, made right for generations. Craft your mayo, the heart.
I can't find the ones I used to watch.
What is that?
Michael.
Rick?
Michael the Archangel.
Aaron? He's running across the Sahara.
Today's episode of Variant is brought to you by Jack Threads. Today on Variant, I talk about a real-life super soldier program. It looks like you can...
In the early 1900s, Russia was one of the most impoverished countries in Europe, with an enormous peasantry and a growing minority of poor industrial workers. Much of Western Europe viewed Russia as an undeveloped, backwards society. Then a population boom at the end of the 19th century, a harsh growing season due to Russia's northern climate, and a series of costly wars created frequent food shortages across the vast empire. The Russian famine of 1890.
How do you control people? Take their food, take their shelter. You can make them do anything.
1891 to 1892 is estimated to have killed up to 400,000 Russians. Then the devastating Russo-Japanese War, followed by World War I, would also prove disastrous for the Russian Empire. The wars would further weaken Russia and the position of the ruler Tsar Nicholas II. Russia suffered heavy losses of soldiers, ships, money, and international prestige in the war, which it ultimately lost. The Russian Civil War would then ensue. Moderates soon joined Russian radical elements in calling for an overthrow of the hapless Tsar. Then, on July 16, 1918, the Romanovs were executed by the Bolsheviks. The Russian Civil War ended in 1923, with Lenin's Red Army claiming victory and establishing the Soviet Union. Upon Lenin's death, Joseph Stalin would become the newly founded Soviet Union's leader. Stalin would soon embark on a crusade to turn the world upside down, with social engineering seen as a partner to industrialization. New cities, architecture, and a new egalitarian society were being created. But Stalin struggled to rebuild the Red Army after the bruising wars, and there was an intense pressure to find a new labor force, particularly one that would not complain, with Russia about to embark on its 5-year plan for fast-tracking industrialization. And this is where the story takes an insane twist. According to Moscow newspapers, Stalin told the scientist, Ilya Ivanov, "I want a new invincible human being, insensitive to pain, resistant and indifferent about the quality of food they eat." But how exactly was Stalin going to accomplish this? Who was Ilya Ivanov? And what really happened with Stalin's super soldier experimental program? Let's try and find out. Hello, I'm Mike Droberg, a Marine Corps veteran,
Love Russia's building.
history enthusiast, and investigator of the supernatural. We will answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
In front of the camera. Was it in front of the camera? Action.
The
asked our online students across the country why they chose Southern New Hampshire University.
I wanted to find a university that had a flexible program.
That flexibility was amazing. It allowed me to continue to live my life. I went to a couple of colleges. None of them worked. Southern New Hampshire University says if they can get you to that finish line, they get you to the finish line. Go to snhu.edu.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always. Make your dog a Quattro dog. Credelio Quattro.
Ilya Ivanov was born in Russia in 1870. He graduated from Kharkov University in 1896 with the equivalent of a PhD in physiology. Ivanov conducted research in bacteriology at Pasteur Institute in Paris before working with the world-famous physiologist Ivan Pavlov. Ivanov utilized the same surgical techniques that earned Pavlov a Nobel Prize and was successfully able to extract animal sex glands to develop techniques of artificial insemination in purebred horses. He perfected the artificial insemination, and his process allowed for one stallion to fertilize up to 500 mares, far more than the 20 to 30 by natural means.
Damn,
These results were sensational for their time. He also pioneered the experimental use of artificial insemination to produce hybrids of domestic animals and their wild varieties. He was one of the first scientists to obtain a zorse by crossbreeding a zebra with a horse. Ambitious and confident, Ivanov wanted to continue his hybrid experiments, but was out of money, so he made a proposal to the Soviet Academy of Science. In his proposal to the Academy, he stated that he wanted to test various hypotheses that had been suggested in the scientific literature. One such hypothesis was that of German scientist Hans Friedenthal, whose analysis of blood cells in 1900 between chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, and humans showed that they were serologically far more similar than had previously been expected. As a result, Friedenthal proposed that the arthropod reproductive cells could be similar enough to result in a hybrid between humans and other apes. Pleased with this proposal, in 1926, Stalin passed a request to the Academy of Science with the order to build a living war machine. Ivanov was ordered to turn his skills from horse and animal work to the quest for a super warrior. Ivanov's idea were music to the ears of Soviet pilots, and he was quickly dispatched to West Africa with $200,000, equivalent to over $3.3 million today, to conduct his first experiment impregnating chimpanzees.
It was.
With his budget
Wow.
and the use of Pasteur's Institute facility, Ivanov and his son traveled to French Guinea in Western Africa to carry out his artificial insemination experiment in March 1926. Local hunters had kidnapped the chimpanzees from the wild as infants, and all were still juveniles when Ivanov arrived. He quickly intended to inseminate 3 females, but no matter what he tried, the experiments would not work, and he was quickly forced to abandon the project as useless. However, desperate to make use of his limited funding, Ivanov then made a horrific decision to attempt the insemination of African women with chimpanzee sperm without their knowledge.
Oh,
he made a proposal to doctors at a local hospital about his experiment and was ready to proceed when the general governor of French Guinea, Paul Porret, rejected the plan. Out of options and funding, Ivanov and his son decided to return home. By the time the two had reboarded their ship, they had been in Africa just over 1 month. While Ivanov was in Africa, a center for the experiments was set up in Georgia, Stalin's birthplace, for apes to be raised. Ivanov hoped to pursue his experiment again through the use of women volunteers, and he found at least one who was willing to participate. However, when the word got out that Ivanov had intended to inseminate African women without their consent, he was condemned by the Soviet Academy of Sciences, and all support was eliminated. An investigation concluded that Ivanov's behavior might undermine the trust of Africans in European researchers and doctors and make problematic any further expeditions of Russian scientists to Africa. Thereafter, the Academy did not want to deal with Ivanov and deprived him of any further support. Ivanov was now in disgrace. Yet, he persisted in trying to get more funding. However, after several additional attempts to receive support for his research without success, one of his scientific enemies, Ulrich accused him of sabotage because some of his artificial insemination farm instruments had apparently malfunctioned. And on December 13th, 1930, Ivanov was arrested by the secret police and convicted of having created a counter-revolutionary organization among agricultural specialists. For his expensive failures, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison, which was later commuted to 5 years in exile in the Central Asian Republic of Kazakhstan in 1931. His main accuser, Boris Neyman, took over Ivanov's position as head of the laboratory. And a year later, Ivanov died, reportedly falling sick while standing on a freezing railway platform. This history raises a number of troubling issues and questions. Even though no one other than the scientists involved were hurt by this cross-breeding research, it nevertheless raises serious concerns. When we consider scientific experimentation today, where do we draw the line between sound research and ethical violation? More recently, US-supported Chinese experiments in gain of function on viruses come to mind. Other things to ponder. In what ways are funding decisions based on political considerations unrelated to the direct question a researcher hopes to answer? How does state power influence scientific research? And what relationship do scientists have with those on the receiving end of this power? Programs such as the COVID-19
I think they lied. They did good.
Ivanov shared Stalin's belief in evolution. If evolution were indeed true, humans and apes would be closely related enough for his experiments to work. However, in Africa, Ivanov did not use his own sperm or that of his son who was with him, but that of the local natives. No doubt he believed the widely held Darwinian racist view that Africans were closer to apes in their ancestry than he, a Caucasian, was. From a biblical viewpoint, no such natural human hybrid is possible. God made man in the image of God, not in the image of an ape. People have a spiritual dimension, involving our ability to worship God. God does not and will not share his likeness with an ape. But then, what about the case of Oliver the ape? Oliver was acquired as a young animal in 1970 by trainers Frank and Janet Berger.
You were in Afghanistan in 2002, and you were called into a very remote section of Afghanistan because a patrol had basically done this.
In 2002, deep in the mountains outside Kandahar, a U.S. military patrol vanished without a trace. Hours later, a Special Forces unit sent to find them stumbled upon something so unexpected, so grotesquely out of place, that the story was buried almost instantly. Official channels dismissed the event as fiction. Witnesses were silenced. And yet, the whispers never stopped.
You know, what's really creepy is back in 2002, there was this fairly well-documented case of another Special Operations unit, the Army Green Berets, coming in contact with a creature in a cave, and they actually got into a battle with it.
What really happened in that remote cave? And why are investigators, decades later, still running into brick walls? The mystery has never died. But now, new information forces us to confront a chilling reality. The Kandahar giant mystery is finally solved. And it's worse than we thought. Let's take a look. Operation Enduring Freedom's Vanishing Patrol. In the spring of 2002, Operation Enduring Freedom was in full swing. Coalition forces were sweeping the rugged terrain of southern Afghanistan, rooting out Taliban strongholds and Al-Qaeda remnants. Most missions unfolded predictably: insert, sweep, extract. But then came a radio silence that changed everything. A U.S. Army infantry squad was deployed near a mountainous region just outside Kandahar, one of the war's hottest zones. Their objective was straightforward: patrol a known supply route frequently used by insurgents. Hours passed without contact, then a full day. Attempts to reach the team by radio failed. Air reconnaissance showed no signs of movement or distress. Concern escalated rapidly. That's when the command mobilized a Special Forces unit to investigate. These were Tier 1 operatives, elite soldiers trained for high-risk recovery. What they found shook even them. According to one member of the recovery team, who later spoke under strict anonymity, they arrived at the last known coordinates and found gear strewn across the cliffside. Not just dropped supplies, but shredded equipment, torn tactical vests, and drag marks. Even more disturbing, no blood, no bodies, no sign of a firefight. The area was eerily silent. It didn't look like a typical scene you might encounter in the area. Then they approached a cave opening. Standard protocol demanded caution. The team fanned out, weapons ready. One soldier ventured inside. That's when they saw it. Shattered human bones and the unmistakable remains of U.S. military equipment. The official story ends here. The Department of Defense never acknowledged the missing squad. No names were released, no after-action report was published, but whispers from that day persist, passed from base to base, posted anonymously online, and later compiled by independent researchers. All tell the same story. The men encountered something that didn't belong there, something so outside the range of military expectations that every detail since has been scrubbed, redacted, or dismissed. In short, the mystery of the Kandahar giant doesn't begin with the giant itself. It starts with the U.S. military trying to find its own missing men in one of the world's most hostile terrain and discovering something far worse than insurgents. What should have been a rescue mission turned into a classified nightmare. So what was in that cave that no one wants to talk about? Cave of clues, gear, bones, and a 15-foot shadow. Entering a cave was always going to be risky. The Special Forces unit had no idea who might be waiting for them in the shadows. The initial signs were already unsettling. Scattered at the entrance were torn uniforms, snapped rifle barrels, and chunks of shattered communication gear. These weren't abandoned in haste. Something had violently dismantled them. Still, there were no bodies, no signs of a fight. Just fragments, as though something had pulled the missing men in and erased the rest. One soldier reported the glint of something metallic deeper inside. It turned out to be part of an M4 carbine lodged into the rock wall, bent in half. That alone should have triggered a full forensic investigation. But what happened next made that seem insignificant. As they edged farther in, they found bones. Human bones. Long femurs, cracked skulls, ribs ripped open like plastic. Not arranged in any deliberate way, just scattered, as if something had eaten and discarded them. Several bones bore what looked like massive bite or crush marks, too large to match any known predator in the region. Wolves or mountain lions didn't do this, nor did Taliban fighters. After the incident, witnesses described a figure emerging from deeper in the cave, moving upright, fast, and entirely silent. What they saw next became the central claim of the entire Kandahar giant mystery. Standing roughly 13 to 15 feet tall, the figure was humanoid but grotesquely distorted. It had long limbs, sun-scorched skin, and thick red hair cascading from its head and face. Most disturbingly, it wielded what looked like a massive spear, or pike. According to those who later broke silence, its fingers numbered 6 per hand. Its eyes were deep-set and unnaturally wide, glowing slightly in the cave's gloom. And it did not hesitate to attack. Within seconds, it lunged, impaling one of the soldiers, later referred to only as Dan, before the rest of the team could react. What followed was a 30-second barrage of bullets from M4 rifles, sidearms, and a Barrett .50 caliber sniper rifle. The creature finally fell, but even then, the team said it took far more firepower than expected to bring it down. This was no hallucination, no poorly identified animal, no Taliban ambush. This was something else entirely. A biological anomaly, a monster, a giant. And it had been hiding in the mountains of Kandahar all along. What the Special Forces unit witnessed should have made it to an investigation instead. Most of the information has been carefully omitted from record, and the stories of eyewitnesses dismissed or silenced. 30 seconds of gunfire. Eyewitness after action. The firefight that followed the ambush was short, brutal, and unlike anything the soldiers had trained for. According to the accounts later leaked through military forums and independent investigators, the engagement lasted no more than 30 seconds, but every man involved agreed on one point. It felt like they were fighting something not just unknown, but engineered to kill. As soon as the giant impaled Dan with its weapon, described by multiple witnesses as a crude but massive spear-like object, the rest of the squad opened fire. The first volley from their M4 carbines had almost no visible effect. The creature took round after round to the chest, stumbling only slightly. That's when the designated marksman dropped to the ground and fired a burst from a Barrett .50 caliber rifle. Only then did the creature begin to fall. Its body hit the cave floor with a force that shook dust loose from the ceiling. But the details that followed were even more disturbing. Up close, the creature was even more unnatural than it had appeared in the heat of battle. It had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. Its teeth were jagged, almost triangular, resembling something more predatory than human. The skin was leathery and dry, scorched by the sun or hardened by environmental exposure. It wore crude coverings made from a patchwork of hides, possibly animal or even human. The hair, thick and red, matted and oily, ran from its scalp down to its lower back. One soldier noted that it smelled of decay, something like rotting copper or dried blood. They estimated its height between 12 and 15 feet, and its weight easily over 1,100 pounds. Even in death, the sheer size of the body made it nearly impossible to move without assistance. Most tellingly, this wasn't some freak mutation or sickly anomaly. The proportions of the body were symmetrical. The hands, limbs, and torso were balanced. The eyes were alert, responsive before death. This was not a mistake of nature. The eyewitnesses all confirmed that it felt like they were looking at a creature that was a remnant of something ancient and undocumented. The squad quickly called for airlift support. The tone in their voices, one witness later said, wasn't fear, it was confusion. We didn't know what we'd just killed. What came next only deepened the mystery and silenced those who asked the wrong questions. It exists. The airlift, the NDA, the missing corpse.
Of course.
The immediate response after the firefight was swift and clinical. Following standard recovery protocol for combat casualties and unusual engagements, the Special Forces unit requested extraction. But instead of a medical evac for Dan or a debriefing for the team, what arrived was a CH-47 Chinook helicopter, large enough to carry heavy cargo. Notably, it wasn't accompanied by standard medics or support crew. Instead, the personnel who disembarked wore no unit patches, no identifying insignias. They didn't speak, and they didn't ask questions. They came for the body. The team secured the corpse of the giant onto a netted platform suspended below the Chinook. Witnesses reported that the crew handled the body with practiced precision, as if this wasn't their first time dealing with something like this. The aircraft departed with no further communication, and that was the last time any of the soldiers saw the creature. Then came the non-disclosure agreements. Before returning to their base of operations, each member of the recovery team was separated, interrogated individually, and ordered to sign a stack of documents. According to one former soldier who later spoke to an independent investigator, the NDAs were extensive and unusually forceful. They didn't just prohibit discussion of the event, they barred the soldiers from even acknowledging that a mission had taken place. If you talk, one was told, you'll lose everything. Some refused to sign. They were immediately transferred, discharged, or reassigned to obscure posts. Those who complied were told that the incident never happened, and that the man killed, Dan, would not be listed on any formal killed in action register. To this day, no U.S. military record of a soldier matching his description, dying in that area on that date, has been made public. But the silence wouldn't hold forever. One of the medics who assisted with the immediate post-mission processing reportedly broke protocol. Speaking to another soldier in hushed tones, he simply said 2 words: "It exists." Rumors about the Kandahar giant were already beginning to spread. No one needed clarification on what the medic meant. That whisper traveled through ranks like wildfire. Rumors grew into legend. But the core truth, what really happened, remained locked behind government silence, vanishing flight logs, and missing field reports. Still, independent researchers and curious veterans kept digging. If the giant was real, and it clearly was, why did the government bury the evidence so aggressively? Cover-up files versus open-source trails. The moment whispers of the Kandahar giant began leaking into the public sphere, official channels sprang into action. The Department of Defense denied that any such engagement had occurred. There were no missing patrols in that region, no classified firefights, and certainly no record of any soldier named Dan dying under mysterious circumstances. In short, the event was labeled internet fiction, but the denials only fueled further scrutiny. Independent researchers filed dozens of Freedom of Information Act requests, targeting any documentation related to missing personnel near Kandahar in 2002, unusual biological extractions, or special forces engagements in mountain caves. The responses were almost uniform, no records found. But that in itself was a red flag. Combat engagements are always documented, if not for public release, then for internal review. Even black operations leave behind operational logs, flight data, or injury records. Yet for this particular mission, there was nothing, not even redacted files. Then came the inconsistencies. In one Freedom of Information Act response, a document briefly referenced a personnel recovery operation near Kandahar in April 2002, matching the exact timeline. The file was incomplete and cut off before any names or outcomes were listed. When the same request was resubmitted later by another researcher, that document was no longer included. It had either been removed, reclassified, or buried deeper. Online debunking platforms like Snopes entered the conversation, attempting to dispel the story. But their arguments often relied on the absence of evidence rather than the presence of counter-evidence. In one widely cited case, a viral YouTube video claimed that a man named Michael Rodriguez had died during the mission. Snopes dismissed this by pointing out that Rodriguez had died in a different location, under conventional circumstances. But critics noted, no one in the original story ever mentioned that name. The debunking refuted claims that hadn't even been made. Even the most detailed breakdowns from fact-checkers failed to address a simple point. Multiple military sources, independently and anonymously, were describing the same sequence of events. Different forums, different years, same narrative structure, same terminology, same strange details. 6 fingers, red hair, impalement, heavy firepower. If this was fiction, it was extraordinarily consistent. More troublingly, the airlift logs from Bagram Air Base, where the Chinook was reportedly routed, show a 24-hour data gap during the exact period of the alleged extraction. The logs simply stop. None of this confirms the giant's existence, but all of it points to one conclusion. Someone went to great lengths to make sure the truth stayed hidden. Over the years, skeptics have tried to explain the existence of the Kandahar giant as regional folklore and psychological stress colliding to turn this mission into a modern monster myth. Yet this still falls short of explaining what actually happened. Afghan folklore and soldier psychology. As the Kandahar giant story gained traction, skeptics proposed a familiar set of explanations: cultural myths, battlefield stress, and exaggerated memory. But when you look closely, none of these fully account for the level of detail, consistency, or fallout surrounding the case. Still, to understand how a story like this could gain momentum and stay alive for over 2 decades, it's worth exploring the myth-making machinery that surrounds it. First, there's the ancient angle. The creature described, red-haired, giant, 6-fingered, bears a striking resemblance to the biblical Nephilim. These beings, referenced in Genesis and other apocryphal texts, were said to be the offspring of sons of God and human women. They were giants, warriors, and often considered corrupted or unnatural beings. In the Book of Enoch, they are described as consuming humans and spreading chaos before being wiped out. The parallels to the Kandahar giant are too specific to ignore. The height, the appetite, the violence, the strange physiology. Then there's the regional layer. Afghan folklore is rich with tales of giants living in remote caves or mountain regions, beings referred to in various dialects as Deo or Ifrit. These are not gentle giants, but brutal, often cannibalistic entities that guard sacred or cursed spaces. Local shepherds and herders in southern Afghanistan have passed down stories of such creatures for generations, describing them as red-haired and aggressive. It's possible that some in the U.S. forces were exposed to these tales during early patrols,
They always make something they
creating a
don't
psychological
understand.
framework primed to
They
interpret
the
stress
damn
through myth.
bullets.
And finally, there's the role of trauma and combat stress. Soldiers operating under extreme conditions can misinterpret events, amplify threats, or experience group hallucinations, at least according to psychological literature. But this theory falls short in several key areas. First, the event included tangible elements: bones, broken weapons, and a recovered corpse. Second, multiple soldiers at different times and locations have independently confirmed the same physical description.
I don't know, yeah. I don't know. They do something to me. I'm still looking for that same. I know they got rid of it. See that right quick?
I couldn't even tell you where my pneumatic tool is at this point. The power is equal.
Who they bring?
Summer baseball. They say it's anyone's game, but
The Rothschild Prayer Book is the most significant and most exquisite manuscript of the Flemish Renaissance. One of the most fantastic illuminated manuscripts in private hands.
It is essentially a prayer book, but it was meant for so much more than the private devotions of its owners. It's about display, it reflects contemporary life as much as it does religious life, and it's just a treasury of beautiful images.
They used the very best artists working in the Flemish Renaissance at the time. Gerard David, Simon Benning, his father Alexander Benning, and Gerard Hornbout. The quality of this manuscript is absolutely exceptional.
It has no fewer than 67 full-page miniatures with fantastic borders around them of great variety, representing jewellery from the time, luxury fabrics, most wonderful naturalistic flowers, and little jewellery scenes too. There are similar works bringing together the same illuminators and the same styles, but none is as beautiful as this one.
The Rothschild Prayer Book was commissioned for a very important patron of the court of the Netherlands. It ended up in the Rothschild collections in 1868. In 1938, it was looted by the Nazis and ended up in Austria. It was restituted in 1999 to the Rothschild family and then sold here at Christie's with the rest of their restituted treasures.
I first dealt with it for the Rothschild sale 14 years ago, and it's an extraordinary pleasure to have the opportunity to spend time with it again. One of the things that's so fantastic about it is that the relationship that you have with it when you look at it is much the same as the original owner would have had.
It preserves its gilt edges and the original gophering, which is actually displayed in some of the figures of the female saints and the male saints.
Manuscripts, very resilient things, and this is a terrific example of that.
It's extremely unusual for anything of this quality and of this beauty to be offered at public auction. It's certainly
So they throw us the King
finest
James version, they got a whole
manuscript
nother
that I've ever
box.
seen in my career, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have been able to show it to people and to see the same reaction reflected in their eyes that I have had. This really is one of the great masterpieces of illumination.
Ooh, they so middle. First, second, what I was looking at. Who is it? Where you come from? Cyborg soldier. Wait a minute.
This is the U.S. Army's concept of the soldier of the future. This video makes it look like it's just a better equipped soldier. But notice the words neural engineering. That can mean a brain implant that connects a human to computers. The defense agency DARPA has been working on an advanced implant that would essentially put the human brain online. There could also be eye and ear implants, and more circuitry under the skin to make the ultimate fighting machine. Americans are going to have to decide whether this is ethical, because some in our military clearly want it. The super soldiers of the future could simply have enhanced abilities, or they could be part man and part machine, what are known as cyborgs. China is already developing biologically enhanced super soldiers, using what former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe called unethical medical experiments.
This is a big effort on the part of the Chinese government, and it is really horrifying.
China expert Gordon Chang says it's part of a Chinese government plan to create a master race through genetic editing.
They're trying to create a race which is far more intelligent than the rest of humanity, and with super soldiers, they'll be stronger, less susceptible to pain, just better soldiers. This is eugenics. This is creepy. There are no ethical standards. There are no laws.
Now, the French military has been given the go-ahead to also create so-called augmented soldiers. The super soldiers of the future will run fast, need little sleep, and little to eat or drink, and they'll be able to fight much longer than ordinary humans. But should we do it? George Lucas, who has taught military ethics to America's naval officers, says ethical concerns lag behind this new technology.
It always does, and the only question is how far.
And Lucas is concerned that future military recruits could be pressured to accept computer parts into their bodies. He believes they should be allowed to refuse them.
The further into these more exotic technologies we go, and the more the risks are not known, the more we must at least rely on volunteerism, if not as much informed consent as is possible.
But the challenge for the United States is, even if we put ethical limits on the super soldier of the future, it's likely some of our adversaries will not.
So little boys still want to fight. People at the cross. Oh, I'm supposed to be listening to the other man. Who is he at? Yeah.
A lot of guys are genetic specimens, like just naturally they're gifted in everything. Anything they touch, oh, do it like this? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. I know. Okay, so there's a lot of guys that are genetic specimens. When it comes to fitness, like, you gotta work hard. If you're, I consider myself a regular guy for fitness, not a genetic specimen, and I have to work hard every day to keep up with these guys. You have to mentally realize this is your life, and with your life goes along certain things. You have to stay fit. Have to. Like, you're doing no one any good if you're the fattest, slowest motherfucker on the battlefield. It doesn't help anybody. A lot of guys are genetic.
Oh, I thought he was talking about. Oh yeah, I was researching the Simpsons. I'm gonna talk about it later. Let me see.
Seeing as the Simpsons are super good at predicting events.
Hold on, let me see. Okay. I was talking about Silicon Valley too. know if I watched this with y'all already. So, I might have. Hope I'm not repeating. Somebody tell me if I'm repeating.
James, thanks for having me back. It's good seeing you again. It's been a while. We're at the Secret Space Program Conference in Grafton, Illinois, from the guys from Journey to Truth put on.
Did I already show y'all this?
It's going smashingly well. It's like a well-oiled machine. This conference is great. The big thing from this one, I think, is because it's all Secret Space Program. It's not a bunch of separate subjects. So it's reflecting that. The crowd is all up to speed. It's a really high energy event. It's been good. And why I'm looking disheveled a little bit, because it's like easy to be tired. So thanks for having me back. The last one we did was at 5D events. And we covered, was it 1 episode or 2? I remember we left off, we did 2. And we left off, I think, around the moon. And we wanted to go, and you wanted to ask me about Ceres Colony, what life was like in the Secret Space Program for Ceres Colony Corp. And so on Mars, I was a support soldier. So they were trying to get combat support for the real soldiers with minimally trained support troops. So they were trying to get numbers quickly, guys that they could train in a very short time, that were minimally equipped, that were cheap, and just fill the battlefield. And that got canceled. That program got canceled. And we sat in a lame duck, like 6 weeks. It was a long time where we literally did nothing. We just sat in our room. We had nothing to do. And while they were figuring out what they were going to do with us. And then one day they loaded us up and transported us to a bigger city that was underground. And it was very modern. I think we might have covered some of this, but then I was retrained, and they gave me aptitude tests, and I was retrained, and then I landed on ship maintenance, and I was trained quickly with that, and then shipped off to Ceres Colony. And the first day there, I might have covered this too, was they actually sent me on the wrong train, and I went into the mines and worked at it one day with the mining crews that are mining out pockets of the material on Ceres so that they can, they were looking specifically for water, pockets of water. And, but anyhow, I worked one day at it, and I thought I thought it was funny because I got trained for ship maintenance, and then all of a sudden I was running the shovel. But when they figured out the mishap, the next day I went to the hangar base and got actually assigned to my ship. I believe it was the Blitz bus, something like that, Lightning Horse, something. Which was an old submarine. It was an old, like a World War II submarine, like what you see in the movies. Very cramped on the inside, and the doors had high thresholds. They had the doors you could close and seal off. And that was what I did for the next 8 years. And just rode from there back and forth because there was no money. I was free to go from where I lived, but I didn't have money to buy a train ticket, so it was a long walk to town, so I didn't do it. And it was like being in a prison, basically prison labor. But we would go on the ship. You couldn't tell it was moving, and I didn't know if we were still at the hangar working all day on it, or if it was moving out in space. You couldn't tell. They closed the door. There was no window for us, and it was sealed off. We were on the lower decks, like deck and a half, and there was a computer screen that told us what to do. It said your number that you had. You go to the crib and grab this, and this, and then go to this junction and open that up and return. And you'd come back, and it would know. You didn't have to press a button or anything. It would know you were there. And it would say, now go back and open this, and this, and it just was like mindless. It had the effect of, if you drive somewhere, if somebody gives you directions and you drive somewhere, and then you find it just from the written directions, you have to search. And so then you automatically know how to drive there ever after again. You retain the knowledge. But if the navigator map tells you turn left here, you don't pay attention and you can't find your way back the next time without the navigation. It was the same experience with getting step-by-step instructions to do the maintenance. There were things that I learned how to do because I did it repeatedly, but basically it was mindless, Years passed, that ship, we did a few missions. I volunteered for high-risk missions to be included in missions that may be fatal, with the promise of possibly getting promoted and getting a different position that wasn't as horrible as what I was in. It was just lonely, and the other two guys that I worked with we didn't get along. It was just a bad chemistry, and it wasn't a good experience for those years. I was depressed. I sunk into a depression from it, you know. Pretty sure the guys I worked with were Americans, so there was a mix of, like, they kept the English-speaking people together, even though we had translator devices. We did have the ability to, on the Blitz bus, all the guys that I worked with spoke English. So they were Americans or English-speaking Europeans. And it seemed like most of the guys in the barracks spoke English too. There wasn't a translator area. By the cafeteria, there was it worked like a Bluetooth. So I think it was an implant, like a Neuralink that we all got. You know, but I wouldn't have known. They did so many surgeries on me. It was like I wouldn't have known. But it worked like Bluetooth. Like you get a range of about a Bluetooth distance to certain areas, and the translator would work. So you could meet people that spoke a different language and understand them. But for those years on the Blitz bus, basically I didn't worry about translation at all. I think I was around English speaking people. Did they tell me that the Earth was destroyed and play that narrative? So at that point, no, they just didn't speak. It was like, I wasn't briefed on anything. I got up in the morning, got on a train, and went to the ship, went in my own entrance, and did my job. And there was rumor. You heard from guys in the mines who heard from other guys that did this or that. You know, there were rumors. There was a grapevine of things, but I may have heard like that, like rumblings of it, but I didn't believe it, and because I just came from there. And but no, they didn't officially tell me that until later on when I was on a different ship. The memories of my childhood were gone at that point. So when I woke up in Inyokern in the beginning, I didn't have any memories of where I came from, but I was stationed in Inyokern, Seattle, and Peru in the early years. The first 6 to 8 years of my 20 years I was on Earth. So I had those memories when I was on Ceres Colony. Like I still remember the Earth. They didn't begin with that until later, and I think because of that might be why I got posted to engineering, why I was a fit there, because I got posted on my next ship in cargo engineering, and that was above the level of secrecy about the Earth being destroyed. So because we were aware we were going to, the guys in cargo could look out the window, and we were aware that we were going to Earth to pick things up, pick up cargo. So we were also aware that was classified, that they were telling people that the Earth was destroyed. Really, the times that were enjoyable for me were when I got promoted to the Max von Laue to be a cargo engineer, and I wouldn't remember. I don't really remember a FedEx ship or logos. There were logos on things, but I just didn't really pay attention to them. So I don't remember that. We took cargo all over the place on Earth. So the main one for military surplus, and a lot of places was Diego Garcia. We would go there in the middle of the night and drop off and mostly pick up cargo. Usually we went there and we would drop a small box and we would pick up tons of cargo that were waiting there on the tarmac. There were places in the Catarina Mountains in South America. We went to Antarctica. There were two separate places in Antarctica we went, and we would take cargo there. But it wasn't the main mission when we went there. It was like a checkup, or the officers were summoned there to go through a testing or a checkup, and while we were there, we would just take cargo. We went to the Kuiper Belt. They had warehouse facilities in hollowed out, basically big chunks of ice that are out in the Kuiper Belt. A slurry, they would hollow it out and make a warehouse and pressurize it, and we would drop cargo there. And that's where they stored. They had like a storage facility for a lot of things. And we would go there. We would take. There were times when we would pick up a large amount of something, and we would go to the Kuiper Belt facility and drop off 80% of the load, and then take the 20% back to Ceres Colony. And we did that quite often, so that's why we went there a lot. And it was a long drive. They didn't jump back from the Kuiper Belt. Sometimes if they needed to, they did, but other than that, they would fly back, and it was like a longer 4 or 5 hours of flight that they would do. I don't know. That was the scheduling. I didn't really understand how that worked. Contraband that we cargo. So it was my job to make sure that people didn't sneak things through the cargo. It was my job, but they were fully aware of what they did. I caught once a case broke open and I saw inside of it there were bags of coffee, and I reported it. And so the whole mission had to be delayed. It was a big thing. They were actually purposely sneaking coffee to a world. We might have talked about this. Sneaking coffee to a world where it was a narcotic for the people. Okay, so coffee and chocolate, you're asking about why is it on Earth. So they can grow it elsewhere, but it has different effect. It has different potencies and different effects, different chemical properties. So the plants actually was, pharmaceuticals was a big business that they found that they could trade with more advanced civilizations because the plants that a lot of pharmaceuticals are made out of grow to have different potencies on Earth or on different planets that they had access to. So plant life, you don't take a plant off Earth and go plant it on some other Earth-like planet and get the same plant after a generation or two. It turns into, it adapts to that environment and has different chemical properties. So for that reason, pharmaceuticals were a big business for them. Like at one point, towards the end, like in my last months there, they converted the gymnasium into a big, they had big centrifuges mixing up. They were trying to make a pharmaceutical because they had a deal with trade. So they shut the gymnasium down and actually set it up as a pharmaceutical factory for a short temporarily because it was so profitable in the deal that they had made. I was in charge of 2 cargo bays on the port side of the ship. So they were two cargo bays about, I don't know, maybe 150 feet long by 75 feet wide. They were long, and they had walls that could pop up. We could rearrange the walls to section them up. That was my, those were mine that I was the engineer in charge of, and there were 5 to 7 guys that would come and work down there. I'd give them the reports. The main cargo bay in the back actually had Series Colony personnel, like an officer running that, and he was the main engineer, and he ran the C cargo bay, the rear one, and it was much larger. He was the one that was in charge of bootlegging media from Diego Garcia. So we were all aware of it, and even they didn't want to tell the captain, like the command was not aware of it. But he was sneaking off books and VHS tapes and CDs, everything he gets his hands on, mostly books. They had a television with a VHS player that they brought, and the guys were watching. They would set them up in that cargo bay, and while we had those long flights, the guys out there would watch VHS movies from Earth. So they were bootlegging it, and he was doing it for profit. So under the nose of the ship's command, and everybody was kind of aware of it, and so we always wanted to ask those guys, what was the movie? Tell me about the movie. Did you see it? Was it good? And they'd always give us their little review of what movie. One movie that I remember them. So this is weird, maybe weird, but they told me about Dreamcatcher, the Stephen King movie. The scene in it where the guy's like on the toilet, there's a monster coming out of the toilet. They explained that a buddy of mine from the Sea Cargo came up and he was telling, he's like, dude, it was so scary. He was like, it would mess you up. Because I already talked about being scared of the toilet. Rats can come up through the toilet. We already talked about that anyway. So he mentioned the movie and he said that would terrify you. And that was something that always kind of stuck with me. And when back when the movie came out, and I watched it, and I need to look. I mean, it's worth double checking the timeline and make sure when that movie came out. So it would have been before 2000. I'm gonna have to Google it. But when it did come out, and I saw that scene, it kind of screwed me up. It was like not even a bleed through memory. It was a memory that broke through. And I went, wait a minute, how did I see this? How did I know about this before? How did I know about this? It was one of those situations. But there was a thriving bootleg. Everybody says that our media doesn't get up there. There are signals, but we had access to music and stories from our, the books were big. But there was a thriving bootleg business, and we were all jealous that we weren't in on it, like the guys in the back were. They would brag about when movies were awesome. When they would see a movie that was good, they would brag about it, but I didn't see it. You know, like the Stephen King one was relevant to a conversation I had already, like it worked out, you know. But they would tell us about movies. I think they did get the Star Wars movies and talked about that too. During my time on Series Colony, we did not really discuss adrenochrome. So that was really something that wasn't really talked about among us. Human trafficking was real, and we several times took people that were being trafficked as cargo. And there were times when they would tell us that we had people on board, that they were going to be trafficked. And there were times when they kept it secret. There was a bay underneath the center bay that was short, because the floor in the main cargo bay could go up or down 3 to 5 feet. So they can, if they had tall items, they could lower the floor into that second bay. So when they kept the floor raised, that second bay, we had sample packages down there. And there was times when they filled it with people, and they didn't tell us, but we still knew. All the guys, so there's people down there. And I was like, I don't believe you, go check. I sent a guy, go down there and just act like you're sweeping it up and go check. And sure enough, there were, 70 or 80 people down there. And later on, the reason we found out is because they were stealing those people from other people that were trafficking people.
Wow.
So they were definitely up to no good. It was a by any means necessary mission to acquire technology was the mandate for the ship. That was, from what I remember, exactly right. They would lie, cheat, and steal. We were the Series Colony Corporation, so other fleets would hire us to do missions where they had like a neutral status. So we would take cargo for other fleets where they weren't allowed to go, like as a contractor. But basically, we were solely our ship, and I want to say that there was 8 to 12 other ships just like mine. There may be probably more that I was aware of. We were the Series Colony Corporation on a trading mandate. So we didn't actually other than moving cargo inside the solar system to the Kuiper Belt and from Earth, we really didn't stick around this star system much. We would go far away and try to negotiate new deals with other species for new technologies. That was our primary mission. Kuiper Belt had a warehouse place, but Series Colony they had found ruins from another species that built it a very long time ago, and then they began converting it to human dwellings, and then mining and adding on. They began building human buildings inside giant caverns. But the caverns, and there was actually like an airlock system for the hangar bay, that they found that there, abandoned. So, obviously the ETs knew about it, and when they made their original deal to be an ally of the Draco, it was someplace that was gifted to them. And they went and moved in and started building. And the structure, the architecture there was old by the time I was there in, 90, late 80s to all the way to 2000. There were a lot of things that were rusty. There were, they had pressurized ceilings in some areas, and they were just like the corrugated metal, and you could see where things had fallen and dented them from the top. Like it was old. There was rust, and it showed age. And then a lot of the old architecture looked like what you see in cities from old buildings that were built in the 30s. Like you go to a skyscraper that was built in the 30s and 40s, it's got the marble steps and the more ornate. A lot of the construction there was like that. They did have buildings. They did have buildings built vertically. So there were areas that they found that they converted that actually went from miles vertical down caverns that they were in, and they were curved. And they had where they went, and they found rooms that had no ledge that were on a vertical surface. And I remember that they built catwalks that could actually, and they built a lift like an industrial elevator that was 20 feet by 20 feet big, and it was very industrial. It had a cage around it, and you would ride it for a long time. But I remember thinking, standing on the ledge and looking down, and you could see kind of the lights of the other levels under us. And I was aware that if you jumped off, you would go into the microgravity. You would leave the artificial gravity and go into the microgravity, and so you wouldn't get hurt. You could actually get stuck out there. If you jumped off, you would slowly fall. You would drift down to the bottom of the cavern, which was miles down. And so we always thought, but I always wanted to get the courage up to jump out there and do that, but I would have gotten in big trouble. So it was something like, I remember sitting on the ledge, people that spend a lot of time on the edge of a building or from a high place, you kind of sit there and look at it, and it's like a moth to a flame thing. This one, I was aware that there was microgravity just over the ledge, and I always wanted to just jump into it, but we never did. Most of the buildings there were 4 or 5 stories tall. When they had replica cities, when you walked down the street, there were 4 or 5 stories, and then they had, and they looked like regular buildings like you'd see in a city. We were aware that there were entire deals where we gave several shiploads of goods for a math formula. The technology is the currency. And so for them to come to Earth and trade, there were things that they trade. They had a system set up where they could get goods from Earth. There was a whole shadow system, like a black system, they did it for accounting. But basically they weren't paying for much that they got from the Earth. But it was all about technology. So that is the real currency. They had several currencies. I believe they had a cryptocurrency there. They had several forms of currency at the trade window that you could access and set up an account. There were ETs that went there that they came from social systems that didn't have money. And so they had a limitless spending. And what they found is that those species are not wasteful. So it's not like they gave them an account that was limitless because they only would purchase things that they needed. They weren't wasteful with it. So it was their culture they came from. Everybody else had to get a banking system, join the bank at the trade window. And they had like facial recognition, and they had jewelry bracelets that you could do your banking with. But basically it was all about technology. They traded, when they got a new technology, they could trade it with other colonies in the solar system, other corporations for tech. So there was a real race between the colonies for technology. There was a colony on Vesta. I said Vesta. The other large body in the asteroid belt had a mining colony on it, and they were a completely different corporation than the Ceres colony was. So they did trade personnel. There were guys that transferred from there, but the asteroid belt was under its own corporation that we didn't have access to. Like the Ceres colony was independent. There were ruins on Mars when we did hiking missions on Mars. There were old stone structures that were supposedly millions of years old. They said that the scientists had already been there and studied, don't touch it. There were artifacts that they found, so that was the other thing that was through the grapevine, was that the miners on Ceres, when they emptied out of pockets of water, that they were finding artifacts from ancient structures that were built in water.
A2F.
There were times when we were just a cargo service for more advanced races that had, we would take cargo that was, like we couldn't use it.
Anybody got anything interesting after this for us to watch, please put it down.
The command crew would come down and look at it.
Write it down, okay.
I just want to look at it. And there were missiles that that they did that for, and there were other things that I didn't know what they did. But they would want to come down and have a look because they kind of looked at how they coveted it. But there was a missile that was like a nuclear missile that they said was unstoppable. Like once they fired it, and it was small. It was like 4 feet long, 3 or 4 feet long. It was very tiny. But they said once it was fired, there was no stopping it. That it could pass through solid objects to get to its target and then detonate. People asked me actually quite a bit if people had pets, and I was unaware of that. I don't think that they did. I don't think that there were any pets there. There were plants on the side of the road, and in certain areas they would have, plants. No rain. There was a river network. Like they had canals where they moved water in artificial gravity. They collect it, and there were times when you'd walk over a bridge and it was water flowing under it. And I think that was simply like water.
That wild water
system,
going.
how it worked. That they had. It wasn't for looks by any means. It was very industrial looking, with places where you would walk on water. But the pets and the animals, I don't know. I was also aware that they did have areas where they grew their own food. They grew food, but I never went there. I never set eyes on it. So they were growing their own food in areas, but that wasn't something that affected the oxygen or even the food supply. Was all taken care of by artificial means. It was more of a premium deal. Like real food was at a premium. Was a big business. It turns out that people are a lot cheaper than robots in the long haul. So they didn't, and I don't know if they were afraid of AI or something, but they had slave labor from day one, and they really perfected it. And I think that people turned out to be cheaper with the system that they had in place. So I didn't see robots anywhere. They always had people to come and clean up. They had a cell phone that was clear, that was see-through. And I know because when I was really nervous getting on the trains. So because I wore a slave collar and my suit identified me, I was open to being ordered around in public. So somebody could see me and say, hey, excuse me, get over here and clean this up, or whatever. And when we boarded the trains, that was the time that was most likely for me to get picked on, if you will. So when I got on the train, I was a little bit nervous that somebody was going to say, hey, come here and hold this or do something stupid. And when the train got going, I waited for the minute that everybody would pull out their phones. And literally everybody did. They pulled out and they were clear. The reason they were clear, that somebody explained to me, was that it's bad for your eyes. You stare at your phone, but if it's clear, your eye kind of can see through it. There's a depth thing, and it's easy. You don't damage your eyesight. So they were all clear, and everybody whipped out their phone. I remember being on the train and hearing conversations. There was a lady that said that they all said that the government watched them through their phones, and that you could actually get in trouble for things. So they had the same kind of system that we did back, in the 90s. They had cell phones they were all aware they were watching. They were all addicted to their apps they had in it, and everybody was on their phone. And I was very upset that I didn't have one. I was the same way that kids in school, everybody has a phone, but Dad, can I have a phone? I was very resentful that I did not have access to the entertainment. People would show each other things, and I would sit in the conversations of how entertained they were. And I was very upset that I didn't have one. There were a few times when I needed a device, but for the most part, I didn't have my own technology. Was there ever a slave revolt? No. They were very heavy-handed, and there was absolutely no hope of that. We thought about it, like it was something you would fantasize about, like being set free. I remember thinking about it quite a bit, but they were very proficient, and we had all been programmed. There was also a level of psychological programming that was done, so it wasn't something that would ever really manifest. I only heard stories from the girls that they said they went to places that were very lavish, that they had gravity art or clothes or houses that they would perturb the gravity for artwork. So imagine like a round room that you could walk up around, that they used gravity artwork. Because I remember Crumbs had a gravity, an anti-gravity, like a low-grav art piece installed in the foyer, and it would have low-grav fireballs and water. And I remember when that came in, that I would talk to the girls about how much I loved it. And they said, that's nothing. You should see what they have. Their homes are amazing. That they have a lot of, spaces in the house where they had gravity, and then spaces where they had gravity turned off, and they would have things hanging, artwork in the middle of the room, floating there, and then the house constructed around gravity in a different area. But they had lavish homes. But I never set foot in any of them. I never went to because I was a slave, and because I tended to get picked on by people, I would be put to task by people when I came in contact. So if I went to the ritzy area, I would be a slave there, and somebody would have every right to abuse me, or take me and say, hey, clean this up while you're here. And so I avoided places like that. I don't really know so that the internet was like there. Like you said, it was Mars. I wasn't really aware of that because I never had access to it, and we referred to it as network. The other thing is, so I did know this, that on the ship, when the progress officer came around with his device to put us, he said that the Wi-Fi was actually dangerous. That the same way that our Wi-Fi is, they warn you about it. He said that when the device makes a straight beam to the Wi-Fi, to the network, and standing in that beam is actually bad for you. And he was aware of that. It was the same type of system like what we have. So Adolf Hitler was
that's why I had them headaches.
So only like the top 3 people on Ceres Colony had access to the data. He was classified, even the colonels and, you know what I mean, the high-ranking ship captains, they had no idea. They was classified above them. Everybody agreed that he lived, that he did not die in World War II, that he lived and went to Argentina, and there was rumor that he was, you know, is he alive still or is he dead? Like that was the thing. It was classified that even though they didn't know what happened to Hitler. But everybody agreed that he didn't die in the war in that bunker. So are there new Schwabenlanders alive today? I would have to speculate and say yes. So do I know for sure? Because I know, because somebody told me no. But they all had access to life extending tech. They were all drinking like a milkshake every morning that was, like they already had technology, they were working on living longer. And they were told me that, you know, if we ever see you, you know, like I'm gonna grow old and they're not, kind of thing. So so they had life extension technology when I was there, and I would expect the same guys that I worked with back in the 90s to still be up there. So super soldiers, nowadays I hate the term, because it's been pirated by people that everything's a super soldier to everything, so it's a blanket. But we did take elite troops on the ship. We loaded them from the gymnasium to the ship and then took them, as cargo to a destination. But they were not soldiers. They were in like a shiny black armor with helmets on, and their pants, their armor pants would lock so that they could sit down, and the pants would lock so that they could just sit there and wait. And they would sit still for 20 hours, 30 hours. They would just sit there and wait. And it was a dog whistle. He blew a dog whistle and then they all stood up. Like, I was there, myself and 2 other engineers were there and walked to the gymnasium. He said, watch this. And he blew the dog whistle and they all stood up at attention after being idle for like 16 hours. So they were a half human. I didn't see their face. They were really, and I'm speculating, but they were really a lot like what Jason Rice described as the dog soldiers. They were that height. They were that kind of what he described, like the werewolf soldiers. But they had an armor. They had a huge, like a helmet on. Like it didn't look like a human helmet. It was more like a ball around, a helmet, and it would swivel. And they were in shiny black, and I believe it could turn to dull black, like they could turn it on and off. And they did. There was no interaction. They moved like machines. There was those for the Mars colony. The time that I was on Mars colony and did missions, I did stand ups. It was impressive to see those guys in the armor. I don't know, I don't want to remark too much about it. So the new Halo show, where they show the guys in the armor, it was the same experience. There was a lot of respect for one of them. When the guys had their armor on, it was like seeing somebody in a Lamborghini. They got a lot of respect. The armor was impressive to see. So in the new Halo show, it's like, that's one of the scenes, like I see those scenes and it's the same kind of, you know what I mean? It's like seeing somebody in a once in a lifetime Lamborghini thing. So if they actually called them super soldiers, I don't know. They had a designation, so they were a number on a crew manifest, on a cargo manifest for me. They did have a name, actually, like the MXK troop, something. They had like a number like that. I'm terrible with the names. But no, they didn't call them super soldiers that I remember. So when I lived back in the barracks on Series Colony, we had like a very rudimentary bathroom that was disgusting. And we had the trough that you pee in, not the individual urinal, but one big long trough that everybody peed in. And we had toilets with water. So Mars Colony had water and then had a bidet, but we had toilet paper on Series Colony. It's fun facts of space. I didn't use those toilets though because I worked on a ship, so I would wait and go at lunch or during the day and use the ship bathroom, which was like exactly as small and cramped as an airplane, even smaller as an airplane bathroom. So if you think about going in that house, it's like you could barely stand and turn around. It was very small. It was right next to a place that had a little galley, like an airplane galley. And it had we had a replicator that looked like a microwave, and there was a little refrigerator there, and a countertop and a sink. And I would use the bathroom and wash my hands while my food was replicating. And that was kind of my routine. And it was nice. That was for us. I had it made compared to the guys that had to use the public stuff. But everybody went up to C deck to use that bathroom up there. I'm trying to think of anywhere else. The Crumbs, the club in the red light district, had a bathroom just like you would find in a bar, like in a Ruby Tuesdays, and it was the same kind of bathroom. And the Mars Colony didn't really do toilet paper. They had the bidet thing. They had some there, but available. But Series Colony had toilet paper. We were importing toilet paper from Earth. We were actually not necessarily our ship, but they did have it taken care of. They were importing toilet paper, and it was that we didn't have. I remember missing the Mars bathroom. The Mars bathroom was way more sophisticated and a lot more comfortable. Sonic showers and so yes, and I'll cover that in my second book. I'm working on a second book, but there was a shower that didn't have water, and you would go in. It was a light that sterilized you, and it had a sonic. It felt like a massager, like almost a hum that would go over you and you scrubbed and it would get you clean. But that's a whole different story. That's going to be an entirely different subject matter that I'm going to wait for the second book to come out before I really get into detail about it. Because that's, I like people to believe one thing at a time, to digest one thing that I'm saying at a time before. I don't want to give too much at once and make it just unpalatable. But it was only for certain circumstances, and it actually worked better on other species than humans. The sonic shower wasn't great on humans. Replicator worked, you would put the empty bowl in it. They had bowls next to it with lids with holes in them. And you would put the lid on the bowl and put it in the center of the replicator, like a microwave without a turntable in there. And you would select, it had the one that I used most of the time had old buttons from it looked like the old Zenith remote control. The buttons were antiquated. It was old. And I think there were only 8 choices, and they were mostly, they were all like a slimy food. It wasn't a high quality, it was a gas station quality food. And that's not being fair to gas stations. The pot roast was the favorite, but you would get sick of it after. You couldn't eat the pot roast every day. You'd get sick of it, so we would save it. And then let's do pot roast today. On a bad day, we would have pot roast. So try to cheer us up. But there was just some match. And the food that out of the replicator had all your nutrients. So you did. I was in better shape then. It had everything you needed. It was like an MRE, and so it would just be mashed potatoes and gravy. But it had protein and everything in there as if you were eating, like a more rounded meal. But it was always too slimy. And it was piping hot. When it came out, it was boiling hot. You had to wait for it to cool down. Like eating it was a deal. And actually getting accustomed to eating that food quickly that was very hot was a trick that I used to get ahead of the productivity score of my counterpart, because he always waited for his food to cool. He had like a ritual, so slamming my food quick really gave me the edge on the productivity report and got me in line for promotion and for perks. Well, it's a habit I brought back with me. Like the next day, I've eaten my food quickly ever since. It's something that, it's one of those things that stayed with me. my room was a 5 by 10 square, looked like a prison cell with a cot and a little drawer mounted on the wall, little desk area mounted on the wall with one drawer in it that was empty. And it was cinder blocks, and there was no door. It was open. I could see across the hall. I didn't have any. It was very Spartan. Sometimes we got better clothes hanging depending, it was mission specific. So when we were going on certain missions, they would give us better looking clothes. If we were going to Antarctica, for instance, the clothes would be brand new, and but it was hanging on a hook. So everything for me to wear was waiting at my hook with my number on it when I got out of the shower. And then so I would take off my pajamas and hang them on the hook and put my clothes on and leave. So when we got back and we had time off, if a mission got scrubbed or something and I was laying around, I would get drafted. They said, "You guys are doing nothing, come on." And I was on work and I had to do laundry. And so we had giant washing machines and we did laundry. And it sucked. And it was on a mass scale. I mean, we're talking about thousands of articles of clothing that we did. So we were shoveling it in the machine, bigger machines. And then you'd have to get it out and fold, separate them and fold. But there was a lot of guys that it was really good. So getting breakfast, there was a cafeteria, like a buffet thing, and you weren't allowed to really pick out at it. You got your portion that somebody doled out, and that was it. So it was the amount of food, and you couldn't not eat. So if you skipped a meal, you would get penalized for that too. You had to eat your meal when it was. If you skipped a meal to make up time, or you didn't feel like it, which there were many times I didn't want to eat, and they would report you, and you'd have to go see the doctor, and he'd make you run on the treadmill and poke you full of needles, and he made it unpleasant. But they would do that. They'd be like, okay, if you miss your meal, you're gonna have to come back. So that motivated you to do what you were told. But the meals were small, and actually, I remember being quite content. Hunger really I wasn't hungry a lot. So the book's doing good. It's funny. We're at the Secret Space Conference, and it's like it feels like everybody here has read the book or is in the middle of reading it, and I'm like blown away. It's mind blowing to me. The book has really received really good reviews, and I'm glad it's over, to be honest. The book was hard to write in 6 years, and I am working on a second book, and I wish I could say that's going well, but it might take me another 6 years. I don't know. Hopefully quicker. But I'm writing on a second book. There's a notebook that I'm making for timeline work that'll be published soon, and then I'm already planning on a third book. This is going to be like talking about this, time in life, what's happened since I remembered. So I've got a couple more books planned in me, and it's nice. This has been a big source of closure for me to have a book done, and it's a real relief. It was something that I stressed about for a long time. It was difficult. The name of the book is Series Colony Cavalier, and you can link to it from my website, TonyRodriguez.com, or search it on Amazon in the book section of Amazon Books. Put in Series Colony Cavalier. It was at number 1 in its category for 6 weeks. It really took off, so there were people waiting for it. But now it's kind of mellowed out, and it's still, it's selling pretty good.
Hi there, I'm Danny, spiritualtherapist.com, and welcome to this incredible episode, and it's titled, The Little Boy Abducted at 10, a real survivor story. And before we get into this beautiful man you see before you, I want to say to everybody watching that if you're somebody who isn't open to the odd F word, the odd F-bomb, a truth and a reality that is loved and believed by the people on screen in front of you, if you're a little bit shut down, closed-minded, that's all right. We still love you, but you can leave now. Okay, bye. Sweet love to you all. The man in front of you, has got no time for that shit anyway. He has a real story to tell, guys, and it is absolutely mind-blowing for those of you that haven't seen it. And for those of you that haven't seen it, and for those of you that have, please share. Share this man's story worldwide. Tony Rodriguez, welcome, sir.
Hello, thanks for having me. Good to be here.
My God, Tony,
Okay.
thank you, darling. Thank you so much for coming and playing with me today. I'm so, so, so grateful, so in awe of you, and so amazed by your story. And your story starts, as you often start it, with you being abducted at 10 years old. But before we get into the details of the actual abduction and who abducted you, and thank the heavens that you are, now an adult and you survived to become an adult with your physical body and mind. Of course, there must be some harrowing issues along the way that you've had to deal with. But right before we get to the details of who your abductors were, what is your very first memory in this lifetime?
You mean so long-term memory seems to be what I'm gifted with. I have terrible short-term memory, to where it's even hard when I converse with people, I'll forget what we were just talking about. But long-term memories, I remember being very young. I can remember before I could speak, being a baby in the crib. I actually can see, there were times during, I don't remember all of it, but I remember bits and pieces of before I was, even in my infancy. So long-term memory I'm gifted with that. I think everybody has their superpower, I call it. Everybody has a superpower, and that seems to have been mine. And it's, to go through the programs that I did and have my memories erased, be blank slated, most people don't remember that. A lot of people have fragments. I've worked with thousands of people since coming forward.
Right.
That's the biggest thing that surprises me is I have a great deal of memory recall. So long-term memory is something that I'm kind of intrigued at.
Right. So before we get into the programs and what you came forward, after your abduction, as a little babe in the crib, what do you go there? Like, look through your eyes. Like, what are you seeing? What are you thinking? What are you sensing?
I can remember a time. So this is adult. This is personal. This is back. I can remember a time my mom used to put me in. So I was born in February in Michigan, so it was winter time. So in the spring, I was only March, April, or May, just a few months old. I can remember being in the crib. My mom used to put a blanket over. I was in a crib, and she put a blanket over a blue blanket with a print, it had like a penguin print on it, and they were having sex in the room. And I thought that my mom was being hurt, and I started crying. I threw a fit. I started crying. I was shocked by it, and then so that's one of my early memories. That, and then there were times like when the final moon mission, the last time that we went to the moon, I was only a month old or so. My dad took me out. We were watching it on the news when the moon landed, when it landed, and it was on the news.
Right.
My dad picked me up and carried me outside and pointed to the moon and said, "There's a man up there." And I can remember that. I can remember crawling around. There's a lot of things. There's stories with me and my sister was 5 years older than me, so we talk about, and she's always been just impressed that I can still remember, because she can confirm it. It's not like I'm remembering things from my childhood that can't. And she goes, "Yeah, that's true. I remember that too." And so she's confirmed it. So it's weird. Most people don't remember deep past things.
Yeah.
And the things that I remember are kind of not that important.
Yeah.
Per se, but nonetheless, I still have very long distance memory.
But I'm so happy for you, Tony, because, the trauma that you suffered at 10, which we're just about to come to, it still shows and means that no matter what traumas you suffered from that moment on, is that those beings, people, whatever, didn't take that from you. That you still win, you still have that, that claiming of soul, of spirit, of mind, and that is a beautiful thing, and it's something that I think is valuable and worth talking about, most definitely. I'm really happy for you. So I've worked with a lot of people on different levels of abuse and trauma in this lifetime, and they have no grasp at all, nothing from that time. It's just completely white. So bless you, and I'm so happy for you. All right, so we're going to come through now. You're 10 years old, and you were abducted at age 10. And so I'd love for you to share about the morning of the abduction. What do you remember? Do you remember getting up? Do you remember what you wore? Do you remember what your bedroom looked like?
You mean the morning after I woke up, after it was over?
No, the morning that you were taken. So the morning you wake up, you go to school, something happened at school, you come home, you go to bed, boom. If we could go there to that morning.
It was a colder day. It was in April. It was colder. I remember I had a brown jacket with a hood, and I had boots because it had been rainy, so it was muddy. And I had lived in an old farmhouse, and our driveway was really bumpy and about a quarter mile long. So it was a long 13 acres of decent sized piece of property that we lived on. It was an old 100-year-old farmhouse. And the driveway was a quarter mile long, and it was bumpy with puddles. So I had to walk through that to get to the bus. And so I had boots on. And my dad had gone earlier.
Oh, how you doing, Ruby? I'ma see. Let me see.
The day before, I think that my dad dropped off. No, it was later the same day that my dad dropped off my science fair project. So it was late getting there. So when I got to school, they sent us down because we had a science fair project, but mine wasn't even there. So I went that day. I was called to the cafeteria, but I didn't have my science fair. My dad hadn't dropped it off yet. He was, he had to take time off work on his lunch and then run home and grab my science fair project and take it to the school.
What was it? What was your science fair project?
It was a dam. It was like a dam where you put water in it. It would demonstrate that it had how they make electricity. Just a little real simple, but it was basically you filled it. It was a mock dam. It had I used a green sponge and cut it up to make little trees, and we painted it, and it was incomplete. I got an I because it was incomplete and it leaked all over the place. It didn't work, yeah.
At least you tried, darling.
Yeah, I got an I though for incomplete. But went to school, so they called me down to the cafeteria. And I said, I don't need. They said my teacher said go to the cafeteria because you're in the science fair, so go. And the class had a meeting that class, and I went to the cafeteria, and I walked around, and I knew that I was in deep crap. I remember that I knew because I saw all the other kids had better stuff. And I went, oh boy, this is going to be embarrassing kind of thing. And then I walked around the boy in question who I didn't get along with, and his dad was actually they were setting up his, and his was on solar energy, solar power. He had a can of Campbell's soup, and he put a big tin foil in the shape of a disc kind of thing, so that it would cook the can of soup and warm it up to where you could eat it. And then he had all the data on cardboard, how long it took in the sunlight. He did science on it. Like his was awesome. I think he won it, I'm not sure. But that was his science fair project. I walked by him and he goes, and his dad, who he said, my dad's an Illuminati, what's your dad? We didn't get along. And I walked by them in the cafeteria in my muddy boots. I remember sloshing along. I hated being in my boots where I had a pair of shoes up in the class, but I didn't get to change because they sent me straight to the cafeteria. This first thing in the morning, he said to his dad, that's that boy I told you about that ruined my confidence. And his dad said something back like, so he doesn't look so tough or something, it's something like that. He doesn't look like he's
oh damn, they set him up.
And he said they talked about me, and I knew they were talking about me, but I just kept walking. I didn't care. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of in my own world about my project wasn't done. And all I can remember that they said a few things that were strange, and then when I was walking with the last thing, he said he doesn't deserve that. And his dad said, well, you're going to need to learn how to manage better than that because we'll have him admit it or something. He said something like that, like, we'll take him. And he goes, well, he doesn't deserve that. He said, well, you mentioned it, so you need to learn to manage what you say better or something. Something like vaguely like that, how the conversation went. And I didn't think anything of it. Later on, I did get an I, so I had to set because my project was late coming. I didn't get a spot in the cafeteria. It filled up, so mine was set up in another room, and I was thinking, good, people won't get to see it because it doesn't work. And they came in and judged it. I sat there. It was not a really busy day at school because of the science fair. So I went back to class for a little while, put on my shoes, tennis shoes, and then went to where my exhibit was. My dad had dropped it. I didn't even see my dad. He dropped it off and left, and then they called me out of class. And I sat there, then they came in. I got an I for incomplete. There was some strange conversation around it. He was there, he was the judge.
Who was the judge?
His dad.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm pretty sure it was that night. So the passage of time is kind of hard to recall.
That's
back
fucked
then,
up.
you know. I'm pretty sure it was that night or the following night that I was taken. I think that was a Wednesday, and I think I was taken on a Thursday. You know, so we set up that Wednesday. Maybe the fair was on the following day when I got judged.
So again, for those that have no idea where this story of your abduction is actually heading and what kind of person or people took you, you're saying that this guy's little boy, friend, this 10-year-old kid, same age as you, had accused you of taking his confidence?
So yeah, so we were in the Talented and Gifted program. We met in the library, top 5% of the school, and we met in the library every Wednesday for advanced learning. And basically, I mean, this is in the 80s, this is 1982, so there's no, the computers were the old PET computers that were super limited, remember those?
Yeah.
And it was just basically on how to look up information in a library, it was advanced learning stuff, creativity stuff. But he was in that class too, and we did not get along. He was very smart. Like, he was definitely the head of the class, very smart kid. And so I was, I guess, fueled by envy and jealousy at that point. That was my feather in my hat at home. I was the youngest of 5 kids. So that I had good grades, so I was smart, and that's how I got a pat on the back. So I wanted to be the smart kid in that class too, and I wasn't as smart as him. But one day I went into that, I was early to the library, and that kid was there. And there were 3 or 4 girls sitting around, they were in the couch in the library, and they were laughing. I walked over and said, "What's going on?" And they were saying, the one girl said, he can read your mind. He can tell you what you're thinking. And I said, "What?" I said, "No, you can't." And I didn't believe it for a second. And they said, "No, do Tony, do Tony." And the girls, they were like, "Yeah, do him next." And he's like, "No, it's your turn." And she said, "No, I don't want you to. Don't do me. Do Tony." And I looked at him, and at the moment that I looked at him, and I said, "Yeah, do me." And at the moment I looked at him, I thought to myself, "You're the ugliest person I've ever met, and none of these girls will ever date you when you grow up. You're gonna be," that's what I was thinking. That was the cruel thought that was in my head. I thought, "You're the ugliest kid I've ever seen in my life, and none of these girls think you're attractive." That's what I was thinking. And he looked at me, and I could see the look in his, he went, and was hurt by it. And he was visibly hurt. And then I said, "Go ahead and tell him. And he said nothing, and then that was it. He said, "No, I don't want to do this anymore." And that was the end of it.
Wow.
And ever after that, he was extremely, like, I tried because I thought, I didn't believe that he could read my mind. So
right.
it wasn't,
So
you know what I'm saying?
As a
I was
little
being
kid,
very,
right.
very cruel, but not outwardly.
No, because you didn't think you'd be able to hear it. It was a challenge,
Yes.
right? It was just a kid
Yes.
thing, for God's sake. Wow, that was it.
It devastated him, and he hated me ever after. He did everything he could to, he didn't bully me or whatever, like, he didn't pick on me, but he did, if he could do something to make my life slightly harder in class, he would. You get what I mean? Like, he made it known that I was from then on his enemy. And so that's how that started, and me and him never really got along ever after that.
Wow. So then cut to his dad, like looking down on you, his dad being part of the judging of the science fair, and his father deciding some kind of fate for you, it sounds like, because it sounds like that's the guy who ruined my confidence. What a terrible thing. I mean, parents, I know, parents can be very, very protective of their kids and really want to get that kid back, but, a little extreme. Okay.
One of the researchers I worked with said that, in fact, other people that have come forward, and not publicly, but people that he worked with, that they had similar experiences, that there is an echelon of people, and they tend to justify punishing people with these technologies. They have access to to special program technology, and the other people that had worked with this researcher said that they were being, in fact, it was a form of a punishment that they did to punish people. And so that's kind of what I went through too, but it was extremely in depth. And then the other thing is they rely on the fact that you're not going to remember. So throughout the program, after I was abducted and I was taken, whenever something bad happened to me, I said, how can you do this? You know, the answer I would always get was, you're not going to remember anyway. So don't worry about it. You're not going to remember. But that night, middle of the night, there was a lot going on around the house. There were bright lights outside that shined down. There was like a static electricity buzzing noise that would buzz the house. Our phone rang. It was the weirdest things. And then I woke up and I had basically a gray ET standing over me, and it paralyzed me. And
so you're in your bed, Toby. You're in your bed at night. You can hear all this noise outside and see lights. Are you, like, what time is it? Are you in a bunk bed? Are you in a single bed? Are you in a room by yourself?
I was in my room. I had a room, and then across the hall, we were upstairs. There were 2 rooms upstairs, and across the hall was my parents. My parents were in the other room. The doors were open, so I could hear them. And my bed had like a dresser under it. My bed was one piece, and it had 6 dresser drawers under it. So it was tall. It was off the ground, higher than most beds are, especially for a kid. You know, it was a good 3 feet off the ground, like it was a tall bed. But it was just a single bed. My room was messy. I had a bunch of toys that were piled up in the center of the room. It was a mess. I am a messy person. I was there. I said it. You know, I like to keep my house clean, but my bedroom is usually pretty messy. I don't make my bed, this kind of thing. But yeah, and then I was taken. They took me out. They carried me. Short reptilians. They were reptiles.
So a grey came. You said a grey came, stood over you, paralyzed you, so you couldn't move. And then what happened?
I believe there were 3 of them. 3 reptilians.
Yeah, they
shorter
came to me
reptilians with
too.
hoods. Came from the foot of my bed around
Ancestors took care of that.
and carried me to the end of my bed. There was a bright flash of light, and I lost consciousness at that point. I was knocked out by whatever happened. It knocked me out, and I woke up and so it's worth noting, so people understand that I've had laser surgery on my eyes, but back then I needed glasses most of my life, and even until I was 20, almost till I was 30 years old, I wore glasses. I had very bad eyesight, poor eyesight, and back then I did too. So I woke up and it was blurry. I was in a laboratory and it was blurry. Let's fix this here. But I was naked, sitting on a metal bed, like a metal, like a stainless steel bed, or like a table. And the room was rounded, and the front of the room, like the size of, not quite a garage door, but a good size, was round. And there were people and beings walking by, and there was 2 gray ETs looking there that were probably robots. They were very, matter of fact, very interpersonal. They could communicate with me, but it was very interpersonal, very cold communication.
Telepathic?
Yes, all in my head. I could hear it all in my head. And there was a reptilian, and he was telling me, he was the one that was actually. And how do I say this? He was like a person. Communicating with him was like talking to anybody. He was like he had a sense of humor, and he was just more of a enjoyable conversation than with them. When talking with the Greys, it was very, very direct, very cold. No, sit, move. Like they were very, very matter of fact. Then a taller, long-necked, more white-colored, gray-looking being came in, and he was kind of directed traffic and was more of like the doctor. And they ran tests on. They poked me with a few things, and I was talking to the reptile. I said, I can't believe I knew it. I was thrilled. I knew aliens were real. You're going to come down to the earth now, right? We're going to talk to aliens. This is it. I thought it was the disclosure. I thought it was contact.
Right. This is
I thought
amazing.
that tomorrow it was going to be on the news.
Oh my God. So in that moment, you're conscious, you're awake, you're on a spaceship, you've been taken, there's these 2 non-communicative, non-feeling, and the human senses must have been like, fuck, shit, You know, you're a little boy, like your adrenals must have been crazy. So you know these little brains can't communicate. This reptilian sounds like you kind of had somewhat of a heart, but there's obviously a connection going. You're 10, you're thinking, I knew aliens were real. And then what? Where are they poking you? What are they doing to you?
So they did the one came up, they did something in my neck. They took I don't know if it was brain cells, like they took a biopsy of brain, you know, it's in my head. That they had to take they had to do basically what we call a biopsy. They told me they took cells and they needed to analyze them if I was going to be compatible with what they wanted to do.
Stem
So they had to
cells?
run a test. I have no idea, I don't know. But, so they had to wait for the results of the test. That's the other thing. And they did it was painful when they did that. It hurt. The reptilian was kind of like, you know, like he spoke in a manner like, hey buddy, you know, like, how's it going? You just relax, everything's cool. And I was talking to him, and like I said, I was excited. I said, this is contact, this is great. You know, I knew you guys were real. I knew this. I always knew it. We're ready for you. Come, you know what I mean? Like, people of the earth are ready for you. I thought that it was a much different thing than what was really going to happen. But it came back, my test results came back, and I was asking how many different kinds of you are here? There's more than, you guys all work together, what's going on? And he said, yeah, there's plenty of people here like that, that are from different worlds that we work together. He's like, you're really gonna freak out when you see one of the insectoids. And then later on, he told me one just walked by, but I couldn't see it. He said, see, did you see him? And I couldn't see it. It was just too far away. Like, mine only had 12 inches of sight. It was blurry. So I was like, man, can you fix my eyes? Do you guys know how to fix my eyes? Can you do that real quick? You know, I even asked him that. You can fix my eyes, can't you? Can you make it where I can see? And he said, no, one thing at a time kind of thing. And they got my biopsy back, or they got the test results back. And they said, yep, we're going to take you. It'll work. And then the one said to the reptilian, make sure you get his permission. We have to get his permission. And I said, what's going on? You know, he said, well, we need you to help us out. We want you to come and work with us for 20 years. And I said, no, I can't do that. There's no way. I have mom and dad. I have a family. I'm not going to be gone. They would miss me. I'd have to go home. He said, no. And he explained, he said, no, you're going to go back home tomorrow. We have time travel. Don't interrupt me. He said, we have time travel. And my dogs.
Lovely.
And he explained it to me that I was lucky. He said, you're very lucky to be picked for this. You can live an extra 20 years. He's like, out of your whole life, you get to live an extra 20 and then go back. And we put you back. He's like, this is bonus for you. And I honestly think that the words they used were career return. You're going on a career return. I said, am I going to learn a career? He said, no, probably not. You know, like he was joking. He messed with me too. He was, you know when somebody messes with somebody and they kind of don't know it? You know what I mean? Like, when they joke about them to their face, and you can kind of feel like it, like you feel like you're the butt of the joke, but you're not in the joke.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like you're not included.
Yeah.
He did that. He did some of that. And, but I said, I can't go. I said, you're sure I'm going to be home tomorrow. My parents won't miss me. He said, they're not even going to know you were gone. They won't even know you were gone. And I said, okay, well, I want to help you guys out. Sure, I'll help. And then bang, they put me back on the table. So this is an area of contention. The next thing that I remember is kind of an area of contention with some people in the field of ufology at this point. Because there's the Travis Walton case. There was the movie he made. And it was basically the same procedure where they laid me back on a table, they put a sheet over me, and the table sucked it tight. And I said, why are you doing this? I mean, and I said, are you going to hurt me? And they said, no, we're not going to hurt you. This is fine. And then they put the sheet over me, and it sucked it tight. And I went, and it sucked it in my mouth, and then they cut it. And then they pulled around the eye, and they cut that. So that there was a hole over my eye and a hole that I could breathe from my mouth. And I said, you said you weren't going to hurt me. but I could have suffocated just now. And he's, how did you know that I was going to suck in? You could have cut me with the knife. What, you know what I mean? I was questioning them. I was a 10-year-old kid, so I wasn't really And he goes, we know you would have sucked in, they all do that. And the plastic is for you, it's not for us. He said, you have germs on you, you have microbes on you that can get you infected if we went out for this procedure. It's not us. We don't have microbes on us that would hurt, so the sheet was to protect me from me, so they didn't have to clean me up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
To sterilize myself, so they wrapped me up in a plastic sheet. So what I'm saying is the contention is that the Travis Walton movie that depicts this scene pretty accurately, Travis came out years later and said that he never described that the producers of the show did that scene, it was completely fiction, that was not in his account, and they were just trying to describe the helplessness he felt, and that's how they came up. And I said, wait a minute, because somebody had asked me early on, a friend of his had asked me, like, is it exactly how you remember it? You said that scene exists like the scene in the movie. And I said, yes, that's exactly what I remember going through. And I had remembered this long before I saw the movie, the damn movie. So my question back was, number one, he quit talking to me, and that was kind of, I wanted to have more back and forth, but they just kind of thought that Tony's crate not real, because you're getting your thing, you're mixing it from the movie. But my question is how did the movie producers come up with that? With knowing that procedure the way that they did. And in fact, I'm going to do a show about it on my own show coming up, that a lot of movies seem to have a lot of acting. It's not in the writing, it's not in the directing, it's not in the acting, it's in the special effects. So the special effects companies that are filling in the background scenes and the building these computer generated sets are putting accurate things that are really up there, accurate secret space program things from colonies that are up there, like accurate info that have nothing to do with the movie. They just, it's the backdrop. And these people are kind of in the know. It's obvious. And I'm gonna get a like a collection of movies, because I just saw one this morning. I was looking for a movie to watch earlier this morning, very early. I got up at like 4 in the morning. So I was sitting there bored, and I was looking, and I started seeing things and I went, how do they even know that? It's not exactly what it's like. That shape is exactly what I remember. That's exactly what I remember.
Right.
And it's movies that I've never seen before. So it's not like I got the information from the movie, because brand new. So
it's like that
happening
whole,
over and over again.
Exactly. People look at Gene Roddenberry, who, as we know, brought us Star Trek, and there are lots of people in the spiritual community and metaphysical community who basically say he was what we know as a bleed through or a drip through. So he was given information just dripping through into his conscious mind that he would then create, same with Carl Sagan, people like that, in my own world, in my own experiences that I've had on and off wherever, the same thing, these things happen, you meet people, they talk about things, and that's happened, I've seen that. Or say if I'm reading someone, I see something that's happened, I'm like, yeah, that's happened to me too, I know that, like that, like you say, you get that recognition, whether it's on a cellular responsive mechanism, because our cells carry every single memory of anything that's ever happened to us, and they get triggered at that moment. It isn't just about sight or sound, is it? Sometimes it's just more of that kind of sentience, but that is absolutely incredible. Honestly, my heart is thumping because I've never heard some of the details that you're giving, and it's so exciting, but obviously tragic too, but it's so beautiful. Thank you for padding out more of what you went through. So here you are with this reptilian who's clearly manipulating a 10-year-old little boy to falsely get your consent.
Yes, right. The other thing is, in the movies, there's a lot of deniability. That's my number one thing, like on YouTubes that get posted about my story. People go, oh, he just got that from Starship Troopers. Oh, he saw the movie Communion. They put these things in things in movies. Now they're in overdrive because the people that, like myself, that are whistleblowers that have come out in disclosure, they're really trying to keep up with the movies, with the things we're describing, so that they can say, well, he just saw that in the movie.
Okay, but haven't you noticed that, like, let's take you, Tony Rodriguez, abductee, contactee, Alex Collier, also a friend of mine, abductee, contactee, Elena Danan, beautiful Elena Danan, also a friend. Okay, so if you take you three, for example, you're out, and Alex has been out on the platform now for over 30 years, and talking about the Andromedans and his connection. So all of a sudden, there are literally hundreds of thousands more people coming into a new awareness in the last 2 years in particular. And they're all friggin' experts. They're all like, no, that was the Geometrical Wars. No, that was when Andromeda and the Orions clashed. They don't know shit. They're actually learning in real time from you, Elena, and Alex, you know, in general. Of course there are others, of course there are, but, you know, I think it's a little bit, you know, good advice for some of those people who now think they're experts, just to listen a bit more and have a bit more respect for these humans who've actually lived the horror of being abducted by off-planet species.
There's a little bit, so I'm not going to speak to Elena. I love Elena Danan. We fortunately, I've befriended her and we speak from time to time. I'm not friends with Alex, though I've sat in on some of his info, but I don't really study the genre. I learned not to in the beginning because if I do repeat any of it, I quickly you can get in trouble saying you stole that from somebody else. So I turned it all off so that I could preserve my own information, so that I wouldn't cloud up the water with other people's testimonies. So I really don't study anybody else's thing. But there is a very real phenomenon where people get memories. I'm not saying they weren't abducted, I'm not saying they didn't do a 20 back or go into a soldier program or whatever. There's a very real phenomenon where people are connecting the dots too quickly with their own memory and recall. And it gets filled in. And I did a show on this earlier today, there's many ways that people get led on. They get hypnotic regression sessions, and they get led into answers. And then once that happens, it's like programmed on a subconscious level, and then those are the memories. And so we're seeing a lot of people, like you said, that are overnight experts that still have some unpacking to do. Fortunately for me, I was researched in the beginning, and I didn't have a lot of contact with other things. I had some secret space program information, and I was into I was studying it. I was looking for answers back then. But then I was researched, and there were some things that kind of backed up my story that I was genuine, that backed up the genuineness of my account. And so I was very fortunate because nowadays you really can't introduce much that new to it. Everybody's kind of told everything that's been going on up there. It's hard to have new information in this it's hard to say something that would prove your case that somebody else hasn't already said right now. So people are desperate for that. I know that feeling. And I made some mistakes early on with researchers because I was just desperate for them to listen to me. And we see that right now. So, and like I said, people are experts about it. There's a lot. The very first thing I recognize is that I went through some great, I went through a brain blender, and I went through versions of mind control. They did attempt to put screen memories in there. They attempted a lot of things. And so I always tell people to take my information with a grain of salt because I may believe it wholeheartedly, and there may be things that are not super accurate. However, I've been able to prove a lot of the accuracy. So with the memories that I have been able to prove, I have to trust the other ones that I can't prove directly.
Wow, amazing. Oh my God. So let's go back to 10. You're still 10 years old. You've just now agreed with this horrible reptilian manipulator to do what is now become known in the public domain, 20 and back, which most of us, again, we've never heard of. We've never heard of this. But this comes under the banner, a career return. It comes under the banner of the Secret Space Program, which again, most people in these last 2 years are just coming to understand and realize about this. So can you tell us what happened after you've made the agreement with the reptilian, coerced into it, manipulated, and then what happened next?
Quite a bit. Well, in a nutshell, I'll say it quick for people that don't know, is that I was taken and then I lived in black programs and then eventually sold to the secret space program and lived off-world for 20 years. It was a 20-year period that I was basically, a slave for them, for these programs, for black programs. And then age regress. So there's great info. William Tompkins came forward and has great information explaining how they do that and what the parameters of that, of age regression, however they do it. I have my own theories on what I went through, but then put back like the very next day. So that's the real phenomenon, the technology. And you really lose people when you talk about the time travel aspect of it. They go, wait a minute, where were your parents while you were gone? I get that question a lot. Like, my parents never knew I was gone. I woke up the next morning after it was over. And anyhow,
this is so Back to the Future. You know, if anybody is struggling to find something to relate in this moment, then for me it's like Back to the Future. Marty wakes up.
When he woke up that next morning and his life was different, was the exact same. This is another movie that I looked at and I went, what? It's programming, because when he woke up and he was like, he thought it was all a dream. He was back in his life, and it wasn't until he saw the differences, like all his life was better all of a sudden. He had his new truck and everything.
Yes.
But that feeling of bewilderment that he had is exactly what I had the next morning. I woke up and I went, this is my room. I looked over at my pile of toys and I went, and I didn't need my toys anymore. I never really played with them ever after that. All my toys, my Hot Wheels, and I quit playing with them that day because it was 20 years later for me. When I woke up, it was the same bewildered feeling the next morning.
How did your parents react? Like, what did you do? Did you hug them like you hadn't seen them for 20 years? Like,
I did. I did. My sister said I was being stupid. She's like, we had dinner. I said, I feel like I haven't seen you guys in years. My sister said, shut up, stupid. We just had dinner last night, you know, and we sat down and had breakfast. But they had their own stuff. Going back to the procedure, when he put me under the sheet and did that, there was a big robotic arm with a gold-colored needle that went in my tear duct of my dominant eye, my right eye here. It went right in there. And it was like I saw stars, like he had punched and you see stars. I had that feeling. And I felt like I got sucked out of my body. And when I woke up, I had no memory of who I was, mom or dad, or I had no idea. I couldn't even talk. It took me a few days to remember how to speak. I didn't have a grasp of language. And I woke up in a portable, like a portable in Inyoker with a doctor and a nurse checking me out. And he was asking me questions. Do you remember how you got here? Do you remember your mom or dad? And I was like, no. And he said, that's because you're a clone. That's what the doctor was told that I was. And I began a program. So I was there. At first I thought that I was in Inyokern only for like 6 months or a few months.
What is Yokern, Tony?
Inyokern is an airport that's in Southern California, right next to China Lake. The town just west of China Lake, California, Southern California. It's called Inyokern. And there were portables at the time. There were buildings there. I believe they've been demolished since then, and they have like a carport building or like another small building in the same spot. But the 3 buildings there were set up for this program that we were in. It's an offshoot, I found out, of Project Real Flame. And there was a dozen kids or so, all about my age. And they had old ex-surplus like hospital beds. And we began like a mind control, trauma-based mind control program.
Did you know these kids? Did you see them before? Were there any other kids from your school that pissed
I had
out
complete amnesia. Okay, let me slow this down. At the time, I had complete amnesia. I had no idea who I was, where I came from. I had no recollection of anything that happened before the day that when I woke up, I felt terrible and needed more sleep and was hungry, thirsty, all of it. And I went through a medical examination and I could barely speak. I had no memory of anything. Later on, obviously I've had a lot of time to think about it. There were kids from my school that were in there with me, I believe. So, and then it was movies. They drugged us. We had chairs. We had helmets that had electrodes in them that would shock us while we were watching movies that were a blend between cartoons, Disney cartoons, and gore. It would flash to a movie. you'd see animals being butchered, you'd see just car accidents, and then it would go back to the Wizard of Oz kind of thing, or what was the Snow White movie from Disney was that, and then it was flashing.
Would you get shocked sorry to interrupt, but would you get shocked at a moment of something so horrific to remove any sensitivity towards something that you're looking at? What was the...
It stayed on the whole time. Like, we were getting shocked. It would shock, it would shock, and then it would change. There were four electrodes in the helmet. It was like an old motorcycle, a 70s motorcycle helmet. And it had electrodes in it. And the electrode, which you could feel it, that it would shock you here, like there, it'd go through you, and then it would change and shock to this electrode while the movie, and it stayed on. It never, it would shock you and then stop and shock you. It was not synced to the movie. No.
Right. That was my question, yeah.
But at the end of the day, he would take us all in and brief us. He would ask us, how do you feel?
Who's he?
How do you feel today? The doctor. It was one guy in charge of the whole thing. Thick Coke bottle glasses, curly hair. I won't give any identities away, but he was very tall. He had thick glasses.
Was he
very
human?
curly hair. Yeah, oh yeah. This was in California. This was all, there were no ETs or nothing. When I went after that, I woke up and I was in a human-based program.
You were on
a CIA-funded program in Southern California in 1982. People are like, well, it was in another dimension. It wasn't. It wasn't. I woke up the next day in California in 1982. So this means that when they put me back, also the next day, there were two of me, and I could have met myself. If Tony from Michigan would have went to Southern California, I could have theoretically met a twin.
Yeah,
so that's people are always lost in the time travel aspect of it or what's going on, and that's my best guess at what happened. But it was 1982. There was no difference. I wasn't on another planet. This was California, and these were government people that were working. They were funded through Grill Flame. I found documents about it.
Grill Flame.
I found quite a bit of information about it.
Wow. And
that's the project name.
Right, the project name, Project Grill Flame. So when you came back into awareness at the kind of stage and age you are now in this timeline, when you went back, did you know the project was called Grill Flame while you were going through it as a little boy, or was it something that...
When he told us, he said that. So the doctor was actually a very likable asshole. You know what I mean? Like, he was a very likable person. I don't know if it was Stockholm Syndrome. You know, kids are going to trust, even kids that are badly abused don't believe they're being abused. They just think that everybody gets abused. But kids are going to trust the adult, the authority figure, and that's how it was. But he was likable, and he was very matter of fact. He explained his career, how he ended up there. He explained what we were doing, and when he said we were in Project Grill Flame, a lot of the kids started crying. Thought we were going to be grilled. Like they thought we were going to be grilled. He said, no, stop. He's like, that's just a secret name that they give for the funding. He's like, it's not. See, this is an offshoot of that. You guys aren't actually in that project. This is an offshoot made with the funding. He explained it all to us as he did it. Wow. And even while he was hurting, he tortured us. And even while he was doing that, he was like, this is part of the science. There's science for it. I've also tracked back, there's a paper trail to the research institute that was did the heavy lifting of the research. And I found personnel that were they did have people that were specialized in the MK Ultra programming with their own flair of adding sleep deprivation to it. And so I found this after the fact, after 2015, when I had already documented that. Once they started the sleep deprivation, I kind of lost all track of time. In the beginning, we were getting the movies, and then they would test us. It was like movies and drugs all day long, 8 hours, 10 hours a day, boom. And we'd get debriefed and then wake up and do it again the next day. And it was like hallucinogenic drugs. But after a while, they hurt us. They'd wake us up in the middle of the night and take us out on the runway. Well, there was a runway, but right in like a park. It was airplane hangar, so they could fly. The airplane could drive out to the runway. But they'd take us out there. It was hot at night, and make us get in ice, like cow troughs of water, of ice
water and get in there until we shivered. You had to stay until you started shivering, and then we could go back to bed. I don't know why they did that, but it was like a different routine. He had a contraption that he hooked up to dislocate our arm, to either break your arm or dislocate it, and then made us watch the movies, go through our normal movie watching day, and then at the end of the day asked us what was different, how did it feel. Like he literally was like writing down, he had a scientific approach at this, torturing us.
I read a book
15
about
minutes
that I
later,
talked
they do it
about.
again.
I
They
think on
line
my
us all
other
up.
channel.
Then
I
after
might
a
have
few
talked
days
about
of
it
that,
on
they
this
came, I
channel.
remember they came with like a cattle prod and they shocked
It's like
us.
an occult.
And, you know, you'd get shocked and then you could go back to sleep. And it was like, you could only sleep for 15 minutes. And they did it again. And these were soldiers that came in and did it. And once that started, once they did the sleep deprivation, that I lost all track of time. I had no idea what day it was, or you know, like the sleep deprivation is
what they doing
was
these people
by far the worst part of it. You couldn't sleep, and so I don't know if it was a month of that. I don't know, 4 months of it. I have no idea. I really don't, because all I wanted was to sleep after that time. And then during the day, he was giving us drugs that would keep you awake and watch back to the movies again. So that it was repeated over and over again. The end result was that when we got shocked, forever after, for 20 years, and even into my life now, though it's not the same, but if we got shocked electrically, like somebody shocked you with a taser or something, I would just go into a complete catatonic state. Like no matter what. Like if I was hysterical, and I was, you know, in my 20s, during the 20 and back, during 20 in the program, if something was bad, I was hysterical, or something, they could shock me, and I would just literally stop what I'm doing and turn into a robot and await command. And no matter what they told me to do, I would do it. No matter what, I would. That was what that program achieved.
Yeah.
Was that they could shock you, and you would cease whatever you're doing, go into a catatonic state, and you would await for the next command. And when you were told to stand on one foot, you'd stand on one foot. It was like for the next hour, I was extremely agreeable. Like that was, and then it would wear off. I would snap out of it eventually.
Wow.
You know, and then go on about my day.
Oh my God, Tony, this is just so tragic and hard to hear, and my heart is just, oh my God. You and all those poor children, and I know it's happened so many countless times, and I'm just so grateful that, you know, you've come back with still such a loving being and such a good guy and such a kind person, and just full of, you know, when you talk, we can hear the tones in your voice, we can see the love in you, we can, you know, just so grateful that you came back, you know, to share this such harrowing, terrible, traumatic experience that you had.
It was a long time ago. I mean, I still have issues, but I dealt with it over time. I didn't know before I got my memories back. I was dealing with it. I had anger issues. I had relationship issues. I had big problems. I was a mess through my 20s, my teens and my 20s. I was really a mess of a person, and I couldn't blame everything on my wife. I didn't know why. So I kind of got better over time, and luckily it was a long time ago. So I've had that, you know. And then when I got my memories back, I could actually start pointing fingers at why I felt the way I did about things. It was easier. It was easier to deal with. So
Find the memory, find the trauma, match the story, the feeling, the frequency, and then that's the healing of the neural pathways. Oh my goodness. So you're on Earth, you're going through this horrific Mengele-type Nazi experimental situation with all these other children. And then how long were you in that program until you got moved to another? And then when did you actually go off planet?
it was quite some time before I went off planet. Well, so I often overlook this. At the end of that, I mean, I don't know how much time you want to spend on it. I can jump forward. I can give the details of what happened, but
I think that's
at the
just
end of the programming, yeah, I'm sparing you from feeling more empathy. I don't like doing that. You know, the book is going to really hurt people.
My decision to feel for you if I want to. Don't take that on. That's up to me.
I really went into detail with the book. It was very difficult to write. Once you put it in words on paper, it was like reliving it. So But there's a lot of details. My book is finished. It'll come out hopefully in the next 6 months. At the end of that, they tested us. We went through some tests, and they determined theta was the, so certain kids weren't all going to make it into certain tasks. We went into a like a remote viewing program in the same portables and everything, like it geared up. And what they were doing was administering an IV of drugs, and then some drug that would put us near death. And in that time of near death, it was our higher self or whatever we were channeling. They could ask us questions, and they would get answers from the past and the future, and help. They could remote view very accurately through us. And I've also found the same research institute bits and pieces where they said, in public, after I researched it, where doctors said we've had promising results with children in near-death experiences for remote viewing. But that's exactly what they were doing. They would give us a drug. So then I went from there to whoever owned me in Seattle. But during that time, there was a ship that took us out. They took us out on the runway. It's classified. It was in the middle of the night, and a triangle came down and took us and probably 100 people. They wheeled one of those staircases that are on wheels, like at the airport, like the old style when you get off on the tarmac. They wheeled one of those up to it. We got on this ship and we went to the moon. We went to the base on the moon, and all the kids, myself and the kids from that program, were let in, and we had a few surgical procedures done on us. And we went back the same night. Then, as soon as we were done, they put us right back on the ship, and we went right back to Inyokurm that night.
All right,
Oh,
so very quickly.
There was an enhancement that they did to us.
Oh my God! So you get wheeled out, you go on this triangular-shaped ship. What color was it on the outside? Do you remember? Was it black?
It had, well, it was dark, but it was gray. I want to say it was
a gray ship.
Color.
Triangular. Yeah. Okay, and so you get on it. What was it like getting on board?
We got on, it was just like an airplane on the inside.
Like an airplane, okay.
It was, but the rows were much wider. Instead of 9 or 12 seats, it was like 20 and 30 seats wide, the row.
Were there any beings that you saw who were driving it?
No, this was a military ride.
Okay, got it.
This
the
was the Air
military.
Force.
Okay, the UAPs, the unidentified aerial phenomena or whatever. They're trying to mislead us now, of course. It
was a military ship.
How quickly from the ground to the moon did this vehicle get you there?
It was a couple hours, I think.
Did you feel like you were going really fast? Or?
No, you couldn't tell how fast. It was just like riding on a plane. It was quiet. They did a little, when we got to the moon, the wall got cleared, or the entire wall was a TV screen, whatever. But it turned in, you could see outside, and the pilot came over and was explaining
confirming so many things.
That we were passing the first base, that there was a base, and you could see the moon, he told the stats on how far, we had just went 200,000 miles, like he was giving us just like an airplane ride.
Right.
And we went into a base, I don't remember a ton of it because then also at the time I just wanted to go to sleep. I think I did nod off. I did go to sleep during the ride. But it was when we got close to the moon that I woke up and was listening to it. But then we came back and I was taken, they put us on a green school bus, like the old school bus, but it was green.
Yeah.
Dark green colored, and they drove us over to China Lake, to the town of China Lake. And I remember that because there were airplanes on pedestals at some of the intersections. They had old World War II planes, or like a jet plane, like a Vietnam era plane. And the kids, where we were like on that side of the bus, could see it, and I remember that. They were saying, we went to an Air Force building, and it was like an office building. We went in the elevator, and we went down, and he had to turn it. We went down to the bottom, and then the guy that was with us put a key in the elevator and turned it, and it kept going down. Like it was, like it accessed to go secretly deeper down. And when we got out, there was a train station. It was a train station. And we rode a train we stopped in Los Angeles, and then I went on to Montana, a place near Helena, Montana, in only like an hour. So
Yeah.
an hour, it was super fast.
Right, so for a moment, can we just look at that? The magnetic levitation trains, the maglevs as they're called. Do you feel like you were on an underground maglev that can go from one end of the earth to the other in just a matter of minutes or hours, depending on, again, it's
very
old
fast.
technology, yeah.
I went back and did the math on it. I looked at it as a crow fly. It was very fast. It was over 900 miles an hour, I think. It's been years. Like when I first got my memories back, it's been like 2015 since I went back on the map, and I just kind of did a quick sketch. But I remember that it was about an hour ride. So, and plus we stopped in Los Angeles. Like we went from Inyokern to Los Angeles, and then to Montana. So it was 500 miles or something like that in 45 minutes to an hour. So it was pretty quick. But when I was when I got out, they brought me out into a field. You know, it was like in the wilderness, and a lady was there in a car, and she grabbed me and drove me back to Seattle. And they were my owners. They owned me. He was a billionaire. I was actually a piece of equipment that he owned after I got out of it. So they were my owners, and they were Satanists, and they did a Satanist ritual that I was in, and then they put us under. So he was getting business advice, you know, they put us under. There were three of us. It was myself and a girl and another boy, and they put us on. They did a ritual thing, and then they gave us IVs, and they put us. So they were asking questions for himself, for business. I mean, you think about how uncanny, how lucky some billionaires are to make such correct decisions.
Right.
And now you think they have access to that kind of technology. Then I went from there to Peru. I'm trying to get forward because you asked me about when I went into space finally. From there, I was only there like a week or two, and then he had a private propeller plane come and land on his property, and it flew me to Dallas. We stayed the night, and I flew to Peru, Puerto Tawantinsuyo, Peru. And I was there a couple years, and what they did was they were flying shipments of cocaine from that town in Peru to Santa Marta, Colombia. And during that flight, they would put me under, and I would be like a navigation / canary in the coal mine to let them know if the police were waiting or if something bad was going to happen. I was in a state of mind where they could ask me questions.
You're remote viewing out the body.
I was remote viewing
yeah.
for the plane as a security precaution. You wonder how the war on drugs, why they can't stop the drugs from coming in. That's because they have that kind of technology they're using. And I did that like monthly for a couple years. Right when I was around 12 or 13, I must have been about 13. So I lost the ability. I started not being able to do it. And then they shipped me back to Seattle, and I lived there for a couple years. And then was sold off into the space program and went into space and really never came back.
The boy and the
So,
girl.
I did come back.
The boy and the girl that were with you and sold to the Satanic family, did you ever see them again? Do you know what happened to them?
No.
No.
They went to other
Satanic families.
Stations. No, the other. I don't know where they went. I really don't know. He said that he was going to find us the place where we would fit. How did he put it? I'll find everybody the place where they most ideally fit, and it'll run like a symphony. I'd like all my employees to run like a symphony, and we're going to find where you play the best. And I think because of my black hair, and I'm Portuguese, that's why I ended up in Peru, and they put them somewhere else. The other boy was he had dark brown hair, but he was like a white kid, and the girl had blonde hair. She had straight blonde hair. So I don't know where they went. I don't know.
Wow, gosh. All right, so from Peru to?
Back to Seattle for a couple of years, and basically I just lived there with other boys. It was like a foster home, and they were using us as sex slaves. It's hard to admit that, but it's true. We were being raped and sold off to parties. He had political parties there. He had other rituals that happened. And I did 2 summers of that, and there was basically, I guess there was another house on the property that had girls, but they kept us away from girls.
So it's a really difficult subject to go into, but again, as the world is coming to a self-realization that a lot of the top prominent roles in the society are run by really fucking sick pedophiles. And people are like, oh no, they're so good because we're so programmed to feel and think that way. But the most horrific, horrendous things, we can't even imagine half the things, are in your face, are happening, are real. And I always go back to one example in Britain, this guy called Jimmy Savile. And Jimmy Savile was this guy, we grew up with Saturday night, mum, dad, brothers and me. Who's Jim gonna fix it for? This white man, white man,
Wow.
white hair, cigar, sitting in a seat. And you'd write to him and say, Jimmy, fix it for me. I wanna be a nursery nurse. Can I go to the hospital for the day and look after the newborn babies? Yes, Danny, I'll fix it for you. So you'd get taken to London and Jim was there and Jim fixed it. And then at the end, you'd watch the little movie that was made of your day. And he'd sit you down and he'd put a medal on you. Get the award, and it said Jim fixed it for me. The entire Great British Isles, that's England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, we were absolutely obsessed with this man. We thought he was the hero. But we are so programmed, adults, children, this is a good person. So we're skewed, this is a good person. Even if you think he's a bit weird looking, he feels a bit dodgy, but hey, it's Jimmy Savile, he's gonna fix it. He turned out to be one of the sickest, and I'm not going to go into details, sickest pedophiles. That he would rape and molest old people, disabled people, children with cancer in hospital. Didn't matter if you were alive or dead. If he wanted you, he was going to take you.
Wow.
So whenever people are like, oh, no, I'm like, I'm sorry, here's an example of someone that we have got to grow something within us to be able to see people like you, Tony, and really listen and think to ourselves, no, I'm not going to condemn that man who's been through hell that we can't even imagine as some kind of nut job, lunatic. No, this man is telling the truth. And as difficult as it is for us to accept, many of us, not me, but many people that have never even considered such horrors, it's time.
I like to point out that time, so in the beginning, I got my memories back in 2015, basically, it all made sense. I always had some memories throughout my life, didn't make sense, but I got the big breakthrough in end of April, early May of 2015. I got the memories came back. I remembered everything. And I started working with researchers. So back then there was no Pizzagate, there was no connection. The people were talking about the secret space program. They were not talking about slavery, and they were definitely not talking about a satanic elite that had access to it. And I was the first one that said that back in 2015. I went on record with researchers, and it's panned out. It's one of those things that panned out. The other thing is that I got a few things wrong in the beginning because memories were still coalescing. It's a difficult process to live through. And in the beginning, I was desperate for a researcher to believe me. So I wanted to give them, I was trying to give them something that would keep them working with me. And so I got something wrong. He said, no, you're wrong here. I checked it out. It's wrong. So then another researcher who was a former Satanist, Church of Satan person who knew how that went, started asking me questions and asked me about the ritual. And I explained everything that I remembered, and it was actually right. That's exactly how that works. How would you know? There's no way you would know, because not even a beginner Satanist would know these things. These are things that are like high up in their church. And so they got in contact with the other researcher and let them know that, I had some factual thing that I deserved to be researched more. And other things have panned out. But what I'm saying is that period of time really was my evidence. It really was my best evidence too, to move forward, to be able to speak about it. And because if I didn't have any evidence, I wouldn't speak. I wouldn't go in. I wouldn't do that to my family.
Yeah. Wow.
But I eventually was no good for that service, and I don't want to get into a ton of detail about it. But then I was sold off, and then I went to the moon and went through a training program. Which really wasn't training, it was more like it was mind control, just to train you to not fight or to train you to not run when in a life and death situation, to actually like suicide bomber. And we were being trained to be support soldiers for Mars Colony Corps, and I was flown to Mars and was there for, I was on Mars actually a very short time, probably 6 months to less than a year. And the program I was in, we did operational missions out on the surface of Mars. And there are insectoids that are indigenous there that they were worried about, that they couldn't match the numbers with the soldiers that they had. So they were trying to make a cheap, easy soldier, and that's what we were. And we did operational missions.
Sorry, were the insectoids, were they standing up, were they upright, or were they the little ones that fly? Like, I've seen the ones that look like giant wasps. I saw those flying in the sky at Camp Pendleton, and I was driving through one day, and I was thinking, why the hell are people throwing that car off the side of the road? Surely they can see all the green lights. Surely to God. Anyway, so I threw a thought out, which is, unfortunately something I've learned to stop doing, but threw a thought out like, I can see you. And some got together, and the next thing, it's right beside the car. Right beside the car, my window was open this much, and it was like this giant, soft-bodied, almost caterpillar-like, organic being, and its legs kind of hung, and it was making a really low humming noise. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, sorry, please leave. And then it just went back, and I shit myself. So did you see those kinds of insectoids?
Soft-bodied, no, but they were different. There were beetles and mantids that were different sized, but they were, and like a spider, a bigger one that was more like a spider that engaged us. And they all had pinchers that came and actually some of their pinchers would cross like that. But the beetles, they flew, and they when they were on Mars in the gravity, it's like they would fly for 50 yards and then touch down and jump and keep flying, like they had a hop to them. But no, I didn't see those, but there are many different kinds. It wasn't all just one kind.
Yeah, of course. Did you breathe the air in? I know there's an atmosphere on Mars.
I believe that they had modified us surgically so that we could breathe there better. I believe that there was a treatment they did to us. But yeah, we were breathing the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And our suit, so I had a cone, it came out, it was open-faced. We had a cone, and it would, when we exerted ourselves, it would give us oxygen. The suit would supplement, so it didn't have to carry a ton of oxygen. It was it was less to it. It was an environmental suit, and it kept us warm. It was super comfortable. It was super comfortable. The boots were awesome.
Wow. So inside the base on the moon, on Mars, what did the other people? Were there lots of humans? Were there hybrids? Were there other alien types?
Just people. This was a military base. These were soldiers, and these were soldiers, scientists, and command crew. That was it. And it was a base that was made to house like 200 people, and there were only like 50 people there because it had been overrun fast. Like, I guess they had casualties there. So it had been evacuated. And then we were there, we were doing an experimental program. They were trying, what happened was the insects adapted to the tactics that we used much quicker than they were supposed to, so they canceled the program. They canceled it.
Wow, they couldn't outsmart the indigenous beings on Mars, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, yeah, they were intelligent. They were intelligent, not in a way that we think are, but still very intelligent beings. Then I went to a bigger city, like an underground city. They flew us to another city, and then I went in. That was actually not a bad time. I had my own little. It was almost like an apartment. Well, at least I had a bedroom and a bathroom. It was like a hotel room. So most of the time when I stayed somewhere, it wasn't that luxurious. I had a bed, and then I had a bathroom. I had water. I had running water and everything. It was comfortable. And then I went to school. They did an aptitude testing, and this was another one of those same tall white grays that was kind of the professor. And then they plugged us in, and it was testing. You would just look at the screen, and they'd show you a movie, and then boxes would come up with possible answers. All you had to do was stare at the box, and it would highlight, is this your answer? And just kept looking at it. And then that was the testing. It was fast. And I qualified for maintenance, ship maintenance. That's what I learned. I took training videos, and they were all about fire suppression and safety and how to use a few tools. But that was it. That was all the training I needed. And
When you say You mean spaceship, spacecraft, aerial craft?
Spaceship maintenance, yeah. And then I was taken to another train station, and the train went, this one, you could clearly feel it lift off of the tracks. The other one, you never felt it lift up. This one, you clearly felt it because your chair, everything, the whole thing just lifted up. And it went into a tunnel, and there was a bright flash of light, like a poof. And then it immediately started slowing down, and I was not on Mars anymore. When it landed, when it opened, just a few minutes later, it stopped. I was on Ceres colony.
Ceres.
It was complete. Ceres, yes.
Yeah, C-E-R-E-S, yeah.
Ceres colony. And it was ran by the Deutsch. So that's how they identified themselves. So they were Germans. They were break away from Nazi Germany, but they considered themselves the Deutsch, not German. They didn't say we're Germans, you know, like we did. We called them Germans when we spoke between ourselves, but they considered themselves the Deutsch culture. So which is not only Germany, I guess. They were very proud of their history of the 30 Years' War. That was a major, that was actually on their money, scenes from the 30 Years' War, and that was a lot of their history there that they were identified with as the Deutsch people from the 30 Years' War that were victorious. They say that the 30 Years' War, they said that the 30 Years' War was the first time that humans from Earth defeated an ET influence. So that ETs came and influenced our society all the time.
Right.
They stood up and defeated them because they won the 30-Year War and actually splintered off from Catholicism into Protestant. You could be a Protestant and Catholicism, and I think a few other religions sprouted up at that time. They won religious independence from the Vatican. And so, but their version of history on Ceres colony were that was an ET influence that was controlling Europe at the time, and they stood up and won. And so, and their motto is that we did it with horses. That was a motto of someplace we did it on horses.
That was incredible.
They had spaceships, we had horses that we won. That was kind of it was a motto.
That's fascinating. Do you think that they named themselves the Deutsch to make a definite separation from the original Nazis from World War II that we came to understand, then came to the States and other places, Argentina? But if we look at the States, Antarctica as well, that the Nazis were there. We've got Project Paperclip, but they were selected to come to the States. Project High Jump, which is where Captain Byrd came and they did a land, sea, air attack, and then all of a sudden, up come the Nazis, and their anti-gravity machinery that the Americans thought, shit, they've got a bit too much power there, we better go and check out what's going on. And then, but just for those that don't know, just a quick run through. And so my question is, are these Deutsch now separating themselves from that Nazi Germanic takeover from Antarctica, or are these the same people?
They are the same people, but it's kind of like to call them Nazis is to call them like Democrats or Republicans kind of thing. That was a political party. That's why a lot of it was similar. A lot of their policies were similar to Nazi Germany, but they did not consider themselves Nazis. If that makes sense. They had I didn't see the swastika too much. They had a swastika that was rounded, and I thought it was represented a galaxy. I thought it looked more like a galaxy arms than a swastika. I didn't know what it was at the time. But their main symbology was the eagle. That you always see that they had, it was an eagle, and then under the eagle was always a picture of Ceres or the ship or words, the German words that had some around it. Like there was always something different underneath the eagle, but the eagle was their symbology, or the Nazi, or a rounded swastika was in there too.
You know,
they always had an eagle.
The original swastika, well, I mean, where Hitler, I believe, where he saw it, the Hindu symbology, iconography from thousands of years ago. Bearing in mind, they have 5 holy Bibles, whereas the Christians and Catholics have the one. But the first time I was in Kauai, at a Hindu monastery, it was being hand-built, hand-chiseled gently. And I saw this emblem, I'm like, oh my God. It was a reversal of the evil swastika. And I thought that's where he saw, that's where he picked that sign for the Nazi, hierarchical horror, but that's where he got it from, ancient symbology. And a lot of people don't know that, but what Hitler did, he reversed it. As we know, everything dark is inverted and the reverse of love. So gosh, that's amazing, amazing. Well, the horses, so when they talk about horses, were there horse symbologies there? Are they talking about actual animals?
No, they said that like during the 30 Years' War in the 1600s in Europe, they said that, their thing was that the enemy had spaceships and we had horses, and we won.
Right.
That was like their motto. That I remember them proud. They always were proud of that. And then on Ceres Colony, there were horse statues everywhere. They had horse likenesses. There was always like a horse on the wall. Like in the artwork, they had battle scenes from the 30-Year War for artwork and on the money. They did have money, even though not everybody used cash, but they did have cash money. And on some of it was battle scenes of guys in swords and horses going down into with cannons and stuff. There were battle scenes.
Oh my God. Wow.
So when I got to my post there, I was working on a converted submarine, a ship that was a submarine, and turned it into a spaceship. And it was old. By the time I got it, was already rusty and in bad shape. When I got it, it had high mileage kind of thing. And so it was always breaking down. We were always working on it. And I was on that thing for years. 7, 8 years was what I did.
Are you in the ocean? Is there an ocean on Ceres? Like, what is the atmosphere like? What are you looking at?
There's no atmosphere. It's underground. Everything was underground. So they had found an existing base there that some other species had built long ago, and they moved in and began converting it to human occupancy. They found rooms that they turned into caverns that had individual rooms in the side of the wall that they built scaffolding up and elevators to and made those apartments. They had big caverns that were cut out, and then natural caverns that were full of water. They emptied the water out, and they built cities in them. They had artificial gravity. They had They had to lease generators, like free energy, but there was a trade deal where they got they would earn a generator that would give free energy for the gravity plating. They had gravity plating everywhere, miles and miles and miles and miles and miles of powered flooring that generated fake artificial gravity. And they had built a replica of, sorry, I gotta get to my back here. They built the replica of a European city. I'm not sure exactly which one. I always want to say Copenhagen. That's the first thing that I feel, but it might not have been. But it was a replica of a European city in a cavern. And so that way when ETs could come and visit, they could see what it was like on Earth where they came from. And they told the general populace that the Earth had been destroyed.
Of course.
So the military people knew, because we were flying back to Earth. We would fly to Diego Garcia and pick up cargo and drop off cargo at Diego Garcia at night. We did it often. And we went to a place in South America in the Catarina Mountains. There's a cavern that we could go into, and they were dropping off cargo to inner Earth people that were based. And then we did go to Antarctica and drop off cargo and take cargo from there out to the Kuiper Belt. So very far out in the solar system, there are big giant bodies of ice that they went and hollowed out, and some of them are not just all ice, but some of them were ice that they went in and made a base inside of it, and that's basically storage, basically just a warehouse, like a garage for them, because space on inside Ceres Colony was actually very limited. And they were constantly building, and the towns all the way around the inside of the planetoid are connected by trains. There's a train network.
What were the indigenous species on Ceres? What did they look like?
Well, there were humans, mostly there, a couple of thousand people of humans, but there were 2 other ET species that lived there, and they were a tall, one was a tall, skinny race with a long, skull, straight hair. They had different color, blonde, red, black hair, just like us. They had all different color hair, but always straight, always long and straight hair. And they had a longer skull. They had bigger eyes, and I'll use this arm. Their elbow was kind of like back here, like the distance from here, and then their forearm was longer than they had a different proportion of their legs and their arms, and they were about 7 feet tall, and they lived there. They did almost all technical work. Like they worked on the ships, on discs, and on power systems. In the hangars, they worked in the hangar bay, pulling ships apart. That's what they did.
So the shortness of the elbow, the longness of the extra part of the limb, is that because they could also go on all fours? Did you see them running on all fours?
No, they definitely did not go on all fours.
Okay.
They were people.
People, and the elongated skull, do they remind you of the kind of, the Upper Egypt, the crown of Upper Egypt, that kind of shape? You know how
those are the brain?
No, I wasn't aware of any of that.
The big brain.
Like when I look back on it, I just remember that their back of their head was pretty long. It came out and they had hair that came straight down it. I thought it was cool. I thought they were weird looking, is because of the way they walked in a weird lanky way. The way they walked, I thought was stupid. Like I didn't. I'm saying, the kind of person I was.
I'm sorry.
That was there.
I'll just.
The way they walked was
kind
of threw me off. I was uncomfortable with it.
Right.
But I thought they looked cool.
Yeah, intelligent.
Right, like in the face, I thought they were cool looking, and I was forbidden to interact with them. Because I had been mind controlled and trauma based. I was forbidden to interact with ETs. Never to talk to them. And I wasn't. It wasn't like I ran. I only had a couple years of being a cargo engineer when I got promoted, and I was put on a bigger ship. I only had a couple years where I had a paycheck and the ability to get a train ticket and go places and look around.
Oh my God.
So I only lived like that for the last couple, and it was, for me, you gotta understand where I went through, after what I went through and everything, it was kind of a big deal, like it was a triumphant thing for where, you get what I mean, like to actually attain some freedom.
Oh my God.
And it was a big deal to me, so.
Which
that
means
was my last
trust too,
couple
right?
years.
Oh my God, it's just unbearable. It's so mind-blowing. It's so incredibly mind-blowing. And again, thank you so much for sharing so much. Antarctica, what was the cargo coming from Antarctica to the ice station? What was that cargo?
Well, a lot of the times I wasn't allowed to know. There were times when we took from, there was a time that we took from the Catarina Mountains. We took a form of missile that was highly advanced. It was like a nuclear missile, but it was small. I mean, 4 or 5 feet long. And they said that once it was fired, nothing could stop it. It could fly through the mountain. It could fly through a mountain. It could go through solid objects and then detonate where you wanted it to go. So they said once it was fired, it was unstoppable, and it was not available to them. It was something that they didn't have access to. It was a super advanced technology. So when we did take it, so I wasn't supposed to know what was in the crates, but because of these, the command crew came down. They had us open the crate up because they wanted to look at it. You know what I mean? They just wanted to see it. They stuck a look, and we all stood there and kind of looked at it. And the other thing about when we went to Antarctica was that we had to be ready for inspection because they referred to it as high command. And so whenever we went there, we had to clean everything and be at our post, and like there was no slacking allowed. And because if we got inspected, the captain could be demoted, like they could get in trouble. So every time we had a mission to Antarctica, it was very unpleasant because we had to clean everything from top to bottom. It was a lot of extra work.
Oh my goodness, unreal. Wow, bless your heart. So did you along the way ever make a friend or feel a connection to any being, human or otherwise, in all of those years?
I had plenty of friends. I had lovers. I had girlfriends, and I was madly in love when I went back. I think that that's actually a common denominator for people that get their memories back, is that they're in love with somebody that they don't want to forget.
Yes.
And when I went back, I did not want to leave because I was in love with somebody there. And I think that's kind of what helped to me remembering. But I had plenty of friends. We got to the point where my coworkers, we got along, we had humor, it was bearable. And even though it was like a rough military existence at the end, like being in the Army or something, it was bearable. And I got along with the people I worked with. We cracked jokes. We got through it,
Wow.
So.
Wow, absolutely mind-blowing, mind-blowing. What do you think overall, everything that you've actually witnessed and experienced and seen, and you've seen far-reaching, far advanced beings, technology, etc. Where are we are now on this planet coming into 2022 at this, this complete tipping point on this planet as she evolves and humans are being upgraded, up-leveled, or introduced to other thought forms? What do you think is the overall message from you? Well, what do you think? What is it that you learned?
When I was young, I wasn't like in the 70s, when I was a young kid, like before I was taken, when I was 6, 7 years old, I thought that life seemed pretty lame. That being born, I would think, why am I born now? I would think like that.
Oh,
why
Nola now, yeah, you're right. Nola.
I thought that it was going to be pretty
Naya.
And it turns out that all of us that are alive today
Explorer.
are in like one of the most important times in history. Because we're pre-disclosure. We're going to get disclosure.
Cool.
We're already getting it. We are disclosing right now. So they've had this secret, the civilizations that are trading on our behalf secretly have been at it for 100 years now. But we're going to get a disclosure. We're going to join a galactic community. And we are talking about it to get people ready for it right now. So in our lifetime, we're going to see this. The future is going to happen. I had a guest on my show. He said the future is all going to happen at once. It's not going to be like we think it is.
No.
It's going to happen all at one time. Once there's a disclosure and we have an ET show up, it's going to happen very fast. And that's the message: is that we're going to have to keep up. There's bliss in ignorance, and we're all ignorantly blissful right now, and a lot's going to change. It's going to be for the better. We're going to see the planet and everybody on it move to a better existence.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're putting up with right now. Is they're getting ready to do so. Without speculating a lot. Everybody knows what's going on in the world. We've all seen the world go completely changed in the last couple of years.
Right.
It's going to keep going. There's going to be more weirdness in a minute. I think there's good things.
I'm ready to go back on my ship with my people.
That's so beautiful. For me, what I've been witnessing, especially in the last 3 weeks, is how like we grow up, and those of us that haven't gone through what you've gone through, but we're like, we're comfortable around stories about the moon, and then we know that people talk about Mars and sometimes Venus, but rarely Jupiter. And what I've witnessed in the kind of communities that are talking about disclosure and actually disclosing, and people who are starting to question everything. Elena Danan and Michael Salla did a show on Jupiter the other day, and people's minds got blown. And what happened also was, in their own psychology, their own psychosis, some of them hit walls. It was like too much. It was like too much. And that's okay, because this is a mind-stretching, mind-bending time that we're in. And, people are only comfortable with certain things happening.
So I say, be careful when y'all kids go on field trips. They do this a lot on field trips.
And all the rest of it, things I'd never heard of until Elena started talking about it,
Go with them.
Which we should be honest. Like, let's give you guys the credit, for goodness sake, Even those of us who've had metaphysical and alien experiences and spiritual experiences, we're learning. You guys are teachers. You, Alex, Elena, for example, in particular, I feel like in my community, it's mostly you three that I get my information from, not disregarding any of the others. But it is an amazing time, and we are being stretched, and so people have hit their comfort zone, they've hit their wall. And then they'll get over it in a couple of weeks, they'll be like, oh yeah, Jupiter's no big deal. Hey, let's talk about Pluto. And then, I've met a couple of people recently in my sessions as a spiritual therapist, and I'm like, okay, I don't know how to break this to you, but actually I really feel that you're not just connected to this solar system and had experiences in other planets as we know them in the solar system. I feel there's another bandwidth here that you are able to, and two people have gone, oh my God, I knew it. And then we've gone into that discovery, gentle discovery, you know, which is what we're all galactic. And the other thing I see is people like you. God, you're such a gift. Honestly, Tony, what a gift. There is a merger happening with our beautiful planet and our brothers and our sisters on other bodies, sentient, alive bodies, other planets. And people like you are bringing the stories together. It's going to be easier for us to connect to our galactics because of this disclosure.
People even in the community are, you gotta give me a second to find the words, because you touched on some things that I want to remark on. I want to say this, that my experience up here is different in the way that a lot of people that have spoken about, that have come forward, whistleblowers, only go so far. You know, I'm screwing up the words already, but what I want to say is that people are mistaken and we've been greatly influenced to believe that to go from here, number one, to go from here to Mars would take years, right? Then, in our fiction, in our sci-fi, to go from here to another planet, to another star, would take years, to another star. So, if you were going to the other side of the galaxy, it's like, even with the faster than light craft, it would take you, 10, 20 years to get anywhere else in the galaxy. So, there's no going to a different galaxy. So even people, when they're getting readings or whatever, like the spiritual community, they're like, everything's in our neighborhood. Your last life you were a plebeian. Your last life you were an Arcturus. You're getting these kind of things, but the reality is not that at all. The reality is that there's quite a bit going on around Jupiter. There are bases, I went on record in 2015 saying about trips to Jupiter. There's at least 2 bases there that I'm aware of that we visited on the ship, and a natural portal that would allow the ship to go to other galaxies. Our ship could leave in the morning, go 2 or 3 stops throughout our galaxy, come back here, go to another galaxy, make 2 or 3 stops, and come back home at the end of the workday, every day. The universe is, so when you're talking about where you incarnated from, it's not in our neighborhood. People have incarnated from 1 billion galaxies away in another direction. And this is what science fiction tells us. They're all rocket ships. Even Star Trek, they go way out there, but they can't go very far. They're stuck in the galaxy. It's not the truth. We have access to millions of other galaxies. Once they get to a level of technology, and a major post for our galaxy, a major stop in our galaxy is in our solar system. We live in a busy part of the galaxy. Our solar system is a major, an exit ramp for coming here from another galaxy. You're going to stop here. And because of that, Earth has been a mix of genetics and a mix of different politics and everything. It's not like most planets are more typically kind of 1 or 2 cultures. The Earth has many, many different cultures because we're in a busy part of the galaxy, of the universe in general. And the distance from here to somewhere else is very short for them, for people that are in these programs already. So we need to get our heads around this.
Yes.
That we're not getting contact from just the grays and just the reptiles. We're getting contact from billions and billions of different species, from billions and billions of different worlds, all over the place. And it's like an everyday, it's a day at the office. And it's a very busy through road in our solar system. Like you mentioned about Jupiter, people hit the wall on that stuff, and you got to open your mind up to the fact that it's not just our area of space, it's not just our galaxy.
And the belief systems, right, the belief systems are going to get shattered. Like I remember years ago when I was a kid, I was 7 years old, and I'd learned all about Jesus, and I was in church every week, and blah, blah, blah. And then we're on a bus, and it's a biology class, and there's a rainbow appeared in the sky. And the teacher said, "Can anybody tell me how that rainbow got here?" And thank God I didn't speak up, because I almost screamed out, "Jesus put it there!" And the next thing, there's this whole scientific conversation going on about prism and light bending and reflection. And I'm like, my life shattered. My whole belief system shattered in that moment. And I thought, right? So that's where we're at. People are like, no, 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 no. And it's okay, you know. It doesn't need to be such a shattering shock as we're going into this disclosure and living in, you know, the truth of people like you. It is okay to go, you know what, I don't know everything. Let me just have an open mind. Let me lead with love. Because like you said, you fell in love on this horrific trauma journey that you were trapped in this sense of loss of time and no time for so long. And that's what the nefarious ones always underestimate. They don't have the ability to connect to the frequency of love. They absolutely don't. People like Kathy O'Brien, who escaped the CIA mind control, it was because she was in love. She found love. You remember and retain some memories because you were in love. And that love vibration, that every single religion on the world, in the center of their religion is that connection to love. Yeah, there's so much shit in between in all of them as far as I'm concerned, but it's that love frequency. And yes, so let's love ourselves into listening to people like you, accepting that we know more than we do because you've experienced it. Take what feels right, throw away the rest, doesn't really matter, because ultimately we're all moving in the same direction. And that is that complete connection to the fabric of this universe and this galaxy and others.
Well, I don't feel like I know, you know what I mean? Like a lot, I just experienced that and I remember it. It's based off my memories. Another thing is that not all ETs are as advanced as us, and not all ETs are as primitive as us. And when I say that, I mean like mentally, not technologically, but I mean there are other higher planes of being a human existence that exist up there that we are going to aspire, your soul is going to get to. And a lot of people, we've been lied to and told that we're the top of the food chain, we're God's greatest achievement, and that's not the case. It's not the case. There's greater existence to aspire to. One thing that I think is a drawback is that people don't see what these other beings are like and what they can do. So nobody aspires to really grow. You know, people are aspiring to consume and to acquire. They're not aspiring to grow and grow their minds just for the purpose. A lot of people do, but most people don't. Most people are trying to accumulate status or items.
Yeah, you know, don't mean shit.
It's a dead end.
Yeah, it's
a total dead end.
Why? You know, boom, the earth has just blown up or we've been moved off it and then you're going to take all that shit with you. No, you're not. What you take with you is your experiences and your abilities and your metaphysical ability and your, you know, spiritual attainment, soul attainment. It's just so beautiful. Well, my love, we have been
loved it while you was here. You can leave it right here.
I know you need a glass of water and a light down. And
what adventures.
This morning. And you've got Mount Shasta coming up. They're going to be
I got to get ready for my trip. That's right. Tomorrow I'm going to we'll start working on my slideshow, polish that up, and get ready for my presentation next week. I'm looking forward to that. I just want to plug my website. So I have a Patreon channel, Talks with Tony. It's Patreon/Talks with Tony. I'll give you the link. And then you can get to there from TonyRodriguez.com is my website. I book consultations for people that feel like they've been through the same thing. I have a memory course for people that have fragmented memories for whatever reason. It's just exercises that I developed when I got my memories back. That's on there. I have links to my Patreon show, which has been great, doing good, and free interviews. And then there's info on there from CIA declassified stuff from Growth Lane from those days, and then books on how the psychic phenomenon works. There's a lot of stuff on that website. So check it out, TonyRodriguez.com, and have a look at my show.
Beautiful. Tony, thank you so much. I will stop the record button, but just hold on for a second, Alfred. To the audience, thank you so much for watching and engaging. And I know that you're going to be so moved by the story and testimony of this beautiful man from a little boy to an adult. So please do check out his body of work, his legacy, because Tony Rodriguez is already a legend. He is and has left a legacy of work for us to learn from and grow from. And I know you will join me in saying, Tony Rodriguez, thank you so much. We love you and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the confirmation and information.
All right.
And I thank y'all for looking and listening. Y'all keep researching. I'm gonna go do something. I guess I'll be back later. I don't know. Maybe I'll find something else. I thank y'all. Love y'all. Appreciate it. Talk to y'all later.
It's a bold move.